Greenroom Rules by Aressa. Chapter 1. Everything on script. The control room smelled like stale coffee and the particular kind of anxiety that had no single source. 6 monitors, 4 feeds running simultaneously, 2 producers arguing in low urgent voices about whether the ambient mic on camera 3 had caught the contestant saying something that would require a clearance form or a different kind of conversation with legal. Darce Ollero stood in the center of it all with her headset on and her script open and did not participate in the argument because she already knew the answer and she was waiting for them to arrive at it themselves. They did in about 40 seconds. Legal, one of them said. Legal, the other confirmed. Darce made a note in the margin of her script and moved on. The show was called Catch and Release. It was on its surface a reality dating format. 12 contestants, 1 lead, 8 weeks of engineered proximity and manufactured stakes, the usual machinery. Below the surface, it was something slightly more interesting, which was why Darce had agreed to build it from the pitch document 2 years ago. The premise had a self-awareness the network hadn't fully understood when they greenlit it, and Darce had spent 2 years being careful not to explain it to them too explicitly. Some things worked best when the people paying for them didn't examine them too closely. Camera 4, push in, she said into the headset. He's going to touch her face in about 6 seconds. A pause from the camera operator. How do you? He does it every time she brings up her sister. Push in. 4 seconds later, the man on camera 4 touched the woman's face. Darce watched the monitor without expression. Priya, from her station at the edit console behind Darce's left shoulder, said, "You're going to be insufferable about that." "I'm always insufferable. You only notice when I'm right." That's the definition of insufferable. Darce didn't turn around. She was watching monitor 2, where 2 of the contestants were having a conversation that was not in the day's script, which was either a problem or an opportunity, depending on what they were saying. She reached up and adjusted the audio routing without looking at the board. "Are they supposed to be in the side garden?" she asked. "Nope," Priya said. Location moved them.
Then.
"Is their rain mic'd? Camera 2 has ambient. Get me a transcript when they're done." This was how the days ran. 6 months into the first season pickup, Darce had achieved the particular kind of professional fluency where she stopped experiencing the show as a series of problems to solve and started experiencing it as a living system she could read, the rhythms, the pressure points, the places where genuine feeling broke through the format's architecture and became something worth keeping. Most people in her position spent their energy managing chaos. Darce had stopped being interested in chaos management around year 3 of her career. What interested her now was the moment before the chaos, when you could still see its shape coming and choose what to do with it. "He's crying," said the camera operator on 3. "I know. Hold steady. Don't push in. This isn't a push-in moment. He looks real. That's why you don't push in. Let it breathe." The camera held steady. The man on monitor 3 cried in the particular private way that people cried when they forgot they were being filmed, which was different from the way they cried when they remembered. Darce watched him with full attention and no visible effect, and made a note. Priya said behind her, "You know, normal people feel things when they watch other people cry." "I feel things. You write notes." "That's how I feel things." Wrap came at 6:45, 20 minutes behind schedule, which Darce marked as acceptable given the weather and the side garden situation and the crying that had not been in the script but had been, arguably, better for it. The crew dispersed with the specific velocity of people who had been caffeinated since dawn and had now reached the other side of it. Darce stood at the edit console and reviewed the day's timestamps, methodically, while the room cleared around her. Priya packed up her laptop with the practiced efficiency of someone who had been doing this for 6 years, 4 of which alongside Darce. They had met on a different show, a competition format that had lasted 2 seasons and taught them both several things they were still processing, and their friendship had the texture of something that had been tested by shared exhaustion and was therefore durable. Priya was the only person on set who felt completely comfortable saying what she actually thought to Darce's face. Darce was the only person on set who felt completely comfortable telling Priya when she was wrong about it. "Are you staying?" Priya asked. "For a bit." "Define a bit." "Until I'm done." Priya gave her the look that meant, "This is a normal thing that you do, and I have stopped trying to change it, but I want you to know I find it faintly alarming. Darce received the look and filed it. There's a ramen place 3 blocks west, Priya said. If you finish before 9, I'll still be there. You're going to ramen alone? I'm calling my mother. She'll be on the phone for at least 40 minutes, so technically I won't be alone. I'll just be alone and emotionally exhausted.
Priya shouldered her bag.
Come if you want. Don't come if you want. Either way, I'm getting the broth option. The door closed behind her. The control room settled into the particular quiet of a space that had been full of people and was now the memory of them. Cables still warm, coffee cups not yet collected, the monitors running their screensavers in irregular rhythmic patterns that Darce had long since stopped registering. She sat down at the console and pulled up the transcript from the side garden. The conversation between the two contestants was, as conversations between reality television contestants tended to be, a mixture of genuine and performed, genuine feeling filtered through the awareness of being watched, which produced a specific hybrid that Darce had spent years learning to read. This one was running about 60-40 genuine, which was higher than average. She made notes on the usable sections and flagged 2 exchanges for the episode cut. Then she pulled up the script. It was the working document for the season. A living file she kept updated in real time, adjusting the narrative architecture as footage came in and the shape of the stories became clearer. Every contestant had a thread. Every thread had a projected arc. The arcs were not fabricated. Darce had spent years being impatient with producers who confused manufacturing drama with finding it, but they were shaped. Reality was a raw material. Her job was the structure. She read through the day's editions. The crying on camera 3 would anchor the mid-episode emotional beat. She'd need to pull his confessional tape from 2 weeks ago and find the moment where he first mentioned his daughter, set it up cleanly. The side garden conversation could work as the closing tag if she could get 20 more seconds of coverage. The ambient mic issue from camera 2 was going to need a clearance form regardless of what it caught, because the word in question was being used in a specific context that legal would want in writing. She worked through it efficiently and without drama. This was the job she was good at. This was, for most of the day and most of the year and most of what she understood herself to be, the self she inhabited most completely. The one looking at the monitors, the one knowing what the camera should do before the camera did it, the one who could read a room full of people performing feeling and locate the feeling underneath. The monitors cycled through their screensavers. The coffee machine in the green room next door made its intermittent sound. It did this regardless of whether anyone had activated it, a quirk of its programming that the production team had been meaning to fix since season 1. Darce saved her changes and closed the laptop. The green room was a small room off the corridor between the control suite and the production offices, technically talent space, practically used by everyone, claimed by no one. It had a couch that was too soft to be comfortable, a coffee machine of uncertain reliability, and a window that faced west and caught the last hour of light in a way that made the room briefly habitable in the evenings. Darce walked through it on her way to the exterior door and paused, as she sometimes did, at the console monitor left running on the far wall. The screen was showing the daily's playback, the raw, unedited footage from the day, looping on the automated review cycle. She watched 30 seconds of it, without intending to. A contestant laughing at something off-camera, genuinely, with the particular fullness of a laugh that arrived without warning and hadn't been modulated for the microphone. A different contestant in the garden, before the rain, looking at the sky with an expression that had nothing to do with the show's format or the day's script or the person she was supposed to be performing for. Darce watched it. Something in the quality of the watching was different from the note-taking, from the timestamp logging, from the architectural assessment of whether a moment was usable. She didn't have a word for the difference.
She didn't need one right now.
She pulled up the script on her phone, found the line she'd written for the host segment 3 closing, a line about love and arrival, about the journey and the destination, the particular language of reality television that was designed to feel true without requiring anything specific. She read it, changed one word, journey to path. Read it again. The difference was negligible. She changed it back. The coffee machine made it sound. Darce put her phone in her pocket and went home. Outside, the parking structure was quiet. The lot was mostly empty at this hour. A few production vehicles, her own car parked in the same spot she'd occupied since season 1, force of habit or mild superstition, or simply the path of least resistance. She walked to it without hurrying, with a slightly unsettled feeling she sometimes had at the end of a day, when the work had gone well, and she wasn't sure what to do with the absence of a problem to solve. She got in the car. She sat for a moment before starting the engine. From here she could see the Greenroom window, the west-facing one, still catching the last of the evening light. It was just a room. She'd spent a significant percentage of her working life in it or adjacent to it, and it remained, as far as she was concerned, an unremarkable room between two other rooms, belonging to the logistics of production and nothing more. She started the engine and pulled out of the lot. Behind her, in the Greenroom, the coffee machine made its sound one more time and then went quiet. Chapter 2. What the casting tape doesn't show. The coffee shop 2 blocks from the production lot had the particular character of a place that survived on industry adjacency, the kind of establishment that had learned to tolerate people with lanyards who ordered complicated drinks and stayed too long and talked about projects that would never get made. Mina had been coming here for 3 days, which was how long she had been in the city for the callback, and she had developed an efficient routine. Corner table, oat flat white, 45 minutes of quiet before she needed to become someone the casting team would want on camera. She opened the folder on the table in front of her and did not look at it. She knew what was in it. She had written what was in it. For years of careful maintenance had made Mina Vasell so thoroughly habitable that Mina herself had long since stopped experiencing the construction as work. It was simply the texture of living, the same way fluency in a second language eventually stopped feeling like translation and started feeling like thought. The file was a backup, a rehearsal script she kept for the moments when someone asked an unexpected question or phrased something in a way that required recalibrating the answer.
She didn't need it today.
She closed the folder and drank her coffee. The callback was for Catch and Release, a reality dating format in its second season of casting. She had found it through the specific network of peripheral industry connection that was one of Mina Vasell's reliable assets. She had a friend who knew a casting associate who had mentioned, at a dinner Mina had attended for reasons that had nothing to do with this, that the show was interesting, that the production company was run by people who weren't idiots, that the lead contestant role had a structural specificity the network hadn't quite figured out how to pitch. Mina had listened to this, and had not said, "I might be interested." She had said nothing and filed it in the part of her mind that was always, quietly, running assessments. 2 weeks later she'd submitted a tape. She was not, in the way that contestants on reality dating shows were sometimes described, looking for love. She was clear-eyed about this. What she was looking for was 4 months of structured visibility, a contained context where being watched was the explicit agreement, where the version of herself she presented would be understood by everyone involved to be a performance, which paradoxically made the whole arrangement safer than the unstructured alternative. Reality television, she had come to understand, was the only format where you could perform yourself without anyone asking whether the performance was accurate. She opened the folder again and looked at the photograph at the top. Mina Vasell, 31. Nigerian-Irish, London-born, relocated to the States 6 years ago, though the timeline was slightly adjusted from the original, which had been 5 years, because 5 years at the time of the adjustment had felt too close to the edges of the thing she'd been adjusting around. The rest of it was largely true. The aesthetic preferences, the professional background she'd built carefully in the years since, the personality she described in the initial questionnaire. The name was the fiction. Everything underneath the name was simply herself, arranged for an audience that didn't know it was missing a title page. The ring on her right index finger caught the coffee shop light. She had worn it since before the name, which was a small irrationality she had never been able to address. It had belonged to her grandmother, who had worn it on her right index finger for 30 years, and there were certain things you could not make yourself put in a box, regardless of what the box was for. She tapped the ring once against the ceramic of her cup and closed the folder. The callback was in 40 minutes. She would walk the 2 blocks at a pace that arrived neither early nor late, because early communicated anxiety and late communicated carelessness, and the register she was aiming for was precisely between them. Ease, assurance, a woman who was exactly where she expected to be. She had done harder things than this. She had sat in a Social Security office with documents that did not belong to her. She had memorized an entire biographical architecture and retrieved it on demand under the specific pressure of someone who did not believe her. She had looked people in the eye and told them a name and watched them believe it, not because she was an accomplished liar, but because the truth and the lie lived in the same body and moved with the same conviction. 45 seconds of genuine laughter on a casting tape was nothing. She gathered the folder, left a generous tip because she had been raised to leave generous tips and had kept the habit through 2 lives and 1 name change, and walked out into the late morning gray. The production lot was a standard configuration. She had been in enough of them to find the geography intuitive, and she navigated the check-in process with the ease of someone accustomed to being processed. The casting associate at the front desk, a young Filipino-American man with the kind of quiet attention that made Mina register him slightly before he'd said anything, took her paperwork and said her name in the way people said her name when they were reading it rather than thinking it. Mina Vasell, with a slight upward inflection of confirmation rather than greeting. "That's me," she said and smiled, and meant it approximately 80%. He showed her to the waiting room, which contained 2 other candidates and the particular silence of people who were all performing calm. Mina sat and looked at her phone without reading anything on it. She was thinking about the production associate at the desk, the quality of attention, the way he'd looked at her paperwork just a beat longer than necessary. Not suspicious. Something else. She filed it. The callback went the way it always went. She had a talent for this that she'd had before the name, which told her it was actually hers. Not a survival skill she'd developed, but something older and more fundamental, a quality of social intelligence that had always made rooms feel navigable to her in a way they apparently didn't to everyone. She answered their questions with a calibrated warmth that was her public register. Slightly more forthcoming than they expected, slightly more specific, the kind of specificity that read as authenticity without giving them anything they could follow back to anything. She laughed twice in a way that was 60% real. She asked one question about the format that was entirely real because she was genuinely curious, and because genuine curiosity was the one thing impossible to convincingly fake for people who were being paid to assess it. The casting panel, 2 producers and someone from the network's development arm, were in the room for this part. She could feel them deciding, and she let them feel themselves deciding, which was different from trying to steer the decision. People made better decisions when they thought the decision was theirs. 28 minutes in, the development person said, "We have what we need for now. Thank you, Mina. We'll be in touch." "Of course," she said. "It's been great." She stood, adjusted the strap of her bag, and made the small social rituals of departure. The handshake, the eye contact, the departure that communicated ease and not urgency. She was halfway through the door when the casting associate from earlier appeared in the corridor and handed her a form she'd apparently missed in the initial processing, something about release agreements, and she thanked him and took it and turned for the corridor exit. The corridor bent right about 15 feet ahead. Before the bend, a door to the left stood open, some kind of production office. She caught a glimpse of monitors, the corner of a standing desk. And in the corridor itself, walking toward her at a pace that had somewhere to be, a woman she had not seen in the building yet. Dark trousers, clean lines, sleeves rolled to the elbow. The particular quality of posture that meant someone who had made a permanent decision about how much space they were going to take up in the world and had never revisited it. A scar through the left eyebrow, small, old, the kind of thing you noticed and then could not notice. Dark hair, slightly disheveled in the way of someone who had been working since early morning and was several hours past caring. The woman did not look at her. Not in the way that people failed to look at you when they were preoccupied or in a hurry or having a conversation in their own head. In the way that someone failed to look at you when they were specifically looking at something else, at a document in their hand, reading it with the focused and complete attention of a person who had organized their passage through a physical space around the ability to keep reading. Mina stepped slightly to the right. The woman passed her with 2 feet of corridor between them. The slight movement of air. The clean scent of something that might have been soap, or might have been nothing at all. The woman turned the corner, without looking up. Mina stopped walking for a moment. Not because she'd been stopped, not because anything had happened. Nothing had happened. A person had passed her in a corridor while reading a document. This was not an event. She was aware that she had noticed. She was aware that she was now aware of having noticed, which was a register of attention she rarely had occasion to use. She filed this too, in a different part of the mental filing system. Unlabeled. The release agreement was in her hand. She looked down at it, signed where it required her signature. Mina Vasell, her handwriting by now, after 4 years, fully her own, and left it on the desk in the waiting room on her way out. Outside, the gray had thickened into something that might become rain. She walked the 2 blocks back to the coffee shop and ordered a second flat white she didn't need, and sat with it for a while, thinking about the callback, the casting panel's body language, the particular quality of the casting associate's attention at the desk, the shape of the next 4 months if the tape came back positive. She was thinking about all of this, and she was also, with the stubborn specificity that was the actual texture of her mind rather than the presented version of it, thinking about a woman who had not looked at her. She had spent 4 years cultivating not being looked at as a survival strategy. The absence of scrutiny was the entire architectural ambition. And here, for reasons she was not going to spend significant time examining in a coffee shop on a gray Tuesday morning, she found herself mildly and uncharacteristically annoyed by it. The coffee was good. She drank it. Her phone buzzed on the table. A number she recognized as the casting office. She looked at the screen for a moment before answering. Not hesitation, simply the half-second calibration of tone and register, the small and habitual act of becoming the right version of herself for the conversation.
"Hello," she said.
Her voice was warm, settled, slightly musical, exactly as it should be. The casting associate on the other end, the quiet one from the desk, she thought, said they'd love to schedule a second callback if she was available next week. "Of course," she said. "I'd love that." She hung up and sat for a moment with her coffee going slightly cold in her hand, looking out at the gray street, thinking about the names she'd signed on the release form and the woman in the corridor who had not looked at her, and the strange fact that the second of those was more present in her mind than the first, which was the thing that was actually supposed to matter. The ring caught the light. She drained the coffee and left. Chapter 3, Talent, Pending. The casting files came to Darce's desk in a specific order. Producers first, then the development team's rankings, then her own pass, because she had discovered early that reading other people's assessments before her own contaminated the exercise in ways that were difficult to correct for. She preferred a clean read. She was 3 weeks into pre-production for Season 2. The offices had the particular atmosphere of early production, not the caffeinated chaos of active filming but its precursor, the slightly strained energy of a machine warming up, parts being tested, alignments being made. Writers in the room 2 doors down were working through storyline scaffolding. The network had come back with notes that were, as network notes tended to be, a mixture of the obvious and the inexplicable, and Darce had spent the better part of a Thursday afternoon translating them into actionable language without letting the inexplicable ones infect the work. Now, it was Friday morning and she had 12 casting files and a cup of coffee that was going cold at her elbow. She started with the stack. The files were a standard format: photograph, biographical summary, answers to the questionnaire, the casting panel's notes, any additional materials submitted voluntarily or requested by the team. Most of them ran about 4 pages. A few ran longer because the candidates had submitted supplementary materials under the impression that more was more, which it rarely was. She worked through them the way she worked through everything, steadily, with attention, without sentiment. At this stage, the people in the files were not people exactly. They were narrative potential, structural function, the human architecture of a story that didn't yet have its shape. She would meet them, or most of them, eventually. The files came first. Contestant 1, a graphic designer from Portland, 28, the kind of person whose questionnaire answers suggested she had prepared for this process by studying how other people had prepared for this process. A competent candidate. Not interesting. Contestant 2, a nurse from Atlanta, 34, with a directness in her written answers that read as genuine rather than performed. She had answered one question. "What are you hoping to find on this show?" With a single word: surprise. Darce circled it and moved on. She was on contestant 4 when there was a knock at her open door. Garrett Voss stood in the doorway with the ease of a man who had been standing in doorways he was theoretically invited to stand in for long enough that he'd stopped distinguishing them from doorways he wasn't. He was 47, with a kind of face that had been handsome and was now merely authoritative, and he had the particular institutional weight of someone who had survived multiple network regimes by being useful to each of them in turn. Darce. He had a coffee in one hand and a tablet in the other, and he looked at her files the way he looked at most things, with a casual attentiveness that communicated interest without committing to it. Season 2 lineup? Working through it. Good group this cycle, I hear. He stepped into the doorway without stepping through it, which was a thing he did, occupying thresholds, technically present without fully committing to a room. Development's excited about a few of them. Development gets excited in September and disappointed in February, Darce said. I'll form my own view. He smiled at this in the mild and professional way that he smiled at most things. Garrett's smile, Darce had observed over 2 seasons, was a complete and finished product. It appeared at the correct moments, held for the correct duration, and communicated nothing that had not been approved for communication. She respected the craftsmanship, while finding the content empty. Anything standing out? He asked. It's early. Of course. Another mild smile. Just curious. Let me know if you need anything from my end. He departed the way he'd arrived, without urgency, without drama, the particular measured withdrawal of a man who was always positioned slightly ahead of wherever the conversation had just been. Darce watched the empty doorway for a moment after he'd gone, the way she sometimes watched empty screens after a cut, not for what remained but for the shape of what had just been there. She made no note. She returned to the files. Contestant 6 came with a supplementary video submission, which she watched with the sound off to assess the performance before she assessed the content. Contestant 8 had answered the questionnaire with the kind of answers that were precisely correct in a way that suggested someone who'd thought carefully about the correct answers rather than someone who'd simply told the truth. She flagged it for the team. Contestant 9 was the file Tomas brought to her desk at 10:45, slightly separate from the stack, in the manner of something that needed to be handed rather than simply placed. Tomas Ruel was 29 and had been a casting associate for 3 years, 2 of which with this production company. He was the quietest person on the production team in a way that was structural rather than shy. He spoke when he had something to say, which was less often than most people, and what he said was usually more accurate than what people said more frequently. Darce had been aware of him since early season 1 as someone she could trust with information she didn't want to have to explain. He set the file on her desk with a slight pause. Callback went well, he said. She looked at the file. They usually do when you say it like that. She was, he considered. She was good. Darce opened the file. The photograph, a woman in a context that read as professional, clean background, controlled lighting, the kind of careful self-presentation that was either natural or practiced so long it had become indistinguishable from natural. The biographical summary, Mina Vasell, 31, Nigerian-Irish, based here after several years in London. Worked in brand strategy, which was vague in the way that some careers were vague, broad enough to be real, smooth enough to be questionable. She read the questionnaire answers. The first thing she noticed was the quality of the language, precise without being formal, slightly elliptical in places, the kind of phrasing that suggested someone accustomed to choosing words with care. Most questionnaire answers ran either too long or too short. These were exactly the right length, which was itself a kind of information. The second thing she noticed was the answer to question 11. What do you find most difficult about being known? Most candidates took this as an invitation to discuss vulnerability in a general and flattering way. Vasell had written, the gap between what someone knows about you and what you know about yourself. When those aren't the same thing, being known by someone else just confirms your own uncertainty. Darce read it twice. The third thing she noticed was more difficult to name. It was something in the texture of the file as a whole, the way the biographical details sat together, their particular smoothness, the absence of the minor inconsistencies and small human contradictions that made most people's histories feel inhabited. Everything in the file was accurate and consistent and slightly too coherent, like a story written by someone who knew what a story was supposed to do. She was aware that this could mean nothing. Some people were simply organized. Some people approached life with an archivist's precision. It was not evidence of anything. She also knew she was good at this, at finding the seam in a thing, and the seam she was finding here was not in the facts but in the quality of their arrangement. She set the file down. She looked at Tomas. She interviewed well, she asked. Very. Panel notes. All positive. Your notes. He considered again, in his particular way, the slight pause that was not uncertainty but something more like deliberation, the kind that happened when someone knew exactly what they wanted to say and was deciding whether it was what they should say. She's specific, he said finally. More specific than the file. Darce looked at the file again. Did she seem, she chose the word, comfortable? In the room? Yes.
He paused.
Aware of the room. Not anxious about it. She closed the file. A person who was more specific than their own biographical summary. A person whose documentation was too smooth. A person who answered a question about being known with something that felt, reading it in the particular way Darce read things, like it might have been personal rather than abstract. She noted it. She set it aside. She's a good candidate, Darce said. She is. Put her on the shortlist. Tomas took the file back and left without elaborating, which was the right call. The observation had been made. The choice had been made. Whether the smoothness of the file was meaningful or not was a question that did not currently belong to her. She moved on to contestant 10. By noon she had been through all 12 and had 4 candidates she was interested in, and 3 she could work with, and 2 she'd pass on. The nurse from Atlanta with the single-word answer would be good for mid-season. She had a directness that would read as conflict before it read as integrity, which was useful architecture. The graphic designer from Portland could serve as contrast. Vasell she put in a different category, an unlabeled column, which was not her usual practice. She had lunch at her desk and revised the writer's room notes and answered emails and did not think about the file with the too smooth biography. She thought about it in the car, briefly, on the way to the post-production house. Then she put it where she put things that didn't have a column yet, in the back. Available, filed, not currently relevant to any story she was building. The production was still warming up. Season 2 was weeks from first filming. The contestants were, for now, still files on a desk, still potential, still the raw material of a story that hadn't yet found its shape. She was good at this. She would figure out the shape.
She usually did.
Chapter 4. First day on someone else's set. The production lot looked different when you arrived as talent. Mina had noticed this before, on other sets, in other contexts, the minor productions and advertising shoots and one bewildering afternoon in a glass tower where she'd done something for a financial services company that she still wasn't sure had been legal. The physical geography was the same either way. The security desk, the laminated passes, the particular organized chaos of a lot in production. But there was a quality to the arrival that was different depending on what credential was attached to your lanyard. When you arrived as a producer or a writer or a crew member, the lot had the texture of a workspace. When you arrived as talent, it had the texture of a stage, and the stage quality was present whether or not the cameras were running. She was wearing the right thing. She had thought carefully about the right thing, not what would read best on camera, which was a different calculation, but what would read correctly for a first-day social temperature she'd assessed in advance. Femme but not studied, warm register without being ingratiating. The kind of presentation that said I put in exactly the right amount of effort and have no anxiety about it. The locks were down, the gold ring was on. The lipstick was the one she'd worn for years because it was the right color, and not for any other reason. She felt as herself as she ever felt, which was a more complicated sentence than it appeared. Check-in put her in a green room with 3 other women who were navigating the specific social arithmetic of 10 people who were theoretically competing for the same outcome in a format they had all agreed to participate in. Mina assessed the room in the first 45 seconds with the automatic precision of someone who had been reading rooms for long enough that it no longer felt like a skill. Near the window, 2 women who had found each other already and were performing the kind of immediate easy intimacy that was either genuine or had been calculated to appear so, and who were visibly curious about anyone who walked in. By the coffee station, a woman in her early 30s who had the self-contained quality of someone who had decided to observe before performing. On the far couch, someone who was on her phone and either didn't notice Mina arrive or had decided not to perform noticing, which amounted to the same strategic function either way. Mina helped herself to coffee. She made brief and warm eye contact with the 2 by the window, acknowledging without committing, opening the channel without stepping through it. She sat near the woman by the coffee station and said, "First time?" "On a show like this," the woman said. You. Similar.
Mina smiled.
Different format. Less elaborate. How are you doing with it? I'm treating it as a social experiment, Mina said. Which is probably what everyone says. The woman laughed, genuine, slightly surprised, the kind of laugh that was actually a form of assessment.
I'm sable. Mina.
She felt Sable register her, not skeptically, not with the particular sharpness of someone taking inventory, but with the kind of straightforward attention that arrived when someone was actually looking at you rather than at their impression of you. It was unusual. Mina noted it the way she noted the ring. Not urgently, but permanently. The morning was logistics, mostly. They were walked through the filming schedule, the format structure, the general parameters of the agreement they'd all signed in various states of legal comprehension. A producer whose name Mina had already memorized, Tomas, the casting associate from her callback, now apparently involved in talent management for the active shoot, moved through the room with the efficient warmth of someone who is good at making people feel seen without making any specific promises. He said her name once, in passing, with the same quality she'd noticed in the callback. Not longer than necessary, but waited. The other contestants were, in the aggregate, what the format required and selected for: attractive, composed, willing to perform vulnerability in a contained context. Several of them were genuinely interesting beneath the performance. She could see it, the specificity that existed underneath the polished surface, the thing that was actually them. She filed several of them as people she might enjoy in a different context. Sable she filed separately. They ended up next to each other at lunch, the enforced social proximity of a production schedule being what it was, and the conversation that happened was not the conversation Mina had planned to have with anyone on this shoot. She had planned to be warm and engaging and precisely 3/4 present, enough to form real connections, not enough to form the kind that required maintenance. Sable was making that math difficult by the simple method of being extremely specific about everything she said, the kind of specificity that rewarded specificity in return. Why this show? Sable asked. Not the format of the question, but the texture of it. Genuinely curious, not making conversation. I wanted to see how it felt, Mina said. Being visible. Sable cocked her head. That's an interesting way to put it. How would you put it? I'd say I wanted to meet people I wouldn't meet otherwise. Which is probably less honest. Sable picked up her fork and pointed it in a gesture that wasn't accusatory. You actually mean being visible, don't you? Not the relationship part. The relationship part is part of it, Mina said. Sure. Sable smiled, and the smile was warm and did not press. But that's not the main part. Mina looked at her for a moment. You're perceptive. I am, Sable said, entirely without self-consciousness. It makes people uncomfortable sometimes. You're not uncomfortable. I'm comfortable with perceptive people, Mina said. Which was true. Perceptive people were predictable in a way that careless people weren't. She could navigate perceptive. What she found genuinely difficult was people who were perceptive and kind at the same time, which was rarer, and which required a different kind of navigation she hadn't fully worked out. She suspected Sable was going to be both. She filed this as a problem to manage and kept eating. The afternoon was camera testing and format rehearsal, the specific category of production work that was about helping talent find their marks without making the marks visible. Mina was good at this too, the same basic skill as any other room, understanding what the structure needed and working within it without appearing to work. She found her angles without being told where they were. She said the things that needed to be said with the warmth they needed to carry and moved through the staging with the naturalness of someone who didn't notice she was being filmed, which was a thing you either had or didn't, and which she had been relieved to find was a skill she'd retained despite 4 years of deliberate low profile. At 3:40 the crew called a 10-minute break and the contestants dispersed into the various holding areas around the lot. Mina went to the Greenroom, not strategically, simply because it was the nearest room, and helped herself to water from the cooler and stood at the window for a moment, looking out at the parking structure. She heard the door. She turned with the automatic social preparation, the slight adjustment of expression, the orientation toward another person, and then didn't need it because the person who had come in wasn't looking at her. Dark trousers, rolled sleeves, the scar through the left eyebrow. The head writer, Darce Ollero, the credit she'd noted when she was doing her research on the production team, moved to the monitor on the far side of the green room with the specific focus of someone who had somewhere to be and had come here briefly for a technical reason. She pulled up something on the monitor, looked at it, typed something, looked at it again. She hadn't acknowledged Mina's presence. Not rudely, there was nothing hostile in the absence. It wasn't the ignoring that communicated message. It was simply the functional absence of attention from someone whose attention was entirely directed elsewhere. Mina watched her in the way she watched most things, from a slight angle, without apparent concentration. Darce Ollero was, by any assessment, competent. The Season 1 reviews had said things about her in the industry press, that her editorial instinct was unusually strong, that she had a way of constructing emotional arcs from raw footage that felt like discovery rather than manufacture, that the contestants on catch and release seemed to have been seen rather than shaped, which was the rarest thing the format was capable of producing. Mina had read this and noted it, and arrived on set with a mild professional wariness, the kind she brought to any situation where someone with a strong instinct for the real thing was going to be watching her perform. She had not expected this. Someone who moved through a room as though the room's social temperature were genuinely irrelevant to whatever they were doing. Not rudeness. Not performance of indifference. Something closer to the actual article. Darce finished with the monitor, made a note on her phone, and moved toward the door. She was 3 feet from the exit when she said, without looking up from her phone, "Water's warm. The cooler's been off since Tuesday." Mina looked at the cup in her hand. "It's fine," she said. Darce left. Mina stood with the lukewarm water for a moment, looking at the door. She had a specific and reliable internal taxonomy for people, a rough sorting system that she'd developed over years of navigating rooms as a woman with something to protect. Most people were accessible. She could read their goals, their registers, their likely behaviors under pressure. The sorting happened quickly, in the first minutes of contact, and was rarely wrong. Darce Ollero had not sorted. This was unusual. The woman was apparently competent, apparently professional, apparently not interested in Mina as a social entity or a threat or a performance to evaluate. None of that explained the particular blankness in the part of Mina's taxonomy where an assessment should have been. She considered it. You could read most people by understanding what they wanted from you. It was the simplest analysis, the baseline. What Darce Ollero seemed to want from Mina was nothing, which was an answer, but not a useful one, and Mina's mind had a low tolerance for incomplete answers. She drank the lukewarm water.
Fine.
So she couldn't read her. That was not interesting. That was simply a gap in data, a person she hadn't encountered the right version of yet. It would resolve. Most things did. She set the cup down and went back to the set. That evening, after the session wrapped and the production team had dispersed and the lot had settled into its quiet, Mina sat in the car she'd parked in the structure beside the lot and made her nightly call to the one person she spoke to without a register, a friend from before, who knew what before meant and never asked her to explain it. The call lasted 12 minutes, which was shorter than usual. She was not distressed. She was simply more distracted than usual, which she was not going to examine. "How is it?" the friend asked. "Good," Mina said. "Manageable." "Any complications?" She thought about the green room, the cooler, the woman who had walked in and out of the room without once performing anything in her direction. "Not yet," she said. She said goodbye and drove back to the hotel. The city was settling into its evening routine around her, the ordinary traffic and light and noise of a place that didn't know it was anyone's stage. She drove through it at an even pace with a particular feeling she sometimes had after a long day of being precisely who she needed to be, when the precision had worked perfectly and the exhaustion arrived not from failure, but from maintenance. It would get easier. The first days always felt like this. By week 2 she would have her footing, her calibrations, her reading of the room structure, and the people in it. She would figure out Darce Ollero or she would not, and either way it would resolve into something manageable, the way everything did. The gold ring caught the light from the parking structure. She pulled into the hotel lot and went inside. Chapter 5: The Wrong Contestant. 3 weeks into filming, Darce had constructed complete narrative arcs for 8 of the 12 contestants and provisional arcs for 3 more. The 12th was Vasell. This was not unusual. Some contestants required more footage before their arc emerged. The ones who moved differently on camera, who required a different editorial logic, whose story was legible in dailies, but not yet in structure. Darce had told herself this for 2 weeks running, and it had been true for 2 weeks, and now on week 3 she was sitting in the edit bay with 6 hours of raw footage and a document that had Vasell's name at the top and 45 minutes worth of timestamps and no through line. It was 8:47 in the evening. The production offices were mostly empty. Priya had gone home at 7 and told Darce to also go home at 7, which Darce had acknowledged in the way she acknowledged most advice she did not intend to take. She pulled up the first sequence. The format required specific kinds of footage from each contestant: the confessional interviews, the group scenes, the one-on-one dates, the production-engineered moments of social friction that were the show's primary architecture. Vasell was present in all of them. She was, by any objective measure, excellent television. Warm, specific, compelling in the particular way that people were compelling when they appeared to be fully present rather than performing presence. The camera liked her. The other contestants liked her. She navigated the format's social dynamics with an ease that read as natural rather than strategic, and when the format required her to express emotion, she expressed it with a specificity and authenticity that made the viewing experience feel genuine. She was, in other words, exactly what she appeared to be. This was the problem. Darce rewound a sequence and watched it again. This time she was not watching for the emotional content or the narrative utility. She was watching the architecture of it. The way Vasell moved through the frame, the way she oriented herself in group scenes, the way her expression calibrated in the quarter second before she responded to something. The specific quality of attention she brought to the people around her. The way she sometimes looked off camera with a flatness that was not boredom, but something more private, something that was clearly not for the frame. Watching this way, she found the seam. Not a lie, exactly. Not performance in the cynical sense. But she reached for the right vocabulary, a fluency to it. The naturalness was too complete. The ease had been assembled, at some point, from something that was not naturally easy. She had encountered this quality before, in people who had learned to be social in the way that some people learned a second language, to the point of fluency, past fluency, to the point where you'd never know it wasn't native, and then you noticed a thing, a small thing, the half-second of retrieval before a word that a native speaker wouldn't need to retrieve. She watched 4 more sequences. There it was, again and again. Not a lie, but a calibration. A thermostat, constantly adjusting. A room reader. The function of the villain edit was to organize a contestant's story around that quality. It was a reasonable editorial choice. A woman who was too good at managing her own image was standard reality television material. The audience liked to watch the mask slip, liked the moment when the calculated person revealed calculation, liked the drama of discovered performance. Darce had built this arc many times. She knew the timestamps to pull, the sequence in which to arrange them, the exact editorial logic that would transform warmth into strategy, legibility into manipulation. She had started building it. 3 days ago, she'd pulled 11 timestamps and a working document with a rough structure. It was clean work. It would make compelling television. She looked at the first timestamp now and did not select it. She put the cursor on a sequence she had flagged for a different reason, not for the arc she'd been building, but for something she'd noted and set aside. It was from the second week of filming a group dinner scene. Vasell, mid-table, had been mid-sentence in a conversation with one of the other contestants when the conversation shifted abruptly, a producer off-camera directing the group's attention elsewhere. Everyone at the table turned. Vasell turned too, because that was the appropriate social response. But in the half-second before she turned, in the gap between the conversation ending and her attention redirecting, there was something in her face that was not for the camera, was not for any of the people at the table, was not part of any register Darce had seen from her in 3 weeks of footage. It was not dramatic. It was not revelatory. It lasted 4 seconds, from the moment the conversation ended to the moment she looked toward the camera, and in those 4 seconds Vasell's face did something that it had not done in any other sequence Darce had reviewed. It simply was. Not performing warmth, not calibrating response, not assessing the room. The 4 seconds had the specific quality of a moment when someone forgets to perform because no one is supposed to be watching and the camera catches it anyway. Whatever lived in those 4 seconds, something quiet and self-contained and faintly sad and private in a way that didn't seem to require an audience, was simply there. Then the camera shifted, she turned, and it was gone. Darce watched it.
She rewound it.
She watched it again. She was aware, as she did this, that she was not watching it the way she watched usable footage. She was watching it the way she watched things that were not for her, with the specific quality of attention you brought to something you had come across by accident and were not supposed to have seen. She sat with this for a moment. Then the door of the edit bay opened and Garrett Voss came in with a cup of coffee and the mild and pleasant expression he maintained as a kind of permanent atmospheric condition. "Still at it," he said. "Not a question." "Season structure," Darce said. She did not close the laptop because closing it would communicate something she didn't want to communicate, and she was in the habit of not communicating things she hadn't decided to communicate yet. Garrett looked at the monitors with the casual glance of someone who is very good at not appearing to look at things. "How are the contestants shaping up?" "Solidly. I've been watching the group cuts." He was quiet for a moment in the way he was quiet, not for comfort, but for effect. "Contestant 2 Vasell? She's very watchable." "She is. Interesting quality. The camera really finds her." "Several of the Season 2 candidates are strong," Darce said in a neutral and closing register she kept available for conversations she did not want to continue. Garrett absorbed this without appearing to absorb it, which was his method. He had a gift for receiving deflection without acknowledging that deflection had occurred, which was either a professional asset or a sign of a particular kind of inattention. She had never decided which. "Good group," he said. "Looking forward to seeing how the arcs develop." He left. Darce looked at the door for a moment after it closed. Again that habit, the read of the empty space where a person had been. Then she looked at the monitor, at the paused footage with the cursor resting on a timestamp she hadn't selected. She thought about the villain edit. The 11 timestamps, the clean structure, the arc she'd been building. She thought about the 4 seconds. It was bad practice to build a story around a single unguarded moment. The story she'd been constructing was a legitimate editorial choice, supportable by the footage. There was nothing in the 4 seconds that was usable, not in any professional sense. It was ambient footage, incidental coverage, the kind of clip that existed in every shoot and was never included in a cut, because it wasn't doing the work the format required. She thought about the question Vasell had answered in her casting file. The gap between what someone knows about you and what you know about yourself. She did not, she reminded herself, know this person. She had 6 hours of footage and a casting file and 3 weeks of professionally adjacent proximity. She had a document with 11 timestamps and a coherent villain arc. She had a 4-second clip of something she didn't have a word for. Very slowly, she moved the cursor to the villain edit document. She read through the timestamps. She read the structure notes. She looked at the arc she'd constructed. Then she opened a new document, moved the villain edit file into a folder she labeled with a number rather than a name, and started again. She wasn't sure why. She would have said if anyone had asked that the arc wasn't supported by the evidence, which was true, partially in that the footage showed a person whose social fluency was real rather than merely strategic, and that building a villain edit around social fluency was intellectually dishonest, and she had standards. This was a sufficient professional justification, and she was comfortable with it. She was less comfortable with the other part, which she did not name. Outside the edit bay windows, the lot was fully dark. She worked for another 40 minutes on a different structure, one that used Vasell's warmth as the arc's engine rather than its mask, that found the story in the way people responded to her rather than in the gap between the response and the truth. It was a better story. She knew it was a better story. When she finally closed the laptop and turned off the monitors, she sat for a moment in the specific dark of the edit bay. She had spent a decade building her career on a single reliable principle. If you could find the shape of a person's story, you could write around them. Find the through line. Find the want and the need, and the gap between them. Find the moment of truth buried in the performance. She had found the through line on every contestant she'd ever worked with. 37 documented contestants over 4 seasons of 2 different shows. She had pulled their arcs from raw footage and assembled their stories with the confidence of someone who understood that people, like narratives, had a limited vocabulary of shapes. Vasell had a through line. She knew it was there. She had, in fact, seen 4 seconds of it. She was not, for reasons she was not prepared to examine in an empty edit bay at 9:30 on a Thursday evening, going to build a story around it. She got her jacket and went home. In the parking structure, she sat in her car for a moment with the engine off. The lot was quiet. The greenroom window was dark. She started the engine. She would figure this out. She was good at this. She would find the story that was actually there and she would build it properly, and that would be the end of the analysis, because she was a professional and this was a professional context, and the fact that a contestant had 4 seconds of unguarded footage that she had rewound twice did not constitute a complication of any kind. She drove home. She rewound it once more in her mind on the way, and then deliberately did not think about it at all, which was its own kind of thinking about it. Chapter 6. Off script. The rain arrived without announcement, the way it did in this city. Not a gradual building, but a sudden assertion. The sky deciding mid-afternoon that the day had been provisional, and it was now correcting that. The location shoot had been scheduled for an outdoor venue 40 minutes from the lot, which meant that by the time the crew arrived, set up, and registered the weather, 2 hours of the production schedule had become negotiable. Mina sat in the back of a production van with her phone and the particular composure of someone who is good at waiting. She had been good at waiting for 4 years. She was good at most things that required not moving. The other contestants had scattered to various holding options, the location's covered entrance, a second vehicle, the small cafe they'd passed 2 blocks back. Mina had remained in the van because it was closest and because she'd learned in the first weeks of production that the small choices, where you waited, who you sat near, how you managed the unscripted time, were actually the choices that mattered. The cameras weren't running now, but the cameras were always, in some functional sense, running. She was 20 minutes into a very long article on her phone that she was not reading when the front passenger door opened and someone got in. Dark trousers. The slight damp at the shoulder from the distance between wherever she'd come from and the van door. Mina looked up, registered her, and looked back at her phone with a half-second recalibration of someone adjusting to an unexpected variable. Darce Ollero settled into the passenger seat, technically the front, a full row ahead of Mina, which made the van's geography clear in the way that it was sometimes useful for geography to be clear, and opened her laptop. She did not look back. She pulled up a document and began to type with the focused velocity of someone who had decided the 2 hours were not going to be wasted. Mina watched the back of her head for a moment, then returned to the article. 3 minutes passed in a silence that was perfectly functional. Mina was accustomed to functional silences. She spent a meaningful portion of her life in them. This one had a different quality that she didn't immediately identify. It took her a moment to understand that it was because this silence was not about her. It was not the silence of someone being careful around her, or performing indifference, or waiting for her to perform something back. It was simply the silence of a person working, in the way that people worked when they were not thinking about anyone else in the room. She found this, as she had found it in the green room 3 weeks ago, more disorienting than it should have been. The rain on the van roof made the particular white noise of rain on metal, not unpleasant, insulating, the kind of sound that made a small space feel smaller in a way that was either intimate or claustrophobic depending on the other person in it. Darce typed something, deleted it, typed something else. Segment 3, or the whole episode? Mina asked. A pause. Darce turned her head slightly, but not all the way around. What? You've deleted the same section 4 times. I'm trying to determine the scale of the problem. A beat of silence. Mina was aware that this could land in any number of ways, as presumptuous, as intrusive, as the kind of comment that invited a professional correction about what it meant when the talent addressed the head writer during production. She had said it anyway, which was interesting, because she very rarely said things she hadn't pre-approved. Segment 4. Darce said finally. The transition after the elimination scene. It's not landing. What does the network want it to do? Feel like resolution. She said this the way you said things you found slightly contemptible. The episode needs to land as an arrival rather than a passage. Their note. And you think it's a passage. I think it's a passage that they're trying to turn into an arrival by adding a violin sting, which is what we do when we don't trust the material. She paused. That's more than you needed to know. I asked. You did. Another silence different from the first. Mina looked at the rain on the window. The drops had started running into each other, making irregular channels down the glass, the kind of randomness that wasn't random because it followed the physics of water, even when you couldn't see the physics. What would make it an arrival? Mina asked. I don't know yet. Darce said this without embarrassment, which was not the usual delivery for admissions of professional uncertainty. I'm trying to find what the scene is actually about underneath what we filmed it to be about. Sometimes there's a gap. And when there's a gap, you close it or you make the gap the story. One or the other. Mina thought about this. Which do you usually do? Close it, Darce said. When I can. What does that look like? Finding a piece of footage I wasn't planning to use. Something that says the true thing instead of the assigned thing. She was still not looking back, was still addressing her laptop, and there was something about this. The talking to the screen rather than to Mina, the way the conversation was happening at an angle from the normal social geometry, that made Mina feel, unexpectedly, that she was being spoken to rather than addressed. There's usually something in the dailies. Someone looking away at the wrong moment. A sentence that trails off before the prepared ending. Mina looked at the window. She was aware of something that she could describe, accurately and without drama, as a choice point. The conversation had arrived at a register that was not personal, exactly, but adjacent to it. Real in a way that invited more realness in return, and Mina had a policy about that kind of invitation because she had built a life around a very careful management of what she returned. She said, "You ever close it the wrong way? Find the piece of footage, and then figure out later it was doing something other than what you thought." A longer pause this time. Darce turned around. Not fully. She had turned so that Mina could see her in three-quarter profile, the scar through the eyebrow, the dark eyes with their quality of permanent note-taking. She was looking at Mina in a way that was different from the professional non-looking of the Greenroom and the edit bay. Not a professional assessment. Something more direct and considerably less categorizable. Yes, Darce said. Occasionally. What do you do then? Recut it. She held Mina's gaze for a moment. Usually late. Mina understood, in the particular way she understood subtext because she had spent years living inside it, that they were not only talking about editorial process. She also understood that she had no reliable map for what they were talking about instead, which was new information about herself. That sounds like the harder version, she said. It is. Darce turned back to the screen. But it makes the episode better. The rain continued. Mina's phone was still in her hand with the article she wasn't reading. At some point she had stopped even performing reading it. They did not talk for several minutes after that, and the silence had changed again, not functional now, not the silence of a person working and a person waiting in the same space. Something with more weight to it. The kind of silence that existed between people who had said something real and were deciding what to do with the having said it. Mina said, "You never use the villain edit." It was the thing she had been most aware of and least able to account for in 3 weeks of watching how the dailies were being shaped. She should have been the villain edit by the logic of the format, by the structure of what she was doing here, by everything she understood about how this kind of television was built. The room reader, the calibrated performance. The woman who was too good at this. Darce did not react visibly. She typed a phrase, read it, left it. What makes you say that? I can tell what the cuts are doing. Most of the time. She paused. You're not building it around strategy. You're building it around response. The way people react to me rather than what I'm doing. Is that a complaint?
No.
She said it too quickly, and then more slowly. No. It just isn't what I expected. What did you expect? She thought about it. The version that makes me the thing happening to other people, rather than a person things are happening to. Darce was quiet for long enough that Mina thought she wasn't going to answer. Then, the other version was dishonest. Mina felt that land somewhere in the middle of her chest, in the specific place where things landed when they were truer than she'd been prepared for. She stopped. Go ahead. That's a significant thing to say about someone you don't know. I know what I filmed, Darce said. That's different from knowing you. But it's not nothing. Outside the rain was thinning. Someone from the production crew was walking back toward the van, which meant the window was probably closing. The schedule would reassert. The cameras would go up. they would all return to the format and its demands and the carefully delineated structure of who each of them was in this context. Mina looked at the back of Darce's head. The slight tension across the shoulders that she'd been cataloging without meaning to for 3 weeks, the specific posture of someone who was always slightly ahead of whatever the room was doing, always already in the position of having assessed. She said, quietly, because the production crew member was close now, "The thing you filmed, what did it look like?" Darce's fingers went still on the keyboard for 1 beat. Then she was typing again, unhurried, not looking back. "Like someone deciding something," she said. The van door opened. The production coordinator leaned in with the news that the location was possible if they moved quickly, which meant the 2 hours were over and the schedule was back. Mina pocketed her phone. She got out of the van and into the light rain and found her mark and became, with the ease of long practice, the person the camera was looking for. She didn't look at Darce. She thought about deciding something. All the way through the afternoon shoot, in the narrow margin of attention she kept private even when the cameras were running. Chapter 7. The storyline she didn't write. The Daily's review ran until 9, which was 20 minutes longer than it should have but 40 minutes shorter than Darce had expected given the location shoot's compressed schedule and the coverage gaps the rain had created. She worked through the footage with the specific focus of someone who had been doing this long enough that the fatigue lived below the threshold of the actual work, present but not relevant. When the review was done, she stayed. This was not unusual. What was unusual was that she stayed in the green room rather than the edit bay, which she recognized as a deviation from pattern and did not examine too closely. The green room at 9 on a Tuesday was a different room than the green room at 4 in the afternoon. The cooler was still running. Someone had fixed it, finally, though she'd need to check whether they'd actually serviced it or simply restarted it, because restarting it was a temporary solution, and she had been meaning to put in a permanent work order since episode 3. The couch was occupied, briefly, by 2 crew members eating takeout who looked at her when she came in and then went back to their food, because Darce's presence in a room communicated specifically and accurately that she was not available for conversation. She got coffee from the machine, which was having one of its cooperative evenings, and stood at the window with her back to the couch. The parking structure was a grid of lights. 2 cars, one of them hers. Someone's phone buzzing distantly in the production offices down the corridor. She was thinking about the van. She had spent the better part of the afternoon not thinking about the van, which had required more effort than it should have because the conversation in it kept surfacing in the available margins. The transition between one sequence and the next, the 3 minutes she'd spent waiting for footage to render, the walk from the location to her car in the thinning rain. She had a thorough and practiced method for managing this kind of persistent surface. She simply identified it, noted it as a data point, and returned to the work. The method had worked reliably for a decade. It was working less reliably than usual. The crew members finished their food and left, and the green room was quiet. The door opened. Mina came in without hesitation, went directly to the cooler, and then stopped. She looked at the cup in her hand and then at Darce, who had not turned around. "Working," Darce said. "The cooler's fixed," Mina observed. "Or restarted." "Restarted." Darce turned, because not turning at this point would have communicated something she hadn't decided to communicate. "They'll have to service it by the end of the week, or it'll go again." Mina took her water and moved, not to the couch, but to the far end of the room where the second window looked out at the side corridor rather than the parking structure. She stood there in the way she sometimes stood, and Darce had noticed this, had noted it 3 times now in the dailies and twice in person, with the quality of someone who had learned stillness rather than born into it, the trained stillness of a person who had found it useful. "Late for a contestant," Darce said. "Late for most people." Mina looked out the window. "I couldn't sleep. The hotel mattresses. The hotel mattresses are fine." A pause. "I just couldn't sleep." Darce drank her coffee. The machine had made it too strong, which was one of its 2 modes. She drank it anyway. She was aware that she had a number of available paths through this conversation. She could make it brief and professional and end it with something about the schedule tomorrow, which was both true and useful and would successfully route them back to the appropriate roles. She could leave entirely, which was also available. She could stay and allow the conversation to develop without steering it, which was not her usual practice because conversations that developed without steering tended to end up in territory she hadn't prepared for. She stayed. What were you writing in the van? Mina asked. Segment 4. Did you fix it? Partially. She had, in fact, found a piece of footage she hadn't been planning to use, a shot from the elimination sequence where the departing contestant looked back at the camera for 1 second longer than the scene required, and in that second you could see exactly what the scene was about, which was not loss but the specific fear of having been insufficient. She'd built the transition around it. It had landed. Found the right piece. The one doing the true thing rather than the assigned thing. Darce looked at her. Mina was looking at the corridor window and not at Darce, which was a different kind of eye contact, not the performed avoidance of someone being careful, but something more like the attention you gave to a conversation when you were listening rather than watching. Yes, Darce said. A silence that lasted long enough for both of them to have left it and didn't. Can I ask you something? Mina said. You've been asking me things. A different kind. She turned from the window then, and looked at Darce with an expression that Darce was classifying and reclassifying and arriving at the same answer each time, which was unguarded. The show frames love as an arrival. 8 weeks, a conclusion, someone chosen or not chosen. Arrival. Darce waited. Do you believe that? Mina asked. That it's an arrival. This was the thing Darce had not prepared a route for. She was aware of that. She was also aware that the question had been asked with the specific quality of a real question, not the performed curiosity that was Mina's default register, not the warm engagement she distributed evenly, but something that had come from somewhere she didn't often open. No, Darce said. What do you think it is? She looked at her coffee cup. A practice, she said. Ongoing. Not a destination you reach, but a thing you keep doing. She looked up. Which is terrible television, incidentally. The corner of Mina's mouth moved. Not the polished smile, not the calibrated warmth, the small involuntary shift of someone who had been reached unexpectedly. Why terrible television? Because television needs an ending and practice doesn't end. Darce set the coffee cup down on the windowsill. Practice is just the next time you show up to do it. There's no episode finale for that. So the show lies. The show simplifies. She considered. All narrative lies a little. That's the function of it, to impose shape on things that don't have natural shape. Love doesn't have a natural shape. Narrative gives it one so you can put it on a screen. Mina was quiet for a moment. That doesn't bother you. It used to. Darce thought about this, which was not something she usually did out loud, with another person present. I've made my peace with the fact that the shape is a useful fiction rather than the true thing. The shape serves people. It gives them a container for something that would otherwise be formless. She paused. The part one can't make my peace with is when the shape becomes more important than the thing it's containing. When the format takes over. When the format takes over, Darce agreed. Mina looked at her. The quality of the looking was different again. She was being read, Darce understood, the way she usually read people rather than being read by them, and the experience was disorienting in a way she hadn't expected, because she'd thought she had a complete account of what she was willing to be legible about, and apparently that account needed revising. You pulled a villain edit, Mina said. Not a question. A clarification. Yes. Why? I told you in the van. You told me the professional reason. She held Darce's gaze. What's the other one? Darce was very still for a moment. It was her tell, which she knew, and which she couldn't fully suppress, because the suppression itself required knowing it was happening, and right now the knowing was a beat behind. The other one is that the villain edit would have been a lie, she said. Not about what you're doing here. About what you are. She stopped. That's the limit of what I'm going to say about that. Mina accepted this with the equanimity of someone who understood the limit and was not going to push past it tonight. Okay, she said. Another silence. The building had settled around them into its late-night register. The distant cooling of the HVAC, the parking structure lights, the particular absence of production noise that made the space feel more like itself. The thing you said, Mina said eventually, about practice. What about it? Have you ever? She started the sentence and then did not finish it in the way she sometimes didn't finish sentences, the ellipsis that assumed you were following. Darce was following, but she waited. Have I ever practiced it? Darce said. A pause. Yes, Darce said.
Once.
For a while. She picked up her coffee cup and found it empty. It turned out I was better at understanding the shape of it than I was at the actual practice. She said this in the flat and honest register of something she had understood for long enough that it had stopped being painful in the way it had once been painful and had become simply a fact about herself. The kind of fact you held the same way you held any other piece of information about the architecture of your own life. Mina was looking at her with an expression that Darce did not have a category for, which was increasingly the problem with Mina. I should check the episode structure, Darce said. It's 9:30. The episode structure doesn't care what time it is. The corner of Mina's mouth moved again. That's a very sad sentence. It's a practical one. She moved to pick up her laptop from the console where she'd left it, and in the movement, the geography of the room shifted. She was no longer standing at the window but crossing the space between them, which put her 3 feet from Mina for the time it took to retrieve the bag from the hook beside the door. And in those 3 feet the air had a quality she had felt before, once or twice in her life, and which she was not going to document in any form or acknowledge in any specific way. She got to the door. Darce, Mina said.
She stopped.
The 4 seconds, Mina said. In the dinner scene. You rewound it. It was not a question. It was the delivery of a piece of information Mina had calculated and chosen to give, which Darce understood precisely, because it was exactly the method she used herself. She stood with her hand on the door frame and did not turn around. Good night, she said. She walked down the corridor to the edit bay. She put her laptop on the desk and sat down in front of it and looked at the segment 4 cut, which was good, clean, honest, doing exactly what it needed to do. She worked for 40 minutes on the segment 5 structure, which didn't need 40 minutes but got them anyway, and then she drove home and did not, with considerable deliberate effort, think about anything she had said or not said, or the specific quality of 3 feet of production van or greenroom air. She did not quite succeed. In the morning she pulled up the villain edit folder, the numbered one, the archive, and looked at the 11 timestamps. She didn't open any of them. She sat with the folder closed and thought about the episode she was actually building, the true one, the story that was there rather than the one that would have been easier. She closed the folder. She opened the dailies for yesterday's shoot and got to work. Chapter 8. Break into 2. The episode aired on a Thursday. Mina watched it from the hotel room that had been her primary address for the past 6 weeks, a room that was perfectly adequate and entirely impersonal, the kind of space that existed to be occupied rather than inhabited. She had arranged it over the weeks into a mild approximation of a place someone lived, books on the nightstand, a plant that was surviving, a coffee set up on the desk that used a different method than the hotel's machine because she had preferences and the preferences were genuinely hers. She turned the television on at 9 and then turned the volume down too low and then turned it back up and acknowledged to herself that she was not, as she had been telling herself all week, indifferent to the edit. The episode opened with the week 3 footage. She watched herself on screen with a familiar dual consciousness of someone accustomed to being filmed, the awareness of both the person in the footage and the editorial construction around it, the gap between the lived experience and the assembled version. She was good at this analysis. She had done it in brand strategy work in the minor productions, in the years of managing her own image with the careful precision of someone whose image was, in the most literal sense, the thing keeping her safe. She watched the episode for 7 minutes before she understood what was different. It wasn't the warmth in the edit. She'd been aware of that from the dailies, from the way the cuts were building around her. It was the specificity of the warmth. The episode had found her in 3 moments she hadn't registered as significant when they happened. A conversation with one of the other contestants about the format that she'd had with complete honesty because she'd forgotten there was a camera at the angle. A moment at lunch where she'd laughed at something Sable said in the real register, the lower one, the one that came from further down, and the cut had held on it. And a brief exterior shot where she was simply walking between the main house and the production area, not looking at anything in particular, with the expression she wore when no one was watching, which was apparently the expression this particular editor had decided was worth 2 seconds of screen time. She sat with this for a long moment. The woman who had assembled this episode knew the difference between her public warmth and the other kind, had found the other kind 3 times in 6 weeks of footage and had chosen, each time, to use it, had built the episode around the person rather than around the performance of the person, and had done it so cleanly that if you weren't looking for the seam you wouldn't know the seam was there. Someone had looked at the footage of Mina Vasell in the particular and patient way of someone who is paid to find stories, and had found her there, had found the real version or pieces of it, and had made those pieces the architecture rather than the exception. She sat on the hotel bed with her knees drawn up and the television running, and felt something that was uncomfortable to feel, and did not look away from it. She was not safe. She had believed she was safe here, the structured visibility, the contained performance, the format's clear parameters. She had not accounted for the head writer. And yet, she sat with this, turned it over. She was not in danger. That was a different thing from safe, and she needed to hold them separately. No one was going to find anything in the edit that would hurt her. The specific things that could hurt her were not in the footage. What was in the footage was simply her, in the moment she'd forgotten to be someone else, and the edit had not weaponized this or distorted it or built a story around it that was designed to make her into something she wasn't. It had, instead, made her into something she was.
She didn't know what to do with that.
She was 31 years old, and she genuinely didn't know what to do with that, which was information she found both clarifying and mildly devastating. She watched the rest of the episode. When it was over, she sat in the quiet of the room and thought about a woman who read documents in corridors without looking up, who sat in production vans and talked about the gap between the assigned thing and the true thing, who had pulled a villain edit and replaced it with something honest, and then not said anything about it until the episode aired. She picked up her phone. She put it down. She picked it up again and looked at the contact she'd saved 3 weeks ago as a production number rather than a name, which was what it had been when she saved it and which was no longer quite accurate. She put the phone down. She was not going to text the head writer about the episode. She was not going to construct a message about what the edit had done, what it had found, what it had. She didn't have the right word, and she mistrusted herself when she didn't have the right word because the absence of the right word usually meant she was avoiding the right word. What the edit had done was see her. She turned off the television and sat in the quiet and thought, I'm going to stay. Not for the show, which had 3 weeks left and had become, at some point in the last 6 weeks, irrelevant to her primary decision about why she was here. Not for the format or the structure or the 4 months of contained visibility that she'd told herself was the plan. She was going to stay because she was curious about what it felt like to be seen accurately and for how long it would last, which were 2 different questions, and she was aware that asking them at all was a departure from the project she'd been running for 4 years, and she was going to ask them anyway. She made herself a cup of coffee from the desk setup and got back into bed with a book and read 15 pages of it, which was a normal thing to do on a Thursday evening, which was what this was. It was fine. It was completely fine. She went to sleep at 11:30 and slept unusually well. In the production offices, the overnight ratings came in at 12:47, and by 1 in the morning Darce had read them twice. The numbers were good. Better than good, the best the show had done this season, which was the relevant comparison and specifically strong in the demographic the network cared most about, which was the one that was hardest to hold across a season. She looked at the breakdown with the professional satisfaction of work well done and made a note about the structural choice that had likely driven it, the elimination transition, the footage she'd found, the honest edit. She was in the edit bay because she was almost always in the edit bay at this hour if there was a reason to be. She had a cup of tea that had gone cold at her elbow and a segment 5 structure that she'd been refining for the past 2 hours in the quiet industry of someone who found late-night work congenial, who did some of their best thinking in the absent hours when there was no one to account to and no register to maintain. She looked at the ratings sheet. The numbers were good. She was aware, sitting in the edit bay at 1 in the morning looking at numbers that confirmed a professional judgment she'd made 3 weeks ago, that her judgment had been right for 2 reasons rather than 1. The professional reason was sufficient and clean and complete. The honest edit was the better edit. It served the format better. It had produced a more compelling episode than the alternative would have. This was true. She was confident in this. The other reason she was not going to examine at 1 in the morning. She filed the ratings sheet. She returned to segment 5. Segment 5 had a specific structural problem. The transition after the one-on-one date was landing soft, and she had been working around the footage trying to find where the scene actually ended versus where the cameras had stopped, because those were different things and the cut needed the former. She pulled up 3 angles of the same moment. She watched them in sequence. She watched them again. She was aware that she had been, for 6 weeks now, building an episode around a specific contestant in a way that was departing from her usual editorial practice. Her usual practice was architecture. Find the structure that serves the season, fill the structure with the most usable footage, let the story emerge from the building rather than building toward a story. She had always been clear-eyed about this. The story was not the point. The point was the structure that made the story possible. Mina Vasell's footage did not slot into an architecture. The architecture kept rearranging itself around her instead, which was the specific inversion of her usual process, and Darce had been treating this as a professional problem that would resolve with sufficient editorial attention. She was aware, at 1 a.m, that this framing was not fully accurate. Priya had said, without looking up from her monitor, "Or maybe you just actually like her." Darce had not responded to this. She had been not responding to it for 3 weeks with the methodical persistence of someone who had decided that the correct approach was to treat the statement as a joke until it became inaccurate through repeated treatment as a joke. She looked at the segment 5 footage. The scene she was working with was from the one-on-one date, a beach location, natural light, the particular kind of shooting day where everything went slightly sideways and the footage you got was better than the footage you'd planned because the sideways moments were the real ones. Vasell and the lead on the date, walking along the shoreline. The lead saying something that hadn't been in the script. Vasell stopping mid-step to listen, and then laughing. The real one, the lower one, the one that arrived slightly delayed and landed differently than the performed version. Darce had 17 seconds of this. She watched it. She thought about what Priya would say, which she knew, which was the thought that made her close. The laptop at 1:45 and pack up and go home. She drove back to her apartment through the empty early morning city, and in the specific piece of no traffic she allowed herself, briefly, to think about Thursday evening, the Greenroom, the things she had said that she hadn't planned to say, the things Mina had said in return, the quality of 3 feet of late-night corridor, and what it felt like to walk out of a room knowing someone was still in it. She parked. She sat in the car for a moment. She thought. The edit was the right call. She knew that was true. She knew it was true for the right reasons, the clean reasons, the professional reasons. She thought, that's not the only true thing here. She got out of the car and went inside. She made herself a glass of water and drank it standing at the kitchen counter and looked out at the city, which was quiet and lit in the particular way it was lit before dawn, which was her favorite version of it. She was, as of tonight, a professional who had built an honest episode and gotten the numbers that came with honest work. She was also, and she allowed this, alone in her kitchen at 2 a.m, in the way she sometimes allowed herself exactly one honest recognition of a thing before she filed it, a person who had been thinking about a contestant for 6 weeks and had not been able to stop, and who had tonight confirmed that this was not going to resolve itself through editorial distance or professional clarity or the simple passage of time. She filed it. She went to bed. She did not sleep for a while, and she had already known she wouldn't, and she was fine. Chapter 9. What the Greenroom Hears. 6 weeks into filming, Sable had developed a taxonomy of Mina Vasell. She had not done this strategically. Sable didn't approach people strategically. She found the approach exhausting and also unnecessary, because people revealed themselves readily to someone who was paying genuine attention, and Sable paid genuine attention as a baseline rather than an effort. The taxonomy of Mina had assembled itself the way most things assemble themselves for Sable, by accumulation, without agenda, over shared meals and production delays, and the particular enforced proximity of a reality show schedule, which put 10 people in the same spaces at the same hours for weeks at a time, and made intimacy, if not inevitable, at least very difficult to prevent. What she had so far. Mina had 2 laughs. The one she used most was warm and social and arrived at the correct moments with a correct energy and was, by most assessments, genuine. The other one, which Sable had heard maybe 6 times total, always when Mina was briefly off guard, was lower, slightly slower, and made whatever you'd said to produce it feel like an accomplishment. Mina noticed everything. Not in the anxious, scanning way of someone who is afraid of what they'd find, but in the quiet, permanent way of someone who had been paying attention for so long they no longer experienced it as effort. She knew who'd moved furniture in the holding area. She knew the crew's coffee orders without being told. She remembered exact phrasing from conversations 3 weeks prior and could produce it without telegraphing that she'd retained it. Mina was funny. This was the discovery Sable found most interesting because the funny version was the one Mina apparently kept in reserve, the dry precision of it, the timing, the specific wit that arrived sideways rather than announced. The contestants who knew her well enough to have received it regularly were Sable and no one else. This seemed, to Sable, like a significant misallocation of resources. She said this to Mina on a Wednesday, over the dinner that had migrated offset to a restaurant 3 blocks from the hotel because the production catering had committed some unspecified offense against an ingredient Sable refused to name. "You're funnier than you let on," Sable said. Mina looked up from her food.
I'm appropriately funny.
That's a very specific defense. I'm calibrated to context. Okay, but your context is wrong. Sable pointed her fork. She was a habitual pointer, which Mina had noted and found she didn't mind. Off camera, you're actually funny. On camera, you're warm. Those are 2 different things.
A pause.
The restaurant was busy enough around them to absorb the conversation. They both work, Mina said.
Sure.
But the warm version is what the room expects, so it reads as the real thing. The funny version is what the room doesn't expect, so when it arrives it lands harder. Sable ate something and gestured with a fork in a way that was now clearly just a mannerism. You're selective about the thing that lands harder. Mina put her fork down and looked at Sable with an expression that was not defensive. Sable had never seen Mina defensive, had come to understand that Mina had something more sophisticated than defensiveness at her disposal, but was the expression she wore when something had gotten further and then she'd planned to let it. Yes, Mina said. Why? A longer pause. The warm version costs less. Sable looked at her. Mina looked back with the patient steadiness of someone who had said the honest thing and was waiting to see what happened to it. Costs less than what? Sable asked, then caring whether the landing worked. This was the kind of sentence that Sable stored away without comment because she had learned that the sentences worth keeping required space rather than response.
She ate.
She let the sentence sit between them. After a while she said, "Are you actually trying to be here? On the show?" "I'm here." "That's not what I asked." Mina was quiet. She had the particular stillness she sometimes had, not discomfort, something more considered. "I came here for specific reasons," she said finally. "Some of them are the reasons I said they were. Some of them are," she stopped. "More complicated. The visibility thing." "Partly." "And the other part?" Mina picked up her fork again. "I'm not sure yet." Sable accepted this. The not sure yet was its own kind of honesty, and she'd rather have the not sure yet than the version that filled in a tidy answer. She returned to her food and thought about the other thing she'd noticed, the one she'd been sitting on for 3 weeks because she wasn't sure how to say it or whether it was hers to say. She said it. "You go to the green room." Mina stilled in the particular way that was not a flinch. Mina didn't flinch, but she had a version of going very still that served the same function. "Everyone uses the green room," Mina said. "Sure." Sable kept her tone completely neutral, which was the register that Mina was least able to deflect. "But you go there in the evenings. Between 6 and 9, specifically. Which is also when the head writer is usually there." A silence. "I've noticed," Mina said. "I imagine you have." Sable glanced at her. "I've also noticed that when you come back from the green room you're always slightly more," she considered the word, "present. Than when you went." The word landed. Mina's expression did the thing it did when something had gotten through. "That's not," she started. "I'm not making an accusation," Sable said. "I don't even have a category for what I'm saying. I'm just..." She gestured with the fork in a way that this time was looking for the right word rather than making a point. "Observing." Mina looked at her plate. "She doesn't perform warmth at me," Mina said, very quietly, and not in the direction of making eye contact. "I spend a significant amount of time being warmed at. By the format, by the other contestants, it's the context. Everyone is performing accessibility. She just doesn't. Sable waited. It's difficult to explain why that's. Another stop. Why I notice it. You don't have to explain it, Sable said. I'm not asking for an explanation. What are you asking for?
Sable thought about it.
Nothing really. I just wanted you to know that I see it, in case it's useful for someone to see it. Mina looked at her then, fully, with an expression that Sable filed in the same category as the real laugh, the things that only arrived when the usual calibration was briefly suspended.
You're a lot, Mina said.
I know, Sable agreed. But I'm your kind of a lot. The corner of Mina's mouth. The real one, not the performed one. Don't make that sound like a threat. It's an observation. I'm very good at those. She smiled. Eat your food. Mina ate her food. The conversation moved elsewhere. The final 2 weeks of the schedule, the elimination structure that was becoming visibly more complicated as the field narrowed, the logistical reality of living in a hotel long enough that you started to have opinions about the soap. It moved the way good conversations moved, without tracking its own progress, adding up to something only if you looked at all of it at once. Walking back to the hotel afterward, Mina was quiet in the way that was full rather than empty. Sable, she said, when they were at the hotel entrance. Thank you. For, she stopped. Started again. For saying it like it wasn't a thing. Sable looked at her. It's not a thing until you decide what it is.
No.
A pause. That's yes. She went inside. Sable stood at the entrance for a moment and thought about the word present and the way Mina looked when she came back from the Greenroom and the fact that Mina was one of the most contained people she'd ever met and was, by increments, becoming slightly less so. She went inside, too. The Greenroom continued to be the Greenroom. Mina could not have said, if asked, when the pattern had become a pattern, when the evenings in that particular room had stopped being incidental and started being something she was, with some level of awareness, moving toward. She was honest with herself about most things, in the private interior that remained entirely her own regardless of everything else, and the honesty told her the timing was around week 4, which was approximately when she'd stopped pretending she was there, because the cooler was convenient. Darce was not always there. The pattern was irregular enough that it never felt constructed, which was, Mina had come to understand, Darce's texture in general, the uncalculated quality that was her specific register, the way she moved through professional space without performing ease or efficiency, simply having both. On the evenings when the Greenroom was empty, Mina got her water and left, and did not examine whether she was disappointed. On the evenings when it wasn't empty, the conversations happened. They had a specific grammar. They did not begin with preamble or social ceremony. Mina would arrive, get water or coffee, find a place to stand that was not adjacent to wherever Darce was standing, and then one of them would say something that was not a greeting, but was the actual beginning of whatever the conversation was going to be. The conversations ranged across territory that Mina could not have predicted at the start of the season. The architecture of narrative, the mechanics of the show's format, a piece of industry news that one of them had read and found worth examining, a question that arrived without context and turned out to contain a great deal of it. What they did not talk about, anything personal, anything that required disclosure, anything that broke the professional and contextual frame they were both, by unspoken agreement, maintaining. What Mina was aware of, as weeks 5 and 6 went by, the frame was getting smaller. Not because either of them was pressing against it. The opposite, in fact, they were both, with a care that she recognized as mutual and deliberate, staying inside the lines. The problem was that the lines were moving. The territory available to them inside the professional frame kept expanding, imperceptibly, one honest exchange at a time, and the frame itself was following. Staying inside it now required being somewhere they hadn't been at the start of the season. She was aware of this. She thought Darce was aware of it too. She thought about what Sable had said. I just wanted you to know that I see it. She thought about Darce's hands on the laptop keyboard going still for 1 beat when she'd said 4 seconds, and the Greenroom, and you rewound it. She thought about being present. She got water from the cooler, which had been serviced now and was running cold, and stood at the west window and watched the parking structure lights and did not think of any of this as a problem, which was not how she'd started the season but was apparently how she was ending it. The coffee machine made its sound. She drank her water and went back to the hotel and slept fine, which she was choosing to treat as information rather than coincidence. Chapter 10: How to Write Someone You Can't Figure Out. The writer's room was smaller than usual on a Wednesday afternoon. Two of the team were at a location scout. One had called in sick in the specific way that meant she would be back tomorrow and did not require follow-up, and the fourth was managing a coverage gap from the previous day's shoot that had required emergency phone calls to the scheduling department. This left Darce and Priya in the room with a shared whiteboard, a disagreement about episode 6 structure, and the remains of a working lunch that had concluded 40 minutes ago. She has too many beats, Darce said.
Priya looked at the whiteboard.
She has the same number of beats as everyone else. The other contestants' beats are discrete. Hers are. Darce found the word. Accumulative. They compound. You can't put them in the same episode slots because they're doing different work. Right, because you've given her different work. The footage supports it. The footage supports it because you've been pulling specific footage. Priya turned from the whiteboard to look at Darce with the expression she deployed when she was being both accurate and kind, which was a combination Darce found distinctly difficult to deflect. I'm not criticizing the editorial call. The episodes are better for it. I'm saying you know why the footage is what it is.
Darce looked at the whiteboard.
The footage is what it is because she's a compelling subject. Sure. Priya picked up her coffee. She's also the only contestant in 2 seasons of this show whose confessional arc you've recut 3 times. I recut everyone. Twice, usually. And at the beginning of the episode run, not mid-season. She drank her coffee. You're also the only person in this building who knows what her laugh sounds like when she's not performing it, which I know because I heard you describe it to yourself in the edit bay on Tuesday when you thought no one was listening. A pause. You heard that. The edit bay acoustics are not as private as you think. Priya said this without judgment and without particular ceremony, in the register of someone delivering a fact that the other person needed to have. Darce. It's not, she stopped. I know it's not. Priya set down her coffee. I'm not saying it's anything. I'm saying that contestant 2 is resistant to narrative. She used Darce's own phrase back at her, precisely, and without inflection. For a reason that has nothing to do with your editorial instinct and everything to do with the fact that you actually like her. Which is, she considered.
Fine. Genuinely fine.
She seems like a real person. That's worth liking. Darce looked at the whiteboard for a long time. It's a complication, she said. It is, Priya agreed. It's a pretty solvable complication, though, depending on what you do with it. She's a contestant. She will stop being a contestant in 3 weeks. That's not, she stopped again. It's not a conversation I'm having. Okay, Priya said. I mean that. I know you mean it. Priya picked up a marker and turned back to the whiteboard with the grace of someone who knew exactly where the line was and was not going to push past it.
So.
Episode 6 structure. The beats that compound rather than accumulate. Darce looked at the board. The episode's 6 beats were written out in her handwriting. She used a specific system, color-coded for narrative function, that Priya had learned to read years ago and which was currently showing, in the warm yellow she used for genuine emotional moments rather than manufactured ones, a disproportionate distribution around a single contestant's thread. The pool scene needs to move, Darce said. It's doing emotional work that belongs earlier in the episode. Agreed. Where? After the group activity, before the confessional. That's a tonal jump. The jump is the point. The confessional lands harder if the pool scene precedes it. She found the marker and moved the notation. The warmth reads differently when it's placed against the isolation rather than after it. They worked for 90 minutes on the structure, moving beats, testing sequences, arguing about 2 transition points, and reaching different conclusions on each. This was the part of the work Darce found most reliable, the architecture of it, the logic of sequence and weight and pacing, the way a story could be almost right and then, with a single reordering, become exactly right. The satisfaction of it was clean and repeatable in a way that other satisfactions were not. She was good at this. She had always been good at this. The thing Priya had said, you actually like her, sat somewhere in her peripheral awareness the way things sat when she'd acknowledged them and hadn't yet decided what to do with them. She was aware that she had a policy about peripheral acknowledgement, It was a temporary state. You filed something in the periphery, and eventually you had to file it somewhere else, somewhere more permanent, because the periphery had a capacity limit and Darce had been managing hers for a decade with the efficiency of someone who had convinced themselves the capacity limit was not finite. The capacity limit was becoming relevant. She looked at the warm yellow notation around episode 6 central thread and thought about accuracy. The episodes were more accurate this season than they'd ever been on this show, and she knew why, and the why was a professional reason and also another reason, and she had been treating the professional reason as sufficient for 6 weeks, and it was, without question, sufficient. It was also not the complete account.
Priya, she said.
Priya was annotating a transition. The Greenroom situation. Priya set down the marker. She turned from the board with the particular care of someone who had been waiting for the sentence and had prepared to receive it.
What about it? She said.
It's a pattern. Yes. I need to know if that's... She stopped. She was aware of several different ways to complete the sentence and was aware that none of them were the one she meant, and that the one she meant was too direct for her current capacity. If that's legible. Priya looked at her. To who? She asked. Anyone. It's not legible because there's nothing happening, Priya said. People use the Greenroom. You both use the Greenroom. She paused. If you're asking whether it's legible to me, then yes. But I have context that other people don't have. The Edit Bay acoustics. Among other things. Priya held her gaze.
Darce.
Nothing has happened. I know. Then why? Because something might. She said it in the flat register she used for facts that didn't require elaboration. Eventually, if the current trajectory continues. Priya was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in the specific voice she used when she was going to be entirely direct, would that be a bad thing? It's complicated. That's not what I asked. A pause. No, Darce said. It would not be a bad thing. Priya nodded once, carefully, and picked up her marker. Then I'd suggest stopping treating it like one. They returned to the whiteboard. An hour later, with the episode 6 structure completed and the room cleared, Darce stayed to make final annotations while Priya packed up. She was writing notes on the transition between beats 4 and 5, the one that had been the most contested, the one that was now cleaner than it had been, when she heard Priya at the door. There's a wall between the writer's room and the Greenroom corridor, Priya said. Darce didn't look up. I know. The coffee machine is audible from in here when the hall doors open. I know that too. I'm just establishing the geography. She heard the smile in Priya's voice. Good night.
The door closed.
Darce sat with the whiteboard in the quiet of the writer's room. Through the wall, not audible. She knew the exact thickness of the wall, had known it for 2 seasons. The Greenroom continued in its evening state. The cooler running, the machine making its intermittent sound, the west window with its parking structure light. She was aware that in approximately 1 hour, at around 6:45, she would go to the Greenroom to check the monitor that needed checking, and that this check would take about 4 minutes, and that whether Mina was already there or arrived while she was there or arrived after she'd left was a variable she had stopped pretending she wasn't tracking. She was tracking it. She made her annotation and capped the marker and gathered her things. At 6:40, which was 5 minutes earlier than usual, she walked down the corridor to the Greenroom. The room was empty. She checked the monitor. It needed checking. This part was genuine. The playback settings had been misconfigured, and someone had to adjust them before the daily's review tomorrow. She adjusted them. She stood at the window for a moment with the evening settling around her. The door opened. She did not turn around immediately. She had a policy about not turning too quickly, about not communicating what with urgency, a policy she had maintained for 10 years because it was sound policy and because she had learned early that the body's first responses were not always the ones you wanted on record. She counted to 3. Then she turned. Mina stood in the doorway with one hand on the frame. She was not wearing the on-set version of herself, not the deliberately assembled presentation of the filming day, but the after-hours version that Darce had been cataloging without permission across 6 weeks of Greenroom evenings, the locks half up rather than styled, the gold ring catching the light, the slight softness around the edges that was the Real register and not the public one. She was looking at Darce in the way she looked at her in the evenings, which was the way that had no professional label. Monitor, Darce said. I know, Mina said. A pause. The distance between the door and the window console was 12 feet. There was equipment to the left, a cable tray that ran floor to ceiling, a monitor cart that had been parked at an angle since last week, which created a corridor between the door and the window that was narrower than 12 feet. Maybe 5, maybe 4.5, at the point where the cable tray jutted out furthest. Mina crossed the room toward the cooler, which was on the other side of the cable tray from the window console. They passed each other in the corridor. Not quite touching. The specific not quite that was different from simply not touching because it had a quality, the awareness of proximity as a fact that both of them were making decisions about in the half-second of passing, and both of them making the same decision. Mina got to the cooler. Darce got to the window. The monitor needed calibrating, Darce said. Not looking at her. I know, Mina said again. She was getting her water. The cooler's hum filled the brief silence. You fixed the playback issue from Tuesday? Yes. Good. A pause. The dailies from the beach shoot are in the review queue. I know. There's good footage in there. There usually is. She turned now. Mina was at the cooler with her water and was looking at her with the same expression she'd worn in the doorway. The one without a professional label. The one Darce was no longer pretending to not see. You've been watching the dailies. I watch everything, Mina said. You know that.
Ido.
Darce was very still. I know you watch everything. I know what your confessional structure looks like when you're speaking off the top verses, when you've thought about the answer in advance. I know which of the other contestants you've actually formed a connection with versus, which ones you're maintaining for format reasons. I know that you keep the gold ring on in every setting, including the ones where jewelry is usually removed for filming. She stopped. I know, she stopped again. Mina was looking at her with an expression that was completely open, which was not something she'd seen before, not this completely, not without any layer of management over it. The expression of someone who had decided to not perform anything while she heard this. You know, Mina said quietly. More than is professionally necessary, Darce said. Yes. A silence. The coffee machine made it sound. Darce did not move. Mina did not move. The cable tray cast its shadow across the corridor between them, and the evening light through the west window was doing what it did at this hour, which was making the room briefly habitable in the way that light sometimes made things briefly habitable, and which had nothing to do with anything except physics. I should get back to the Daily's review, Darce said. You should, Mina agreed. She was still looking at her. Before you go. Yes. The beach shoot footage. A pause. The laughing sequence. Sequence 3 in the Daily's queue. Darce already knew what was in Sequence 3. I've seen it, she said. I know you've seen it. The corner of Mina's mouth. The real corner. The one that meant what it meant. I was thinking about it. After. The real laugh. She tapped the ring against the side of her water bottle once. Twice. Not nervousness, Darce had learned, but the private rhythm of someone working something out. I don't usually let that one out. Not on camera. I know, Darce said. I know you know. A pause. I let it out anyway. She took her water and left. Darce stood at the window console and looked at the space where Mina had been standing and felt, in the quiet after, something that she had a word for but was not going to say out loud in a room that had audio equipment even when it was not recording. She stayed for a few more minutes. Then she went to the edit bay and pulled up Sequence 3 in the Daily's queue. She watched it. She watched it again. She saved it in the folder with no name. Chapter 11, The Interview Tape. The confessional interview format was something Mina had prepared for with the same thoroughness she brought to everything that was going to require her to perform transparency. The production team ran them weekly. A single contestant in a production chair against a neutral backdrop, no other cast present. A producer with a list of questions designed to elicit the kind of candid emotional material that the format required. She had done 4 of them. She had been excellent in all 4. The producer who ran them most often was a woman named Claudette, mid-40s, with the particular quality of someone who had been doing this long enough that she no longer telegraphed where a question was going before it arrived.
Mina respected this.
It made the sessions easier to navigate, in the way that competent opposition made a thing easier rather than harder. You knew where the edges were, You knew what the structure was, you could work within it. The fifth session was assigned to someone else. His name was Kyle. He was new to the show, picked up mid-season to cover a staffing gap in the production team, and he had the eager, slightly over-prepared quality of someone who had spent time reading about the format rather than working inside it. He had his questions on a tablet, which Claudette never did. He held the tablet at an angle that suggested he was glancing at it more often than his manner communicated. Mina registered all of this in the first 40 seconds and adjusted accordingly. The first 12 minutes were standard. He asked the questions he was supposed to ask, about the week's events, about her relationships with the other contestants, about the lead and the format's trajectory, and she gave him the answers that were true in the right proportions. Warm, specific, slightly more forthcoming than he expected, nothing that opened a door she hadn't chosen to open. Then he looked at his tablet and said, "What do you think you're actually looking for here? Not the show version. The real version." Mina heard the question land in a register she hadn't prepared for. It was not an unusual question in the abstract. It was the kind of question the format was built around, the kind of thing they were all supposed to be excavating on camera over 8 weeks of engineered proximity. She had answered versions of it before. She had a version of the answer she kept ready, the one that was true in the way that incomplete truths were true, something about connection, about being seen in context rather than in isolation, about the particular experiment of structured vulnerability. The version she had ready did not come out. What came out was, "I think I'm trying to find out if the real version of me is, if it's enough. On its own." She heard it as she said it. She heard the specific quality of it, not the warm and forthcoming register, not the calibrated openness. The other register. The one she had spent 4 years keeping for the single phone call at the end of a long day, for the private dark of a hotel room when the exhaustion was too complete for maintenance. Kyle said, with a slightly dazzled look of someone who had gotten more than they'd asked for, "Can you say more about that?" And the terrible thing, the thing she understood in the half-second before she answered, was that she could. She had spent a long time not being able to say more about it, specifically and deliberately, and something had shifted in the past 6 weeks. Something about the Greenroom and the evenings, and a woman who talked about the gap between the true thing and the assigned thing, and the something had shifted without her notice until exactly this moment, when a mid-season producer with a tablet was asking her a standard question, and she was about to say more. "I think I've spent a long time being exactly what any situation needed," she said, "and I came here to find out if I could be somewhere without doing that, and whether anywhere would still want me if I wasn't." 12 seconds. That was all. She measured it afterward in the way she measured everything that mattered, and it was 12 seconds of footage on camera, for that she had no way to unsay. She finished the rest of the session with precision. The 12 seconds were the only gap. She was back on register within a breath. The warm one, the calibrated one, the one that served the format and served her purpose and served the careful maintenance of a life she'd built from the ground up. Kyle thanked her with the particular enthusiasm of someone who'd stumbled into something good, and she smiled and left and walked the corridor to the Greenroom with her face set to neutral and her hands at her sides and the ring warm against her finger. She stood at the west window for 8 minutes. Then she went back to set. She did not know that Darce would see it. She should have known. She did know, in the abstract. The Daily's review included all confessional footage, and the head writer reviewed all the dailies, and she had understood this as the structure from the start. What she had not accounted for, in the abstract understanding, was the specific experience of Darce watching 12 seconds of Mina, with her thermostat off. She found out she had not accounted for it that evening, when she came to the Greenroom and Darce was there. The room was quiet. The coffee machine had been through its intermittent cycle and had gone still. Darce was at the monitor console with her laptop open, but she was not typing. She was sitting with a stillness that Mina had learned to read as something other than calm. The specific stillness of someone who had been in their own head for a while and had not quite come back. She looked up when Mina came in. Not the usual half-second registered acknowledgement. A full look. Mina went to the cooler. "The confessional tape," Darce said. Not an accusation. Not a question. The flat delivery of someone presenting a fact. Mina poured her water. Kyle found his question. He did. A silence. Mina stood at the cooler and did not immediately move to the window. The geography of the room felt different tonight, the air with a weight that the green room sometimes had and more often didn't, the weight of something that had been said somewhere else and had arrived here to be acknowledged. I wasn't, she stopped. Started again. I didn't plan to say it. I know, Darce said. That's not, she turned. Darce was looking at her still, with the quality of attention she brought to things that mattered, the one Mina had been spending weeks cataloging and could not fully categorize. You know because you watched it, or you know because you could tell? Both. Mina took a breath. She was aware, with the precise and non-dramatic awareness that was how she experienced most significant things, that she was standing in a room where someone had seen 12 seconds of the real version of her and was still here. Was still in the same room, at the same monitor console, looking at her in the same way she looked at everything she was paying full attention to. What did you do with it? She asked. The footage. Nothing yet. But you will. Darce was quiet for a moment. That's your choice. Not mine. Mina looked at her. I thought that was the structure. The footage is yours. The footage belongs to the production. What you choose to let in the confessional is yours. She paused. I can keep it out of the cut. And you tell me that. I am telling you. Mina set her water down on the edge of the cable tray. She thought about the 12 seconds. She thought about Kyle's tablet and the questions she hadn't been prepared for and the things she'd said that was true in the way that the private truths were true, completely, undeniably, in a way that had no comfortable wrapper. Don't keep it out, she said. Darce was still. I mean it. If it works in the cut, use it. She picked up the water again. I meant it when I said it. It should be in there if it works. It works, Darce said. Then use it. A silence. The parking structure through the west window was doing what it did in the evenings, the same grid of lights it always offered, and Mina had spent enough evenings in this room looking at it that she'd started to feel something like affection for its particular geometry. I'm having dinner with Sable tomorrow, Mina said. She's invited 2 of the others. Offset. I know. She cleared it with production. Of course she did. The corner of Mina's mouth. She's very organized for someone who makes it look spontaneous. She's good television. She's good in general. Mina drank her water. She asked me last week if I wanted to come. I said I'd think about it. What made you stop thinking about it? Mina considered the question honestly. I've been thinking about something you said. In the van. She glanced toward the window rather than at Darce, which was her version of speaking at an angle. The thing she'd learned from watching Darce do it and had apparently absorbed, without meaning to. The gap between the assigned thing and the true thing. You said you close it, or you make the gap the story. I remember. I've been closing gaps for 4 years. She set her water down again. I think I've been doing it wrong. The green room was quiet around this. Darce did not respond immediately. This was something Mina had come to appreciate. The way Darce sat with things rather than filling them, the specific patience of someone who understood that some sentences were complete and did not need to be carried anywhere. Dinner sounds good, Darce said. Go. It was not advice, exactly. It was the thing it was, which was a woman who had spent 6 weeks watching Mina Vasell with the specific attention of someone who was paying attention, saying yes, this direction. Sable will be insufferable about it, Mina said. Probably. She already knows too much. People who pay attention usually do. Mina looked at her then. The look landed in the particular way that it had started to land. Neither of them pretending they weren't in it, both of them still inside the frame they'd agreed to maintain. The frame that was getting smaller every week by increments neither of them was openly measuring. Good night, Mina said. Good night. She left. The dinner was at a Thai restaurant 6 blocks from the hotel, chosen by the contestant Mina knew least well, a woman named Farida from Birmingham who had the quality of someone who picked restaurants with the same precision other people used for research. Thoroughly, with criteria she didn't feel the need to explain. The 4 of them arrived within 5 minutes of each other, which meant the table configuration was an immediate negotiation, and Mina ended up across from Sable, which felt slightly engineered and probably wasn't. The thing she had been bracing herself for, the performance and maintenance of an offset dinner that was still technically within the show's social sphere, did not materialize. Farida was specific and funny. The fourth contestant, Renee, had the quality of someone who had decided to have an extremely good time regardless of context and had arranged her personality around this decision. And Sable was Sable, which meant the conversation went somewhere real before the appetizers arrived and stayed there. Mina told them about the confessional. Not all of it. The shape of it, the questions she hadn't been prepared for, the answer that had come out anyway, the 12 seconds of footage that were now in the daily's queue. She told it without drama, which was both her manner and her defense, and watched the three of them absorb it. Farida said, "That sounds awful."
It wasn't awful, Mina said.
It was, she stopped. It was accurate. Sable, who had been listening with the particular stillness she deployed when something mattered, said, "Is it in the cut?" "I asked for it to be."
A beat.
"Good," Sable said. It was a small word, said in a simple way, and it arrived in the middle of Mina's chest in the specific location where things arrived when they were truer than she'd been ready for. She looked at her food. The dinner lasted 2 hours. Mina ate more than she'd planned to and laughed the real laugh twice, which Sable clocked and did not remark on, which was its own form of generosity. Walking back to the hotel afterward in the mid-evening quiet, she was aware of something she had been becoming aware of in increments for weeks and which had, tonight, become impossible to not acknowledge. She was not alone here. She had not planned to not be alone. She had arranged not being alone very carefully out of the scope of this project, had managed her presence on this set with the precision of someone who had learned, over 4 years, that connection was a liability. She had not accounted for Sable, who made connection feel like an inevitability rather than a risk. She had not accounted for Farida's specificity or Renee's refusal to treat anything as a problem. She had not accounted for a lot of things about this set, and the accounting was shifting, and she was standing at the hotel entrance understanding that the shift had been happening without her permission and had gone too far now to reverse.
She was not sorry about it.
This was new information. She turned it over in the quiet of the lobby, waiting for the elevator, aware of the specific feeling that had been keeping her awake the past 3 weeks and which she now had a word for, even if the word was one she had been deliberately not using. It was not anxiety. It was want. She had not wanted anything that cost something in 4 years. She had been very careful about this, very deliberate, for excellent and well-documented reasons. She had organized her life around not wanting in the specific way that people organized lives around the things they were afraid of, efficiently, thoroughly, until the organization became the texture of the days, and the days stopped feeling like anything other than normal. The elevator arrived.
She got in.
She lay in the hotel room for a long time with the lights off and the city noise working outside the window, and thought about the confessional tape and the dinner and the green room and 12 seconds of footage she had told Darce to use. She thought about the gap between the assigned thing and the true thing and closing it and what it meant to stop closing it wrong. She was awake at midnight. She was awake at 1. The insomnia did not feel like danger. That was the part she kept returning to, the part that was new and specific and worth examining in the dark. She was lying awake because something was opening rather than because something was closing, and the opening felt like want rather than like threat, and she could not remember the last time those two had been separate enough to tell apart. She was awake at 2. At 2:15 she rolled onto her side and looked at the window and thought, "I have been safe for so long I forgot what the alternative felt like." The thought arrived without drama. It sat in the dark, and she held it with a particular care she brought to things that were true before she was ready for them, and she understood that this was what the insomnia was. Not the old kind, the vigilant scanning kind, the kind that ran inventory on every interaction and found the places where her cover might have thinned. This was different. This was the insomnia of a person who had been in motion for so long they'd forgotten how to hold still, and who had now, without quite choosing it, been stopped. She fell asleep at 2:30 and slept until the alarm. In the morning she stood in the shower for longer than usual and thought about nothing in particular, which was also new, and went to set with the gold ring on, and the locks half up and the particular feeling of someone who has stopped fighting a current they've been fighting for too long. She did not know what happened next. For the first time in 4 years, she was not sure she needed to. Chapter 12. Production Van, 11 p.m. The shoot ran long for the specific reason that shoots always ran long in the final weeks of a season. The format had acquired momentum, The contestants had developed the lived-in quality of people who had been filmed for 2 months and had stopped performing that they weren't. And the footage coming in was better than the footage from week 2 in the way that made it impossible to call cut without an argument from every producer in the vicinity. Darce called cut at 9:47. The crew dispersed with the velocity of people who had been operating on caffeine and professional obligations since 7 in the morning and were now running on something more purely animal. Base camp was 35 minutes from the lot. There were 2 production vans for the return trip, and the distribution of personnel between them had to do with equipment load and who needed to be where in the morning and nothing else. She ended up in the second van with the camera lead and 2 of the producers and the contestant who had drawn the short straw of a one-on-one date that had run 3 hours over the scheduled length and who was now asleep in the back seat within 4 minutes of departure. And Mina was in the rear-facing seat across from the sleeping contestant, which put her directly in Darce's sight line if Darce turned her head. Darce did not turn her head. She was in the middle row with her laptop and the notes from the day's coverage, and the particular focus of someone who had work to do and was going to do it regardless of the geography. The camera lead fell asleep approximately 10 minutes out. One of the producers was on her phone with the specific low-voiced urgency of someone managing something that had outlasted the shoot. The other producer was in the front seat with the driver, running through tomorrow's call sheet. It was 11:15. Outside, the dark of a highway between locations, the occasional light, the rain that had started in the last hour of the shoot and was still present as a presence against the van's roof and windows. This was the same geography as the drive in week 3. Darce was aware of this because she was the kind of person who cataloged these things: same van or close enough, same rain, same enclosed space. The distance between her and the rear-facing seat was different now. Not physically. In every way that was not physical. She was writing notes on the finale structure. The finale was in 11 days and the story scaffolding was still loose in 2 places. The eliminations had produced footage she hadn't anticipated, good footage, the kind that required rethinking rather than filling in, and she had been carrying this revision in the background of her attention all day like a program running below the visible operating system. "You've been working for 16 hours, Mina said. She was not asleep. She was sitting with her knees slightly drawn up, arms wrapped loosely around them, watching the dark outside the window in the same stillness she brought to all enclosed spaces where she was not required to perform anything. The locks were half up. The gold ring was catching the van's interior light. 17, Darce said. "Are you counting from call time or from when you actually got here?" "From when I got here." "Which was before call time." "Slightly." Mina looked at her, not the window. The camera lead made a sound in his sleep and resettled, and the van absorbed it. "The finale structure," Mina said. "The finale structure. 2 loose places." She glanced at Mina before she could not glance, which was the kind of lapse that happened at hour 17. "How do you know it's 2? You've had the look you get when it's not 1 problem. 1 problem makes you still. 2 problems make you right." Mina said this without particular emphasis, in the way she said things she'd observed over time and had decided were accurate enough to deliver. "You've been writing in the same section of notes for 40 minutes. Darce looked at her for a moment. The van moved through the dark and rain. "The elimination sequence," she said. "The contestant we're going to lose in episode 7 gave us 3 minutes of footage today that belongs in the finale, not in episode 7. It changes the arc. He was good today. He was excellent today, which is the problem." She set the laptop on her knees. "The other place is the season's closing image. I've been building toward a specific beat, and the footage I got today is doing something different from what I planned, and the something different is better, which means the architecture I've been working in for 6 weeks needs to be rebuilt." "How long does that take?"
A week.
10 days if I'm being careful." "You have 11 days. "I have 11 days. She did not say that she had spent a meaningful portion of the last 11 weeks not being as careful as usual because her attention had been distributing itself across more territory than was professionally tidy. She did not say this because it was only partially true, and because the partially true things were the ones she was most cautious with. "What's the closing image?" Mina asked. Darce considered the question. This was not a standard conversation to have with a contestant. The finale architecture was a production matter, internal, not something she discussed outside the writer's room. She knew this. She also knew that she had been having not-standard conversations in this Sven once before, and that the not-standard conversations were the ones she replayed afterward, which was its own kind of information. Someone choosing, she said. Not being chosen. The format's built around being chosen. The lead selects. The format rewards the selection. I've been trying to find the moment where one of the contestants makes a choice rather than waiting to receive one.
She paused.
The footage from today might be it. Mina was looking at her. The quality of the look was the one Darce had catalogued over 11 weeks. Not the social look, not the warm and specific public register, but the version that arrived in the Greenroom evenings when they were both inside a conversation they hadn't planned. That's not what the network wants, Mina said.
No.
They want the selection. The arrival. They want it to feel like love. Darce said it in the flat register she used for things she found functionally useless. The arrival is what feels like love on television. The choice is what feels like it in life. A pause that was not silence exactly, or not only silence. It had the weight of the van's small world around it. The rain, the sleeping camera lead, the distant voice of the producer on her phone. I'm asking you something, Darce said. Mina's head turned. The slight shift of attention. Not about the show. Darce looked at the window rather than at her, which was the same thing Mina did with the side window in the writer's room. The angle that made the direct thing possible. What was it like before? Before this?
A beat.
Before the show? Mina said. Before whatever arrangement you've been operating inside. She kept her voice level, professional in its cadence, if not its content. You don't have to answer. I'm asking because I want to know, not because it's useful. The admission was more direct than she usually permitted herself, and she heard it as she delivered it, and she did not take it back. Mina was quiet for a moment that had a quality Darce could not have named aloud but recognized from the 24 evenings of Greenroom conversation. The silence of someone who is not deciding whether to answer, but how much of the answer to give. Quiet, Mina said. It was very quiet. She shifted slightly, the ring catching the light. I was good at making it feel full. I had work, and the work was real, and there were people I liked in the way you like people when you're not, when the liking isn't the thing you're most afraid of. She stopped. The quiet was fine. I was used to the quiet. I chose the quiet. What changed? Darce said. You. She said it without drama, without the social warmth that was her default delivery, and the absence of those things made it land harder than any emphasis would have. Not. She adjusted quickly, which was unlike her. Not you specifically at first. The edit. The first episode. I watched it, and I understood that someone had been looking at me the way I look at things, and she stopped again. I had not accounted for that. Darce was very still in the way that she was still when something had arrived faster than her processing system, and the stillness was what happened in the gap. I hadn't accounted for it either, she said. For the record. She said this in the van, in the dark, to a woman she had been professionally adjacent to for 11 weeks and had spent 11 weeks not saying this to, and it was the simplest true thing she'd said to anyone in what felt like a specific and significant number of years. She knew it was the simplest true thing because it felt the way simple true things felt, not like an arrival, but like a door already open that she'd finally walked through rather than catalogued from the outside. The van moved through the wet dark. The rain had softened to a steady presence rather than an event. The camera lead made no further sounds. What was it like? Mina said. Not a retaliatory question. The tone was genuine, the same real register that the 12 seconds in the confessional had been. Before this.
For you.
Darce thought about accurate answers.
Controlled, she said.
I was good at it. Good at the work. Good at the shape of my days. Good at. She found the word carefully. Good at being the person who understood everyone else without needing to be understood in return. She looked at the rain on the window. I told myself this was a preference. It felt like a preference for a long time. What does it feel like now? Like I've been riding around a gap. She heard the echo of her own language from the van 3 months ago, and knew Mina heard it too. For a long time. A silence. Not uncomfortable, The specific quality of a silence between two people who have said enough real things that the silence is full rather than empty. Mina said, very quietly, I don't know what this is.
No.
I mean, I don't have I've been in here. A small gesture, not exactly at the van, at the larger context, at the 11 weeks and the Greenroom evenings, and everything that had accumulated in the careful management of not touching the subject, for long enough that I've lost the objective view. I can't tell what I'm assessing and what she stopped.
Feeling, Darce said. A beat.
Yes, Mina said. Darce looked at her then. Not the look she brought to dailies, not the professional assessment, not the look that made notes. The other one. The one she was aware of deploying approximately 5 times in her life in ways that had mattered, and was aware of deploying now, in a production van at 11:20 on a rainy night 40 minutes from base camp, toward a woman who was looking back with the same expression she'd had in the Greenroom when Darce had told her the villain edit was a lie. Not unguarded. Exactly. Unguarded was not the right word for it. More like chosen. The expression of someone who had decided to stop managing what showed. The producer on her phone said something decisive into the receiver and went quiet. 3 weeks left, Darce said. Not an answer to anything. A fact about the structure. I know. I'm not, she stopped. Started again. I don't know how to do this. The after part. I know the during, and I've been calling the during a professional complication, and I know that's not what it is. She said this in the flat and honest way that she'd said the thing in the Greenroom about practicing love once and not being good at it, the way she only ever said the true things when she'd stopped calculating first. I know that's not what it is. Mina looked at her for a long time. I know too, Mina said. The van pulled off the highway into the approach road for base camp. The lights brightened, the rain thinned against the windshield, the sound of the tires changed on the surface. Around them, the sleeping camera lead started to surface, the producers' voices shifting into wrap arrival mode, the small machinery of production resuming. Neither of them moved first. It was not like the Greenroom corridor, the not quite of passing in a narrow space. This was different. They were not in motion. The only thing between them was the specific charged stillness of two people who had said something they couldn't unsay and were sitting in the presence of the having said it. The van stopped. The camera lead came fully awake with a slight disorientation of someone surfacing mid-dream. The front seat producer was already out, talking on her phone again. The door slid open and the cool night air came in, carrying rain and the particular smell of a location at wrap. Darce closed her laptop. Mina uncurled from the rear-facing seat. They moved through the end-of-night protocols, equipment check, sign out, the brief logistical conversations with the crew that were the texture of every shoot's end. They did not talk to each other. There was nothing further to say tonight, and they both knew it, in the way they'd been knowing the same things at the same time for 11 weeks without having a conversation about it. In the base camp parking area, her car was 3 spaces from the production van. Mina was being walked to the talent transport by a PA with an umbrella. Darce got to her car and stood at the door for a moment. Mina looked back once. Not a performed look, not the social signal of someone marking a departure. The specific look of someone checking that a thing was still there. The look you looked when something mattered, and you needed a second's confirmation before you went. Darce held it for the beat it took, and then Mina turned and got in the transport, and the door closed. She drove the 35 minutes back to the lot in the rain, alone, working through the finale structure in her head with the focused attention of someone managing one problem by addressing another. The closing image. The choice rather than the selection. The moment where someone decides rather than waits to be decided about. She had it before she reached the freeway. The specific footage, 3 minutes from the last shoot day, a contestant standing on the edge of the location's terrace looking at the horizon rather than at the cameras or the lead, making the smallest movement of the head that communicated everything about a person arriving at a private conclusion without anyone telling them to, was already in the daily's queue. She had flagged it and not used it and flagged it again and not used it, because using it meant rebuilding the finale's architecture in 10 days, which she had told herself was the reason she kept setting it aside. The reason she kept setting it aside was that the footage made her feel something she hadn't prepared to feel from 3 minutes of someone else's story. It had that quality, The footage from the beach date, the 4 seconds from the dinner scene, the 12 seconds from the confessional, and now this that she'd been encountering all season in Mina's footage and had been finding occasionally in the other contestants' material as well when she was paying the right kind of attention. The quality of something real inside the performance. The thing that was actually there. She was going to use it. She was going to rebuild the finale architecture around it in 10 days because that was what the work required, and she had always been better when the work required something hard. She didn't open her laptop when she got back to the lot. She sat in the parking structure in her car and looked at the green room window, dark at this hour, the west-facing glass a dark rectangle in the building's face, and thought about 3 weeks and the afterpart and 2 people in a van who had said the true things instead of the assigned things, and were now going to have to figure out what you did when the footage was this good and you weren't sure you could cut around it anymore. She thought about Priya's sentence, "You actually like her." She thought about being the kind of person who knew how love was shaped and was bad at the practice of it. And she thought about whether bad it was the same thing as unable, and she thought it probably wasn't, and she thought she was going to have to find out. The green room window was dark. She went home. Chapter 13, The Midpoint. The season finale shoot ran from 7 in the morning until 6:27 in the evening, which was, by Darce's accounting, 11 hours and 27 minutes of controlled emotional chaos, 7 of which were on schedule, 4 of which were not, and all of which produced footage that she was going to spend the next 72 hours cutting into something that was true rather than merely correct. The finale format required specific beats, the final selection, the emotional resolution of the season's threads, the closing scene that was the show's promise to its audience, that love, or the genuine attempt at it, was worth the 8 weeks of engineered proximity and manufactured stakes, and the particular exhaustion of being watched while trying to feel something real. Darce had written the structure. She had supervised the execution. She had spent 11 hours watching the structure become the thing it needed to be and noting, with the professional satisfaction of someone who had built something right, that the season had delivered. She did not watch the closing scene. This was not unusual. She was rarely on set for the final moment of a finale shoot. By the last scene, the production machine was running on its own momentum. The camera operators and the floor producers had what they needed, and her presence was a supervision issue more than a creative one. She was usually in the edit bay or the production office or, on the better finales, sitting in her car in the parking structure with a cup of coffee, letting the season settle before she started cutting it apart. She was in the green room. This was also not unusual, technically. The green room was between the control suite and the production offices, a space everyone used. She had been in the green room on every day of the shoot for 12 weeks. She was there now because the monitor needed a final timestamp entry, and because there was coffee, and because it was 6:27 and she had 11 hours in her body, and the green room was where she went when she needed a room that wasn't her office. She was at the window when the door opened. She had learned, over the course of the season, the specific way the door sounded when it was Mina. Not the sound of the door itself. All the doors on this level open the same way, with the same pressure and the same release. It was something in the quality of the arrival, the particular weight of it, the temperature shift, the way the room reorganized around a new element. She had been aware of this specific awareness for 6 weeks and had spent approximately the same amount of time declining to examine it. She turned. Mina was in the doorway in the way she'd been at the start of the season, one hand on the frame, the after-wrap quality about her, the locks slightly loosened from the day's long haul. But the way she was standing was different from the season's first days. Not the controlled arrival of someone who was prepared for every contingency. Something more. Darce searched for the word. Landed. Like she had gotten somewhere she'd been walking toward and was taking a moment at the door before she came in. Season finale wrapped, Mina said. 11 minutes ago. Darce had been watching the monitor. You were good. The scene was good. She came in. Not to the cooler, not to the window. She moved to the couch, which she almost never used, and sat in it with the quality of someone who is done performing anything for today. You build it right. I had good material. You always say that. It's always true. Mina looked at her. The room was in its late evening register. The coffee machine still, the parking structure lights beginning their grid through the window, the particular quiet of a space that had been part of something large all day and was now coming back to itself. 3 weeks ago, Mina said. In the van. Darce turned from the window. Mina stopped. She had a quality Darce had observed in the van, in the green room on the night of the confessional tape, in the dinner she'd described afterward. The quality of someone who was doing something different from their usual management of a sentence. Not choosing the words more carefully. Choosing them less carefully. Letting them arrive in the order they arrived rather than the order she'd approved. I've been in this show for 12 weeks, and I'm leaving in 3, and I don't want to leave without. She stopped again. Darce waited. Without saying the thing that's true. She was looking at her hands, at the ring. Then she looked up, and the expression was the one Darce had no category for, still didn't, even after 12 weeks of attempts. Completely open. Not performing toward any outcome. I know it's complicated. I know the structure of it.
Mina. She stopped.
I know the structure, Darce said. I built the structure. She crossed the green room. Not quickly. She didn't do things quickly. She had learned a long time ago that quick movements toward things communicated one in ways she wasn't comfortable with. She moved the way she always moved, deliberately, with a full knowledge of where she was going. She sat at the other end of the couch. The couch that was too soft to be comfortable, that she had sat in probably twice in 2 seasons, that had the particular quality of a piece of furniture that existed in a room belonging to no one. Mina looked at her. The distance between them was 3 feet. I pulled a villain edit 12 weeks ago, Darce said. I've been watching your confessional tapes and saving the honest pieces in a folder with no label. I sat in a van with you on a rainy Tuesday in week 3, and you asked me about editorial process, and I spent the rest of the shoot that day not thinking about anything else. She said all of this in the flat and factual register she used for things she decided to say. That's the structure. Mina's expression did what it did when something arrived faster than her management system. The brief stillness before the response. The stillness that was not its usual trained quality, but something involuntary. The stillness of being reached somewhere she hadn't expected. I know what I am, Darce said. I know. She stopped briefly. I know what I'm not good at. I told you. In the van, I told you. I'm not, she found the words. I'm better at understanding the shape of things than I am at being inside them. I know, Mina said. I'm telling you because it's relevant and not because I'm. She touched the scar at her eyebrow, once briefly. Her tell, the one she'd spent years learning to suppress, and which she still couldn't fully arrest when she was genuinely unsettled. Not because I'm making a case. You're not making a case, Mina said. You're stating the terms. Yes. That's what you do when you don't want to perform it. The corner of her mouth. The real one. I know that too. A silence. 1 foot between them now, and neither of them had moved in any identifiable moment of decision. The couch was not that long, and the sitting had simply done the math. 3 weeks, Darce said. Not a warning. Not a negotiation. A fact about the calendar that they were both already holding. 3 weeks, Mina said. And then it's not the show's territory anymore.
No.
Mina was looking at her. The expression had moved past open into something more specific, the expression of someone who had been running a very careful accounting of risks for a very long time and had, in the past 12 weeks, revised the ledger. It's not the show's territory now. Darce held her gaze. The coffee machine made its sound. Neither of them moved. Then Mina reached out, not quickly, the same deliberateness that Darce brought to things that mattered, the same understanding that speed communicated a different quality than intention, and put her hand over Darce's where it rested on the couch cushion. The gold ring was warm. Her fingers were warm. She held Darce's hand and did not do anything else with it. Darce turned her hand over. The contact was simple and complete and had the quality. She recognized it with the particular clarity of someone who had spent years being good at the shape of a thing, and was now inside the thing, of something that had been true for a while, and was only now being named. They sat like that for a period of time Darce did not measure. The parking structure lights came up to their full evening brightness outside. The HVAC shifted in the building. Somewhere down the corridor a door opened and closed. The world continued in its ordinary operations, entirely indifferent to the green room and whatever was happening in it, which was 2 women sitting on a couch that was too soft to be comfortable, in a room between 2 other rooms, holding on to something that had been accumulating for 12 weeks and was right now, being acknowledged. Not everything, not all of it, but the acknowledgement was there, and it was real, and it was the most honest thing Darce had been inside in years. She thought about what Priya had said. She seems like a real person. That's worth liking. She thought about the 4 seconds of footage from the dinner scene in week 2, the ones she'd rewound and saved in the unlabeled folder. She thought about the confessional tape and the 12 seconds of footage Mina had told her to use. She thought about the van in week 3 and the van 3 weeks ago and the green room on every evening between them, the accumulated weight of a room that had belonged to neither of them and was starting to belong to both. I want to ask you something, Darce said. Ask. When the show ends. The 3 weeks. She was looking at their joined hands rather than at Mina. What do you need? Not what do you want. What do you need? The same question, shaped differently, shaped in the way she shaped things, toward the real answer rather than the available one. Mina was quiet for a moment.
Time, she said.
I have, she stopped. The slight tightening at her jaw, the way it looked when she was holding something in, not out of calculation, but because some things were too large to pass through the usual channels. There are things I need to deal with. On my own. Before I can. Another stop. Before. Okay, Darce said. I'm not. Mina looked at her. The expression was the most unguarded she had ever been in Darce's presence, which was saying something, because the green room evenings had been eroding the managed distance for weeks. I'm not going anywhere.
I want to be clear about that.
I know. I want. She said the word with the deliberateness of someone who had been not saying it for a while. I want the after part. I just need to get there correctly. Darce looked at her. Mina looked back. I'm good at waiting, Darce said. You hate waiting. I'm good at it anyway. The corner of Mina's mouth. The Rayal laugh arrived a beat later, not the full version, something shorter, the compressed version of it, and it landed in Darce's chest in the exact location it always landed, the one she had been carefully not acknowledging for 12 weeks. She was acknowledging it now. Mina loosened her hand from Darce's, not a withdrawal. The ending of a specific gesture, deliberate, the same care she brought to everything. She stood from the couch. Darce stood. They were close. The couch's geometry had made them close, and neither of them had moved away from it, and the distance was the same distance as the corridor between the window console and the cable tray in the green room corner, which was approximately 4 feet, which was not much. I should, Mina started. I know. They looked at each other in the quiet of the room for a moment that Darce would not be able to reconstruct afterward in any reliable way, not because it was unclear, but because it was too full, too present, the kind of moment that existed in experience and not in memory with any accuracy. Then Mina put her hand briefly, once, to the side of Darce's face. Not a kiss. Not a move toward anything. The shape of it was different from that, more like something being confirmed than something being begun. Her palm was warm against Darce's jaw, her thumb at the corner where the jaw met the ear, and the gesture lasted 4 seconds, which was its own kind of precision, and then she stepped back. 3 weeks, Mina said. 3 weeks, Darce said. Mina left. The door closed. Darce stood in the green room alone. She touched the place where Mina's hand had been, not self-consciously, not performing anything, simply the habit of confirming that a thing had happened, the same way she sometimes touched the scar through her eyebrow when the evidence of something became relevant. She stood there for a minute, maybe 2. The coffee machine made its sound. She picked up her laptop from the console and her jacket from the back of the monitor chair and walked down the corridor to the edit bay.
She sat at the desk.
She pulled up the season overview, the architecture she'd been building and revising for 12 weeks, the through lines and the beats, and the careful structure of a story about people trying to love each other in a format that was good at containing it, and occasionally, in the right footage, let it through. She looked at the finale structure. She thought about the closing image, the choice rather than the selection. The contestant who had given her 3 minutes of footage today that changed the arc. The truth she'd been building toward, and the truth the footage had delivered instead, which was better. She thought, briefly and with precision, about what had just happened in the green room. Not analyzing it. She had a long habit of analyzing things that mattered in lieu of feeling them, and she was aware enough of the habit to catch it when it started. She let the green room sit. 4 seconds. A warm palm. The specific quality of being touched by someone who had decided to touch her, which was different from every other way she'd been touched, because Mina made all decisions with the full weight of someone who understood exactly what they were doing, and did it anyway. She did not process this into a professional assessment. She did not find a narrative shape for it. She sat with it in the way that Priya had been suggesting she sit with things for years, not as information to be managed, but as something that was simply there, real, worth holding. She thought about what she'd said. I'm good at waiting. She had said it with the certainty of someone making a choice rather than describing a quality. It was, in fact, a choice. She was making it. She would keep making it, for however long the before required, and then she would figure out the after part with the same methodical attention she brought to all the things that mattered. She began to write. The talent transport dropped Mina at the hotel at 7:40. She rode the elevator alone and walked the corridor to her room with the careful, deliberate quality of someone who was holding something new and did not want to jostle it. She set her bag down. She sat on the edge of the bed. She looked at her right hand, at the ring. 4 seconds. She'd held Darce's face for 4 seconds and then stepped back, which was the right number and the right action, and which she had not planned, had not rehearsed, had not approved in any format. It had arrived from somewhere below the management level, the way the 12 seconds in the confessional had arrived, the way the real laugh arrived, before she could calibrate it. She was not sorry. She was something that was not exactly afraid and not exactly thrilled, but occupied the same territory as both, the specific register of a thing that was real before she was ready for it to be real, that had been real for a while, and was now the kind of real that would require a response. She had said, "There are things I need to deal with. On my own."
Before.
She had meant it. She had a life she'd assembled from the ground up, a name that was not her name, a history that was not her history, and the particular unsettled weight of knowing that somewhere in the production machinery there were people who had been looking at her file. She did not know yet the shape of what was coming. She knew something was coming, had known it since Tomas in the lot 2 months ago, since the quality of Garibas's attention in the commissary, since the understanding that the thing she'd built had a seam in it, and seams, under pressure, gave. She had to deal with it. That was true, and it was the before that she'd meant, the thing she needed to do first. But the other part was also true. I want the after part. She had not said that to anyone. She had barely said it to herself. She had spent 4 years building a life around not wanting the after part, around the reasonable and well-founded argument that the after part required being known, and being known required trusting someone with the actual content of her, and the actual content of her was the thing that could end her. She had said it in the Greenroom on a finale shoot day to the woman who had pulled a villain edit 12 weeks ago and replaced it with something honest. She lay back on the bed. She looked at the ceiling. The city was doing its evening thing outside the window. Somewhere down the corridor a TV was on at low volume. The hotel had the specific quality of a place that was perpetually mid-event, always between arrivals and departures, and Mina had lived in it for 12 weeks, and it had never felt like anything other than a stage set. Tonight it felt like the room she was in. She was not going to call the friend. Not tonight, not with this. Tonight was too full and too new, and the full and new needed to be held quietly before it was spoken, and she had learned over years that the things worth keeping needed to be held first. She thought about Darce's stillness when she'd touched her face. Not the trained stillness, the other kind, the involuntary kind. She thought about 3 weeks. She thought about the after part. She put her hand over her eyes and breathed, once, the full breath of someone setting something down after carrying it for a long time. Then she got up, washed her face, and sat at the desk to look at the next 3 weeks with clear eyes. There were things to do. She had always been good at knowing what needed to be done. She would do them. And then, when the before was handled, when the shape of what was coming had been met and answered, she would figure out what the after part looked like for someone who had never let herself want one. She had help. For the first time in 4 years, she had actual help, even if neither of them had said it in those words. That was enough for tonight. The gold ring caught the desk lamp's light. She started making a list. Chapter 14. What Garrett Knows. Post-season had a specific texture that was distinct from both the active shoot and the pre-production period preceding it. The chaos was over. The structure had done its job. What remained was the archaeology, the footage that needed to become a season, the story that was already present in the material and needed only to be found. Darce had always liked this part the best. It required only herself and the work and the particular silence of a building running at reduced capacity, the cafeteria half-staffed, the production offices filtered down to the people who were still needed. She came in at 7. She was usually the first one there. 3 weeks had passed since the finale shoot. The season had been edited, reviewed, submitted to the network, returned with notes, revised in response to the notes that were actionable, argued in response to the notes that were not, and resubmitted. The season was now in the network's hands in a form she was satisfied with, which was the best available outcome and the one she'd been working toward. The finale had the closing image she'd found in the last day's footage. The closing image was, by any measure, the best thing she'd done this season. She sat at her desk in the production office with the pre-production documents for the Season 3 pickup spread across her screen, and the particular feeling of someone starting the next thing while the last thing was still settling. The pickup had been announced 3 weeks ago, a formality, given the ratings, but official now, which meant the machine was warming up again. The early conversations with the network about format, the first passes at casting, the structural questions about whether Season 3 keeps the same architecture or evolves it. She had opinions about the architecture. She was building a document. The pre-production period had a different register than the season itself, and what it lacked, primarily, was the particular texture of a Tuesday evening in a green room with a cooler that ran cold and a west-facing window and a woman who said true things at angles. She was not going to think about this right now. She had a document to build. She built the document for 2 hours. By 10 o'clock, she had a working framework for the Season 2 narrative architecture. Not the casting yet, not the contestant threads, but the structural scaffolding that everything else would hang from.
She was good at this.
She liked being good at this. Gerrit Voss came by at 10:15. He appeared in her doorway with a coffee and the mild pleasantness he maintained as a constant condition, the same mild pleasantness he'd had in the doorway at the start of Season 2 casting, and in the edit bay in week 3 when he'd mentioned Mina's watchability, and in the commissary twice since then in passing. She registered each of these appearances the way she registered all patterns that were not yet a story, but had the quality of becoming one. Early start, he said. Season 2 prep. Good timing. Network's happy. He came in, doorway to chair, the same threshold management she'd observed before, now fully inside her office. They're already talking about format evolution for next season. I had a conversation with the development team yesterday. Development doesn't write the show.
No.
He smiled the complete and finished smile. They have ideas about it, though. They usually do. She kept her tone professional, her attention on her screen in the way that communicated engaged but not inviting. Anything I need to flag before the formal notes come in? Not formally. Just, he considered in the way he considered things, with the measured quality of someone who had already arrived at his conclusion and was presenting the reasoning for effect. They're interested in some of the Season 1 talent for the second season. Return appearances, callbacks. Contestant arcs that could develop. She looked at him then. Not sharply. She never did anything sharply in Gerrit's presence, because Sharp communicated information, and she was not in the business of giving Gerrit information she hadn't decided to give. That's a format question for the writer's room. Of course. He held her gaze with the mild attention. I just wanted you to know the conversation is happening. He left. She looked at the empty doorway and thought about the shape of the conversation. The shape was, Gerrit had been in conversation with the development team about something. The development team was interested in Season 1 talent. The development team's interests, in Darce's experience, did not originate with the development team. They originated with Gerrit, who had the particular institutional skill of making his interests appear to be other people's ideas. She made no note. She returned to the document. She noticed, in the next 2 weeks, that Gerrit was meeting with the network legal team more frequently than the pre-production period required. She noticed this because she noticed everything, not deliberately, not with the specific vigilance of someone running a surveillance operation, but with the accumulated attention of someone who read rooms as a professional practice and had been reading this particular room for 2 seasons. The legal meetings were usually brief and occurred in the conference room that was adjacent to the casting suite, which she passed on her way to and from the production offices. She passed it 12 times in 2 weeks. In 11 of those 12 passes, either Garrett or someone from the legal team was in the room or in the immediate vicinity. This was not, in itself, alarming. Legal was a constant presence in production environments. There were always things that required legal consultation, clearances, releases, format agreements, the ongoing administrative architecture of a show. But Garrett's meetings with legal ran differently from the standard production legal rhythm. The standard rhythm was open door, in passing, the easy cadence of a settled working relationship. Garrett's meetings were closed door. They were scheduled rather than impromptu. The legal associate who attended them most frequently was the one who handled talent agreements rather than production clearances or format licensing. She thought about what she knew and what she could infer. She thought about the casting file from 8 months ago, the one Tomas had brought to her desk with a slight pause that had been too smooth in its biographical details that she had noted and set aside and approved and not pursued. She thought about her decision not to pursue it, and the fact that she had made it as a character decision rather than an oversight, and the fact that she still understood it as the right call. She thought about what she knew about Mina, which was different from, and more than what she'd known 8 months ago. She did not have, and would not make, a direct inference. The inference was available, and she declined it in the way she sometimes declined available inferences. Not because she was wrong, but because the inferring was not the same as the knowing, and she was not going to build a story out of fragments when she didn't have to. But she was paying attention. The document she was building for Season 2 had 3 blank days in its timeline, which was unusual. She was usually a continuous work person. She didn't leave gaps. The gaps were not about the work. They were about the evenings in her apartment, the days when the Season 2 prep felt less urgent than the question of whether the text she'd drafted twice and deleted twice was the kind of thing you sent or the kind of thing you drafted, so you knew what you meant, and then held in the knowledge of having meant it. She did not look Mina up. This was easier than it had been in week 1 of the hiatus, which was either progress or acclamation, and she chose to read it as progress. She texted Priya instead. They had dinner on a Thursday, ramen at the place 3 blocks west, and Priya was the version of herself she was only with Priya, slightly more legible, slightly less edited, a fraction less in the professional register she maintained everywhere else. Priya had known her for 6 years and had the specific and practiced ability to give Darce information she hadn't asked for in ways that did not require her to ask. "Garrett's been busy," Priya said. Darce looked at her ramen.
"Have I noticed?"
"The legal conversations." "Yeah." Priya was eating with the efficiency of someone who had not had a full meal since the morning and was rectifying this. The junior associate from Talent Agreements was in there Tuesday for an hour and a half. "You heard this from existing in the same building." Priya glanced up. "Also from Tomas, who mentioned it without specifically mentioning it." "Tomas doesn't mention things. He mentioned it in the specific way he has of mentioning things without technically mentioning them. You know the way."
Priya set down her chopsticks.
"He said, and I'm quoting exactly, I think Garrett has been looking at some of the Season 1 files. I don't know what he's found." Darce was still. "He said the Season 1 files specifically," she said. "He did." She thought about the Season 1 files. The casting files. The biographical summaries. The questionnaire answers. The biographical summary that was too smooth. The answer about the gap between what someone knows about you and what you know about yourself. "Did Tomas say anything else?" she said.
"No."
"You know Tomas." Priya picked up her chopsticks again. "But he looked at me like he wanted me to tell someone something." "He wanted you to tell me." That was my read. A pause. The restaurant was busy around them in the particular way of a weeknight dinner crowd. The noise was present but not intimate, the kind of sound that made private conversations possible. "How bad do you think it is?" Priya said. Darce thought about what she knew and what she didn't know, and the careful line she'd been maintaining between them. "I don't know yet. But you're thinking about it." "I've been thinking about it for 2 weeks."
She ate.
She thought about the inference she declined. She thought about Garrett in her doorway with his coffee and his mild pleasantness, and the specific form of his interest in Season 1 talent. "He's building something. I don't know what it is yet. I know it's something. What are you going to do? I don't know yet. She looked at her bowl. I need to know what he is before I can know what to do. And if you can't find out what he has, I'll find out. She said it without bravado, simply the flat certainty of someone who knew what they were good at and had applied that assessment accurately. He's been at this for a few months at most. I've been reading rooms for 10 years. He'll show me something before he means to. Priya was quiet for a moment. Then, the season 1 talent you're thinking about. Darce looked at her. Darce. It's not, she stopped. The thing she'd been not saying for 3 weeks was pressing against the available exit points, the way it always did when she'd been holding it long enough. It's not a simple situation. I know it's not. Priya said this with the specific warmth she reserved for things she understood completely and was not going to pretend she didn't. I've been watching you not make it simple for 2 seasons. She thought about the text she'd drafted twice and deleted twice. She thought about the list Mina had been making at a hotel desk in the hour after the finale shoot. She didn't know about the list. She was inferring it from the shape of what Mina had said, from what Mina had meant by the before, from her understanding of how Mina organized herself in the face of the things that needed doing. She said she needed time, Darce said. How much time? She didn't specify. And you're giving her the time she asked for. She heard how this sounded, the specificity of it, the particular and unusual fact of Darce Ollero giving someone exactly what they asked for rather than what she'd assessed they needed. I'm giving her the time she asked for. Priya looked at her with an expression Darce could not quite decode, which was unusual because she could usually decode Priya's expressions within a second. Then Priya said, "Good," with a simplicity that had a great deal inside it, and returned to her ramen. They sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes. If it's bad, Priya said, whatever Garrett has, I'll deal with it. I know you will. Another pause. But don't deal with it alone. You have a habit of dealing with things alone. I deal with things alone because I'm good at it. You're good at it, and also it's a defense mechanism, and right now there's a person involved who is probably also dealing with things alone, and there might be— Priya stopped, finding the word. There might be value in the two of you dealing with different parts of the same thing at the same time. Darce thought about what Mina had said. I want the after part. She thought about the list. She thought about Mina moving toward truth rather than further from it, which was what the before meant. She understood this now, had understood it in a way she hadn't had language for in the Greenroom, had found the language for it in the 3 weeks since. She's already handling her part, Darce said. So handle yours. She went home. She sat at her kitchen table with her laptop and the pre-production document and the season 2 architecture and the weight of an inference she'd declined and was not going to decline much longer. She pulled up the messages between her and Mina, the thread that had accumulated over the season, brief and oblique and professional in format in a way that was completely accurate and entirely insufficient to the actual content. She read through them. She did not send anything, but she saved 2 of them. 2 messages early in the season, in which Mina had said something that was true in the way that Mina's true things were true, and she labeled them with nothing and moved them to the same folder. The one with no name. She thought about what Mina had said in the Greenroom on the night of the finale, the one true sentence she'd been carrying for 3 weeks like something she hadn't decided what to do with yet. She had said, I want the after part. Not strategically. Not in the calibrated warmth that was her public register. In the real voice, the one that arrived when the calibration was suspended, the one that was lower and slower and arrived slightly delayed and landed differently. She had wanted things before. She was not unacquainted with the experience of wanting. But she had learned, over the decades since the woman who'd left, to want things that were containable. Professional things, structural things, the elegant architecture of a well-built episode or a season that said something true. The wanting that did not require being known in return. This wanting was the other kind. She was aware of this with the same flat clarity she brought to all the recognitions she wished were less clear. Then she closed the laptop and sat with the specific quality of someone who had understood the shape of a problem and was deciding what to do about it. Outside, the city was doing its late evening thing. Traffic, the particular light, the sound of a neighbor's television through the shared wall, the ordinary specific texture of her life. She picked up her phone. She held it. She put it down. She would wait a little longer. She would keep watching the pattern of the meetings with legal. She would let Garrett show her what he was building because he would show her. People always showed what they were building if you were patient and paying attention. And when she knew the shape of it, she would figure out the ending. She was good at endings. Chapter 15, Tomas, in the parking lot. The callback came in September. Not a callback for the show. She had not applied for the show. The production team had reached out through the standard channels about a possible appearance in the season 2 pickup, a peripheral involvement that was not uncommon for former contestants, a format element they were exploring. She had agreed to come in for a conversation, which was the kind of agreement that was professionally courteous and carried no actual commitment. She was in the city. She was between things. The conversation could happen. She drove to the lot on a Wednesday afternoon with the particular quality she brought to returning to familiar places, the assessment she couldn't turn off, the read of the geography against her memory of it, the security desk, the laminated visitor badge, the parking structure where she'd sat in her car after the first day's shoot and told her friend it was manageable. The lot looked the same.
It usually did.
Places were better at remaining themselves than people were. The conversation was brief and inconclusive. The production assistant who ran it was clearly gathering information rather than making an offer, and Mina received this with the ease of someone who had done enough of these to understand the function. She was pleasant and professional and slightly elliptical, and she left with nothing decided, which was exactly what she'd wanted to leave with. She was walking back through the parking structure toward her car when she heard her name. Or not her name. The name she'd been answering to for 4 years, which was its own kind of complicated, and which she had been thinking about with increasing directness since the Greenroom in September, since the list she'd started making. Tomas Ruel was coming out of the production building's side entrance, carrying a laptop bag and the mild, focused expression of someone at the end of a workday. He stopped when he saw her. Not the startled stop, the deliberate one, the kind of stop that meant, "I'm making a choice to stop." "Hey," he said.
Eat.
She adjusted the strap of her bag. "You're still on the show." Season 2 prep. He came toward her. He had the qualities she'd always found in him, the particular economy of presence, nothing wasted, every movement functional. "The callback go okay?"
Fine.
Nothing decided. She watched him. "You knew I was coming in." "It was on the schedule." "Right." A pause. The parking structure had the ambient sounds of a mid-afternoon structure, the distant machinery, the occasional car, the quality of a space that was always in transit. Tomas. He looked at her with the expression he'd worn in the callback 8 months ago, the one she'd filed on her first day of the shoot and had continued to hold as evidence of someone who knew more than they were saying and had decided what to do with the knowing. He had always been, in her assessment, the person on this production who was least likely to weaponize information. The assessment had held. "Someone's been asking questions," he said. She heard this in the careful way she heard things that mattered, not reacting to the sound of it, finding the structure of it. "What questions?" "About the season 1 talent, specifically." He held her gaze steadily, which was not aggressive. It was the specific steadiness of someone delivering information who wanted the recipient to receive it clearly, not feel ambushed by it. "About backgrounds. About documentation. I don't know the details of what they found." "Who's asking?" He was quiet for a moment. Not hesitation, consideration. "I think you already know."
She did.
She had known since Garrett's particular quality of attention in the hallways and the doorways, since the way his pleasantness and her presence had the specific temperature of someone who had something and was deciding when to use it. She had known and she had been, since then, running a quiet parallel operation of her own. The list, the conversations, the first steps of something she had not yet completed. "How long has he been at it?" she said. "I don't know exactly. A few months, at least." Tomas set his laptop bag down briefly, the small adjustment of someone who needed their hands free to say something accurately. "I want you to know, I haven't said anything. To him or to legal or to anyone who's asked."
He paused.
"I've been pretty consistent about not knowing anything when the subject comes up." She looked at him. "I conducted your callback," he said. "I know what an interview looks like when something isn't right with the documentation. I made a choice in August of last year, and I've made the same choice every time since." Another pause. I want you to know that. The parking structure light shifted, a cloud moving across the afternoon sun, the brief dimming of the available gray. Mina stood in it and thought about the specific and unusual quality of this moment, which was a person telling her that they had chosen to protect her, not out of ignorance, but out of decision. She had been carrying the weight of the knowing alone for a long time.
Thank you, she said.
She heard her voice and noted that it sounded exactly as it should. She was not going to come apart in a parking structure. She had excellent structure. I'm not telling you this he stopped. Tomas didn't often stop mid-sentence. I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted you to know. I know what you wanted. She held his gaze. I know what it took to say it. He picked up his laptop bag. He looked at her with the expression that was his equivalent of a great deal more than he was going to say, and said, The offer from production. You don't have to take it. I know. Whatever you decide. He started moving toward the structure's exit. I'm glad you came in today. She stood for a moment after he'd gone. Then she walked to her car and got in and sat in the same structure where she'd sat 8 months ago and told her friend it was manageable. She looked at the familiar geography, the production building's side entrance, the lit indicators of the parking levels, the particular quality of light in a covered structure on an afternoon that was moving toward evening. Someone had been asking questions. She had known this was possible. She had built the thing she'd built, the name, the biography, the careful maintenance of 4 years, with the understanding that it was survivable but not impervious, and there had always been a version of this moment in the far margin of her accounting. The version where someone with institutional access and enough patience started pulling on the thread. She had known, and she had been doing something about it. The list she'd started in September was not the organized chaos of panic. It was the organized precision of someone who had decided to stop waiting for the moment and start building the conditions. She had been doing this slowly, in the margins of the weeks since the finale, because the before she'd promised herself was real, and she was going to honor it. Not for Garrett, not for the threat, but because she had spent 4 years treating the truth as a liability, and it had kept her safe and it had kept her alone, and she was done with the second part. She thought about Tomas. I made a choice. I've made the same choice every time since. She thought about the other people in her life, the small and specific circle she'd allowed herself, the people who had gotten the partial truths, the people she'd been circling toward full ones. Sable, who had said she should be one of the first. The therapist she had not yet called. She was going to call the therapist. She had been meaning to call the therapist since the Greenroom in September, since the list, since the specific recognition that the before was not going to complete itself on its own momentum. She had been meaning to, and she had not, and the parking structure was as good a place as any to understand that meaning to was not the same as doing, and she had to do. She pulled out her phone. The referral was from a friend, not the phone call friend, a different one. Someone who had navigated a version of the before and had come out with a name and a phone number and the specific recommendation of someone who had found the thing useful and wanted her to find it useful too. She had saved the name in her contacts in July and had looked at it 17 times. She called. The voicemail was professional and warm in the register of a person who had learned how to make voicemails feel like the beginning of something rather than the deferral of it. She left her number. She did not leave her name, the one she was using, with the usual ease. She left a pause before it that she would have found inexplicable 6 months ago, and now understood exactly. She sat in the parking structure for a while after she hung up. She thought about the questions being asked. She thought about the documentation, the name, the social security number, the biography she'd assembled and maintained. She thought about what it would mean to have that found, examined, presented. She thought about it with the clean and unsentimental clarity that she brought to real risks, the same clarity she'd brought to the night 4 years ago when she'd understood that the life she'd been living had become something she could not survive intact, and she'd made the calculation, and the calculation had been, live, even if living costs this.
She had lived.
4 years of living under a borrowed name, in a borrowed identity, with the careful management of a person who had understood from the beginning that the construction was temporary and the real question was whether she could build something worth returning to.
She thought she had built something.
The gold ring caught the dim light of the parking structure. She turned it once on her finger, not nervously but in the way she sometimes touched it when she was thinking something through. The ring was hers. It had been hers since before any of this, had crossed the line with her between the before and the after, and it was still on her finger, and it was still the right ring. She was going to be okay. She did not know the specific form of the okay, whether it would be managed quietly, whether Garrett's thread-pulling would lead somewhere she couldn't contain, whether the next months would require things of her she hadn't yet imagined. She didn't know. 4 years of not knowing had taught her that not knowing was survivable, which was a lesson she had paid for in ways she was only now learning to acknowledge. She was going to be okay because she had survived worse with less. She was going to be okay because Tomas had been keeping the same silence for 8 months. She was going to be okay because she had been, in the last 3 weeks, and with the specific precision of someone doing the only kind of work that was actually hers to do, starting to tell the truth. One person at a time. In her own order. At her own pace. Not because Garrett had forced it. Not because the threat had forced it. Because she had looked at the accounting, the genuine accounting, the one underneath the maintenance, and had decided that the version of herself that was safe was not the same as the version of herself that was alive, and she wanted to be alive in the full sense. She drove home. That evening she sat in her apartment, the one that was hers now, that she had leased in her own city with her own address and her own furniture, and the particular accumulation of a real life in a real place, and she opened the list she'd been keeping since September. It was a short list. It was not a plan for dismantling anything. It was a map. The people who should know in the order they should know it in the amounts she was ready to give. Not all at once. Not under pressure. On her own timeline, with her own words, with the specific and hard-won knowledge that the truth, told by you before someone can tell it against you, is not a confession. It is something else entirely. She thought about what she'd been doing and what it would look like from the outside. A woman who had built a life under a borrowed name, who had been living that life with precision and care for 4 years, and who was now, piece by piece, choosing to share the actual architecture of it with people she had selected. It looked like courage. She did not use that word for it because she had spent 4 years being practical rather than self-mythologizing, and practical people did not use the word courage for the things they did out of necessity. But she thought about what Tomas had said. I made a choice. I've made the same choice every time since. And she thought about the shape of choosing the same thing again and again, over months and years, when the thing was hard and the reasons were clear, and you simply did it because you had decided to. She thought, I have been doing that too. The hard choice, over and over. I just didn't call it by its name. She added to the list. She added Darce's name, not for the first time. It had been on the list since the night she wrote it, sitting at the hotel desk with the ring warm against her finger, and the city doing its evening thing outside the window. She looked at the name for a moment. Then she wrote beneath it, in parentheses, one of the first. Then she put the list away and called her friend, the phone call friend, the one who knew what before meant, and talked for 22 minutes about something entirely different, which was exactly what the evening needed. The therapist called back the next morning. She made the appointment. Chapter 16, Season 3 Pickup. The Season 3 pickup went into production on a Monday in October, which meant the lot had spent the weekend in the transitional state that Darce had always found mildly surreal. The same geography, the same buildings, the same parking structure, but populated by an entirely different set of people with an entirely different set of stakes. The Season 1 cast had dispersed back into their lives. The 9 weeks of structured proximity unwound. The relationships that had formed on camera either sustained or abandoned in the ordinary way of things that had been accelerated by format. The new cast was arriving in the same holding rooms, being walked through the same logistics, navigating the same first-day arithmetic of 10 people who were theoretically competing for the same outcome. Darce had been here for 3 hours before the first contestant arrived. This was not unusual. What was unusual was the specific register of her attention as she moved through the lot's morning. The slight calibration that was not distraction but something more like the awareness of an absence. The production offices had the familiar pre-filming quality, organized urgency, controlled chaos, the machine coming to life. She moved through it with the professional fluency of someone who had built this machine and knew exactly where each part was. She was in her element. She was, by any external measure, precisely where she needed to be. Mina was not a contestant this season. She had known this for months. It was a structural fact, not a surprise, and she had processed it with the same methodical clarity she brought to all structural facts. It was true. It had implications. The implications were manageable. The Season 2 cast was 12 new people she was already beginning to understand from their files, and the show was the show, and her professional engagement with it was complete and real and sufficient. She thought about this briefly while adjusting the monitor settings in the control room, and then put it where she put things that were not currently relevant to the work in front of her. In the back, filed available. The back was getting full. This was a thing she had been noticing, without particular alarm, since the summer. She had a well-organized and efficient internal filing system, had maintained it for a decade, had treated it as a professional asset, the quality of being able to hold large amounts of information, and feeling about that information without the information or the feeling interfering with whatever she was currently doing. The system worked. It had always worked. The filling of the back was not a malfunction. It was simply the natural consequence of having a lot to file that belonged in the back while she was doing other things. She moved through the day's pre-filming logistics and did not think about what was in the back. She was efficient about this too. The first week of filming had its own grammar, a different grammar from the middle weeks, looser, with the particular texture of a production finding its shape. The cast was still learning themselves in front of the camera. The crew was still calibrating to the new personalities. The show's arc was visible in outline and not yet in detail. Darce moved through the days with the focused attention of someone building something from the foundation, making the early decisions that would shape every later one, doing the work that was most invisible and most consequential. She was good at early decisions. She had always been better at the architecture than the decoration. The phone call happened on a Wednesday evening, which was 9 days into the new season's filming, which was also the day she had spent 4 hours in the edit bay watching the Week 1 dailies, and had emerged with a clear red on 3 of the 12 contestants and no red at all on 2 others, which was standard for this stage. She was in her car in the parking structure, engine off, looking at the dark Greenroom window the way she had looked at it through the summer. Her phone lit up. She looked at the screen for one beat. Then she answered.
"Hi," Mina said.
It was the first time Darce had heard her voice in 3 weeks, which was the longest gap since the season ended. 3 weeks was not a long time. She was aware that 3 weeks was not a long time. She was also aware of the specific quality of the exhale she did not make, the steadiness she maintained because she had gotten good at maintaining it, and the way the Greenroom window suddenly had a different quality against the night.
"Hi," Darce said.
"Are you on set?" Parking structure. End of day. How's Week 1?
"Solid."
Good cast, different from last season, which is the right call structurally. 2 of them I can't read yet. She paused. That's not bad. It means they're interesting. 2 contestants you can't read, Mina said. The new standard. The bar has moved. She heard it as she said it. She did not take it back. How are you?
"Good."
A pause that was the kind of pause Mina used when she was deciding something. Working on some things. The before. The before. Another pause, briefer. It's going. I have more words for it than I did in September. The therapist is useful in the specific way where you're not sure you want her to be useful, and then she is. That's the useful kind. It is. She could hear something in Mina's voice that was the shift between the public register and the other one, the same key, different temperature. How are you, actually? She looked at the window. I'm waiting, which I said I was good at. Are you? I'm good at it. A beat. I don't like it. A sound from Mina's end that was the Real laugh, compressed, the brief version, the one that arrived in the chest rather than the room. It landed where it always landed.
"That's honest," Mina said.
I've been practicing. They talked for 23 minutes. Not about the show. Mina asked one professional question about the Season 2 format and Darce answered it, and they both understood that the question was a doorstep, a way into the conversation that neither of them needed once they were in it. They talked the way they had talked in the Greenroom evenings, at angles at the Real register, in the specific grammar that had developed between them over a season of choosing the true things over the assigned ones. Darce stood up in her car at some point without quite deciding to, and then was standing in the parking structure looking at the Greenroom window from a different angle. Mina said, "The city is cold now." Darce said, "It's cold here too." Mina said, "I like it, the cold." I like the part where you can feel the season changing. Darce said, I like the part where it commits, stops threatening, and just is what it is. A pause. Then Mina, that's a very you way to like a season.
Darce, what would your way be?
Mina, after a moment. The in-between. The part just before the full cold, when you can feel both at once. She stood in the parking structure and held that, the image of it, the specific quality of Mina's voice in the in-between. She had not been good at in-between things, historically. She had preferred the committed state. Fully in or fully out, full attention or full distance. The in-between required a tolerance for uncertainty that she had spent years systematically reducing. She was finding in the months since the finale shoot that the tolerance was expanding without her having specifically worked on it. She was standing in parking structures with her phone in her hand, thinking about what it meant to like the part where you can feel both at once, and she was not, she discovered, finding it unbearable. There's something I've been thinking about, Mina said toward the end. Not the doorstep register. This was the other one, the one that arrived when she'd been deciding something for long enough that the decision had already been made, and what remained was the saying. Darce waited. I don't have the right words for it yet. She stopped. Started again. There are things I need to tell you. That I want to tell you. And the before involves some of it, and I'm not ready to say it in the right way. You don't have to say it in the right way.
Ido.
The certainty in it was not stubbornness, it was Mina, which was different. Mina's certainties came from somewhere below the management level, the same place the Real laugh came from, and the 12 seconds in the confessional, and the hand at the side of Darce's face. I want to say it correctly. I want to give it to you correctly. It matters. Okay, Darce said. Okay. I'll wait until you have the words. She looked at the window. I've told you. I'm good at waiting. You also said you don't like it. Both things are true.
A beat.
Tell me when you're ready. A silence. Not the Greenroom kind, the phone kind, the particular quality of two people in separate cities, sitting with the same thing. Then Mina said, quietly, when I tell you, it'll be one of the first times I've said it out loud.
I want you to know that.
Before. Darce held the phone and stood in the parking structure and thought about a person who had been carrying something for 4 years and was choosing, on her own timeline, to put it down. She thought about what it meant to be offered the position of one of the first. She thought about the 4 seconds in the dinner scene footage, the unlabeled folder, the way the room reorganized when a particular person walked into it. I know, she said. I'll be here. I know you will. A pause. Good night, Darce. Good night. She stood in the structure for a moment after the call ended, the phone in her hand, the Greenroom window across the lot. October, and the first week of a new season, and a conversation she had been holding in the back of her attention for 3 weeks that had just moved to the front. She would be here. She had said it, and she meant it, and it was not complicated. She went back inside. She had dailies to review. Garrett found her on a Friday. Not the edit bay, and not the production office. The commissary, which was where Darce ate lunch on the days she ate lunch, which was not every day, in the specific corner table she had occupied since season 1 because it had a sight line to both exits and she had never been able to fully disengage the part of her that preferred to know where the doors were. She was eating and reading through the episode 2 structure notes, and not particularly interested in company. He came in with a tray and sat down across from her. Not at the adjacent table, not at a polite professional distance. Across from her. The decision to sit across from rather than beside communicated something that she filed before she'd finished reading the sentence she was on. Busy week, he said. Every week in production. The new cast is interesting. He arranged his tray with a particular unhurried quality he brought to all physical actions, the quality of a man who had decided, at some point, that speed communicated something he didn't want to communicate. Development's excited about a few of them. Development gets excited in October and disappointed in February. She set down her notes. Not because he warranted her full attention. Because she was not going to be caught reading while someone talked to her about a subject that required full attention, and she had understood in the second he sat down that this was that subject. Same as every season. He smiled the smile. You have strong instincts about the talent. That's the job. It is.
He picked up his coffee.
I've always admired the way you work. The way you find the real story inside the format's architecture. Season 1 was particularly. He considered the word with the care of someone who had already selected it. Particular. She looked at him. The contestants, he said, in the mild and pleasant voice that had never in her experience been only mild and pleasant. Interesting people. The way they present themselves to the camera versus who they are underneath. It's the tension you find, isn't it? That gap. It's what the format requires, Darce said. Yes. He set down his coffee. Though sometimes the gap is more significant than the format anticipates. Someone presenting one version of themselves for whatever reason. The camera finds things, even when people don't intend it to. He met her gaze with the complete mildness of someone who had never needed to make a threat sound like a threat. I've been thinking about that. The things the camera finds. She was very still. Not the professional stillness, the other one. The tell. She was aware of it and could not fully arrest it because the processing was a beat behind, and the stillness was what happened in the gap when something arrived too true to fully deflect. She held it for 1 second. Then she picked up her fork and returned to her food. The camera finds what the editor shows it finding, she said. That's my job. Of course. His smile did not change. You do it very well. He picked up his tray. Enjoy your lunch, Darce.
He left.
She sat at the corner table with the sight line to both exits and finished her food with the methodical precision of someone who is not going to give the next 8 minutes to anything other than the meal in front of her. She looked at the notes for episode 2. She read the same sentence 3 times. She thought about the shape of the conversation. The shape was, Garrett knew something. Not hypothetically, not as inference. He was telling her he knew something in the specific, pleasantly deniable way that men who had spent 30 years collecting leverage communicated that they had it. The gap, he had said.
The things the camera finds.
He had not said Mina's name. He had not needed to. She thought about the legal meetings. The talent agreements associate. The season 1 files. The biographical summary that was too smooth, and the answer about the gap between what someone knows about you and what you know about yourself. She thought about a phone call 3 days ago and a woman saying, there are things I need to tell you, and I want to say them correctly. She finished her lunch. She returned her tray. She walked back to the production offices through the lot with the particular steady pace she used when she needed the time between locations to think rather than to arrive. She thought. She was efficient about it. By the time she reached her desk, she had a working sense of the problem's shape, which was the first requirement for solving a problem. Knowing what it actually was. The problem was not Garrett's file. She had understood this, obliquely, before he sat down across from her, but the commissary conversation had clarified it. The problem was not whether Garrett had information.
He did.
The problem was not whether he intended to use it.
He did.
The problem was architecture. She needed to understand the structure of what he had built before she could decide what to put in its way. She pulled up the season 1 files on her screen. Not the production files, the cast files, the ones she had access to as head writer. She did not open Mina's file. She sat with a closed folder and looked at it for a moment, thinking about the shape of a story she hadn't written and had no intention of writing, and about a woman on the phone 3 nights ago saying, I want to give it to you correctly. She was not going to move on this alone. She had resources. She had Renata, who had been in the industry for 30 years and who had, in Darce's experience, survived everything by understanding that survival required information and information required network. She had Priya, who knew where things were. She had, if it came to it, a journalist she trusted and a lawyer she'd used twice and a specific understanding of how these situations had a tendency to move. She did not pick up the phone yet. Not tonight. She was not ready to move yet. She needed more of the shape, and she was going to get more of the shape by continuing to watch, which was what she was best at. But she was done with the periphery. Garrett had shown her enough. The thing she had been declining to infer was now the thing she was working with, and the working required her full attention in a different way than the watching had. She thought, sitting at her desk with the closed folder on the screen, about the difference between watching and doing. She had been watching for months. She had been watching the legal meetings, watching the pattern, watching the shape of a thread assemble itself at a professional distance, and declining the inference available to her because the inference had implications she wasn't ready to act on. She understood now, waiting for the shape to be undeniable before she let herself respond to it. The shape was undeniable. She opened the episode 2 structure notes. She worked until 9. When she drove out of the lot, the commissary light was still on in the building across the way, and she looked at it as she passed and thought about pleasant voices and the things the camera finds and the particular kind of threat that arrived in the language of admiration. She thought about Mina. She did not think about her the way she had been thinking about her for months, the held back, filed away, periphery management version. She thought about her the way she thought about things she was working on, clearly, with full attention, as a problem she intended to solve. Not Mina as a problem. Mina, as someone whose situation was adjacent to a problem that Darce was now, without ceremony, deciding to do something about. The distinction mattered. She knew the distinction mattered. She was going to be very careful about it. She drove home, through the October dark. Chapter 17. What she told Sable. The therapist's name was Dr. Chen, and her office was in a building 3 blocks from the apartment, which Mina had chosen deliberately, not proximity to home but proximity to a coffee shop she liked, so that the 40 minutes after each session had somewhere to go. She had developed, over the first 6 weeks of weekly appointments, a specific post-session routine. The coffee shop, a flat white, 30 minutes of not reviewing what had just happened. The not reviewing was the hardest part. She had spent 4 years reviewing everything, filing everything, running the inventory on every significant interaction, and the instruction to simply sit with the aftermath of an hour's conversation without immediately organizing it felt, each time, like a mild physical effort. She was getting better at it. The second session had been easier than the first and harder than she'd expected. The first session she had spent almost entirely on the factual architecture, the shape of the situation, the timeline, the practical reasons for the name and the biography, and the 4 years of careful maintenance. She had delivered it in the flat and efficient voice of someone presenting a case, and Dr. Chen had listened with the particular quality of attention that Mina had come to understand was her professional signature, complete, unhurried, and entirely undramatic. She had not reacted to any of it. This was more useful than it sounded. Not reacting was, Mina understood, its own form of information. It was Dr. Chen communicating. This is not a crisis I am managing. This is a person I am listening to. The absence of the managing had been, the first time, more disorienting than the presence of it would have been, because she had been doing so much of her own managing for so long that she had stopped experiencing management as a response and had started experiencing it as a baseline condition. The session had unsettled her in a way that she was still thinking about 3 days later, which was probably the point. The second session she had been asked a question she hadn't prepared for. Not the question she would have predicted, not about fear, not about the practical implications, not about the what-if of discovery. Dr. Chen had asked, after a silence that Mina had filled with 2 additional explanatory sentences she hadn't needed to add. What would it feel like to have someone know your real name and still be in the room? She had not answered immediately. She had looked at the bookshelf behind Dr. Chen and thought about Greenroom evenings and a phone call from a parking structure and the specific quality of a Tuesday evening in a production van in the rain. I don't know, she had said, finally. I've been trying to find that out. Dr. Chen had written something. Mina had noted this. The doctor wrote very rarely, which made the moments she did write more significant rather than less. She had not been able to see what was written and had found herself, walking to the coffee shop afterward, constructing theories about it. She was aware that constructing theories about what her therapist wrote in her notes was exactly the kind of thing a person did when they were beginning to be invested in the process, rather than simply tolerating it. She bought a second flat white and acknowledged this and found it, rather than alarming, faintly amusing. The third session tonight had gone somewhere she was still holding in the 20 minutes of not reviewing. She sat with her flat white and looked out the coffee shop window and did not open the thing yet, the way you didn't open a letter until you were somewhere you could sit with what it said. She had told Dr. Chen about the before, about what it meant, about the list. Not the name on the list. She wasn't ready to say that out loud in a clinical setting yet, wasn't ready to give it to a room she hadn't chosen for it. But the shape of the list, the map of people who should know, in the order she had decided, on the terms she had set. The understanding that she had been moving toward something for months and was, as of the past 3 weeks, actually moving rather than circling. Dr. Chen had said, "That sounds like agency." And Mina had said, yes. And then, it feels terrifying. And then, after a pause, I think that's what agency feels like when you haven't had it in a while. She finished the flat white. She gathered her bag. She went home and changed out of the work clothes she'd worn to the session. A habit, the transition, the specific ritual of shedding the register she'd carried into a room and arriving at the one she kept for the private hours, and sent a text to Sable. The response was immediate. This was Sable's texture. Immediate when she wanted to be, completely unavailable when she didn't, and reliable in a way that had nothing to do with schedule and everything to do with the particular intelligence she brought to knowing when someone needed to be met. Tomorrow? I know a place. Bring a coat. It has outside seating. Mina looked at the text and felt something that was not quite amusement and not quite gratitude, and was probably the compound of both that arrived when someone was consistently, specifically themselves with you. Fine, she sent back. But I'm ordering something warm. The place Sable knew was a West African restaurant on a side street that had outside seating under heat lamps and inside seating for people who had made better decisions, and Sable was already at a corner table inside when Mina arrived, with wine poured and menus up. I said outside seating, Sable said. I thought you were making a point about the weather. I was. Sable smiled with the ease of someone who won most arguments, simply by not treating them as arguments. I compromised. Mina sat. She looked at the menu and then put it down and looked at Sable instead, because Sable was one of the people she could look at without performing the looking, which was still unusual enough that she noticed it. Sable looked back. You have something to say. I was going to work up to it. We've had dinner 6 times. You don't work up to things. The fork appeared, pointing at Mina in the Sable-specific gesture that had stopped surprising her by their 3rd dinner. You hold the thing very still, and then you say it, which looks different from working up to it, but is the same function. Mina looked at her. You know that's accurate. I know. Sable put the fork down. I'm not rushing you. I'm just saying you don't have to perform the working up to it if you don't need it. She picked up her wine. She held it without drinking. My name, she said. The one I use.
Mina Vasell.
She set the glass down. It's not my name. Sable was still. Not the startled still, the Sable-specific quality of full attention, the kind that gathered rather than contracted. She was looking at Mina with the expression she wore when something mattered. Open, focused, entirely absent of the social performance that most people wore over the top of their real reactions. I know that, Mina said, is a significant sentence. It is, Sable said. I'm not going to tell you the other name tonight. I'm not ready to say it out loud to more than a few people yet, and I haven't chosen the order carefully enough. She looked at her hands. But I wanted you to know the shape of it. That I've been living under a borrowed name for 4 years. That there are reasons. That the reasons were good ones, and I'm not sorry I did it. I survived something, and this is how I survived it. The restaurant was warm around them, the particular warmth of a full room on a cool October evening, other conversations at other tables, the quiet industry of a Saturday night. Sable was quiet. This was one of the things Mina had come to trust most about her, the quality of her silences. Sable's silences were not empty. They were the specific silence of someone receiving something carefully, with both hands, making sure they had it before they responded. The silence lasted a full minute. Then, are you safe? Sable asked. Mina had not expected that to be the first question. She registered it with the precision she brought to unexpected things. Yes, she said. Mostly. A beat. There are complications. But I'm handling them. She looked at Sable. I'm choosing to handle them rather than run from them, it's new for me. Good. Sable said it the way she said good when she meant it. Simply, without elaboration, the word doing all its work without decoration. Does anyone who should know already know? One person. Indirectly. She thought about Tomas in the parking structure, about the 8 months of the same silence. And I'm working through who comes next. Sable looked at her. Darce. The word landed in the specific way Mina had known it would, which was why she had been holding it as a sentence she didn't finish rather than one she said. I know, Mina said. I'm not telling you what to do. Sable reached across the table and touched the back of Mina's hand briefly, once, in the particular way she had of making physical contact function as punctuation. But she should be one of the first. I know. Mina looked down. The gold ring caught the restaurant's warm light. I know she should. I'm getting there. Are you afraid of what she'll do with it? The question arrived with Sable's characteristic precision. Not what are you afraid of, which would have been too open, too generative, the kind of question that invited the rehearsed answer. What are you afraid of she'll do with it, which closed the field to the specific fear rather than the general one.
Mina sat with it.
No, she said slowly. Not what she'll do with it. She's not Garrett.
She paused.
I'm afraid of what she'll think. Not about the situation. About whether knowing the real version is the same as knowing me. Whether it changes what she stopped. Started again. Whether the version of me she's been in a room with for a year is different from the version that comes with the name. And which one she
stopped.
Sable was looking at her with an expression that was warm and specific and did not offer her an easy exit. Which one she'd choose, Mina finished. The sentence was small and very still and true in the way that the private truths were true, completely, without a comfortable wrapper. She'd choose you, Sable said. Both of them. They're the same person. I know that intellectually. You've known her for a year. She pulled a villain edit 12 weeks into knowing you and built something honest instead. Sable held her gaze. The woman who did that is not going to decide you're a different person because of a name. I know. But you're still afraid. Yes. She said it without drama. I'm still afraid. Sable refilled her wineglass, and then Mina's without asking. She picked up the menu in a gesture that communicated, we're going to order now, and you're going to eat, and the conversation will continue, but the weight of it is going to rest for a minute while we make practical decisions about food. This was another Sable gift, the ability to give a moment room without abandoning it. They ordered. The food arrived. They ate. The therapy, Sable said, midway through a dish that warranted the specific attention she was giving it. Is it helping? Yes.
Mina åt.
In the way where you don't want it to be helping, and then it is. Sable pointed the fork. That's the good kind. I know. Someone told me that recently. A small silence. Sable put the fork down in a way that communicated something was about to be said that the fork should not be present for. The therapist asked me what I was afraid of, Mina said. A few weeks ago. What did you say? I said, being known and left. She was looking at the table. And then I said, that's not quite right. And then I didn't say anything for a while. Sable waited. She asked me last week what the right version was. Mina looked up. I still don't have it. I know the wrong version. Being known and left. That's the fear I know how to name. The other one is, she stopped. Bigger. What does bigger feel like? She turned the ring on her finger. Once, twice. Like the being known part is not actually the scary part. Like I've been afraid of the wrong thing for 4 years, and the right thing is, she stopped again. Say it, Sable said. Mina looked at her. You don't have to say it right. You can say it wrong, and we can figure out what the right version is. She took a breath. Like I've been afraid that if I stop being someone else, I won't know who I am. And I'll have to find out. And maybe there's nothing there maybe there's not enough. The restaurant went on around them. The heat lamp's orange glow on the wall. Someone laughing at a table across the room. There's enough, Sable said. Quietly. Without argument. The flat and direct register that she deployed for the things she was completely certain about. Mina looked at her. I've been watching you be yourself in corners and at dinner tables and in parking lots for almost a year, Sable said. There's enough. There's more than enough. You just haven't been in a room long enough to see the whole of it. Mina's expression did the thing it did when something arrived faster than the management system. She looked at the table. She looked at the ring. The therapist will say the same thing, she said after a moment. Next session. Good. You should hear it from more than one source. She laughed, the real one, slower, arriving from further down, the one that required no audience calibration and landed in rooms the way it landed, like something that had been traveling a long distance and had arrived. Sable smiled with the particular pleasure of someone who had been aiming for exactly that and was not going to make a thing of it. They finished dinner. Walking home alone, Mina thought about the shape of what the evening had been, a woman she hadn't planned to love, in the broad and specific sense, telling her things she was going to need before she could say the things she was working towards saying to the person who was on the list with the note in parentheses. She thought about the fear, the real version, the one that was bigger than the one she knew how to name. She was not going to solve it tonight. She was going to keep going to therapy and keep having dinners with Sable and keep doing the work of the before, and when she had the words, she was going to give them to the person she'd promised to give them to. She thought about Darce's voice on the phone. "I'll be here." She thought about what it had meant to spend 12 weeks in the proximity of someone who didn't perform warmth at her. She thought about the 4 seconds from the dinner scene footage that Darce had kept in an unlabeled folder. She didn't know about the folder, had no way of knowing about it, but she thought about those 4 seconds sometimes, the unguarded moment she had not known was being watched, and she thought about what it meant to be seen in your unguarded moments by someone who kept the seeing to themselves rather than making it into a story. She thought about Darce's hands going still on the keyboard. She thought about the couch in the green room. She stopped at the corner before her building and stood for a moment in the October cold. In the in-between of it, the thing she had told Darce she liked, the part where you could feel both seasons at once. She felt it now. She was between things, the before and the after, the borrowed name and the real one, the version of herself that had been safe and the version that was going to be whole. She was standing in the gap between them, and it was, for the first time in a long time, not frightening. She had help. She had Sable, who saw things and said them. She had Dr. Chun, who asked the questions that arrived before the prepared answers were ready. She had Tomas, who had been making the same choice for 8 months without telling her, which was its own form of gift. She had a friend on the phone who knew what before meant. She had a list with an order and a parenthetical note. And she had the person the note was about, who had said, "Tell me when you're ready, and I'll be here." She was almost ready. She turned the ring on her finger. She went inside. Chapter 18, The File. The network announced the 3rd season pickup on a Tuesday. This was earlier than the standard network timeline, which was usually a 4 to 6 week window after the 2nd season's premiere episode aired its first run of numbers. The 2nd season hadn't aired yet. The announcement was preemptive, a confident signal, the specific kind of institutional enthusiasm that arrived when a show was performing in pre-release metrics in a way the network found sufficiently reassuring to commit publicly before they had to. Darce read the announcement in her email at 7:43 in the morning and thought, "Good. Good for the show. Good for the team." The Season 3 announcement meant a year's worth of work had a future, which was not a given, which was worth noting. She made a note. She moved on. The morning had the particular organized urgency of a production in its 3rd week of filming, which was the week when the first real stories started to emerge from the raw footage, the through lines clarifying, the contestants beginning to differentiate from their first-day presentations into their actual selves, the shape of the season becoming legible in outline. She had 3 meetings before noon and a dailies review in the afternoon, and a writer's room session at 4 that she had been building toward all week. It was a full day. It was a good kind of full. Priya caught her at 10:30. Not in the writer's room, not in the edit bay, in the corridor between the casting suite and the production offices, which meant she had been looking for her rather than finding her in the natural course of the morning. This was unusual. Priya moved through the production building with the efficiency of someone who had the layout memorized and never traveled between floors unless the destination was necessary. The destination right now was Darce. "Hey," Priya said. Her voice had a quality that Darce registered before she had processed the word. Not the quick associative warmth of Priya's normal register. Something quieter. Something that had already decided what it needed to do and was doing it. "Walk with me," Priya said. They walked. Not to the edit bay, not to the production office, to the green room, which was empty at this hour, the mid-morning quiet of a space between uses. Priya closed the door. Darce stood at the window. The parking structure was bright in the October light, ordinary, the geometry she had been looking at for 2 seasons. She had spent, she calculated without particularly wanting to, somewhere between 400 and 500 hours in this room over the course of 2 seasons. She had started associating it with someone else sometime around week 4 of the first season. The association had not faded. "What?" Darce said. "Garrett met with legal yesterday afternoon." Priya's voice was level. She was not, Darce knew, a person who struggled to deliver difficult information. She was precise and kind, and she did the hard thing without circling. 2 hours. The talent agreements associate, and someone from the network's compliance team. Darce said nothing. She was watching the parking structure. After the meeting, the compliance person went to the archives and pulled the Season 1 talent files. Priya paused. All of them. But she spent the most time on one. The Greenroom was very quiet. Outside, someone was crossing the lot below with a coffee and a production binder, moving at the particular pace of someone whose morning was going exactly as planned. Ordinary. The lot going on in its ordinary way. She copied it, Priya said. "I don't know exactly what's in the copy. But I know," she stopped. She had, Darce understood, been deciding how much to say and had arrived at all of it. "I know the casting associate who was on duty in the archives. He told me the file she pulled and copied. It was contestant 9. Darce turned from the window. Priya was looking at her with the expression she wore when she was doing the hardest version of friendship, which was standing close to someone during the thing rather than after it. Not performing concern. Just there. Present in the specific and irreducible way that Priya had always been present. The friendship they had built through shared exhaustion and mutual honesty, and 6 years of Priya pretending not to notice the things Darce didn't want noticed, and noticing all of them anyway. "Garrett has a file," Darce said. "It sounds like it. On Mina. On contestant 9. Priya said it the way Darce had said it, the professional designation that was both accurate and insufficient. "I don't know what's in the file. I know it's been assembled over months. The legal meetings," she paused. "There have been more than the ones you noticed. He's been careful about the routing." Darce looked at the window again. The parking structure. The ordinary October light. She thought about the commissary. The gap, Garrett had said. The things the camera finds. She thought about a Season 1 casting file that was too smooth and a biographical summary with no minor inconsistencies and a woman who had answered a question about being known with something that felt, reading it in the particular way Darce read things, personal rather than abstract. She thought about the names she'd been waiting to hear, and the phone call, and "I want to give it to you correctly." She was very still. Not the professional stillness, not the trained one. The other kind. The tell. She held it for 2 seconds, 3, longer than she usually held it, because the processing was further behind than usual, and the stillness was the only thing available in the gap. "Okay," she said. "Darce." "I know." She was still at the window. She did not turn around again. "I need to think." "Okay. Don't tell anyone else you told me. Not yet." "I wasn't going to." A pause. "The casting associate who told me he likes Mina. He's not going to say anything to Garrett." "Which casting associate?" A beat. "Tomas." Darce closed her eyes briefly, then opened them. The parking structure was still there. "Of course it was," she said. Priya stood at the door for a moment. Then, "I'm in the edit bay from 2. If you need. I know where you are." She heard the door close. She stood at the Greenroom window for a while after that. She did not count the minutes. She was not in the mode that counted things. She was in the mode that she sometimes entered when something had arrived that required her to stop moving and simply be in the room with it before she could be in the room with anything else. She had learned over years that the impulse to immediately act on a significant piece of information was almost always wrong. The useful thing was to understand the shape of it first. The shape required stillness. The shape was, Garrett had a file. The file was on Mina. The file had been assembled over months with the specific and deliberate care of someone who understood that the value of leverage was in the assembly rather than the use, who collected not to detonate but to hold, because holding was the power. The file existed. It was complete, or close to complete. The legal meetings had been routine, the kind of thing a careful person did before they moved, and the careful person was now in the moving phase. She knew this shape. She had spent 2 seasons watching Garrett move through professional spaces in exactly the mode that preceded a move, the pleasant conversations, the mild attentiveness, the commissary lunch, and its coded pleasantries about gaps and the things the camera found. She had read the pattern correctly. She had been reading it correctly for weeks and had been making preliminary decisions about what to do with the reading and had not yet moved to action. She needed to move to action. The question of what Garrett had in the file was a question she could answer, in part, from what she already knew, a name that was not her name, a history that did not match the official record, for years of careful maintenance that had kept something survivable. This was the shape of it. She did not need the specifics to understand the weapon. What Garrett intended to do with the weapon was easier to read. Exposure. The particular institutional leverage of a person whose value to the network was contingent on information others could be embarrassed by. He had no personal animosity toward Mina. He didn't have personal animosities. He had transactions. Mina's file was a transaction. The question was what he was transacting for. She thought about the Season 3 announcement. The show had just been picked up for a third season. Garrett's position was secure for another cycle. And yet the legal meetings had escalated this week, not tapered, the compliance person, the copied file, the sense that the assembly was moving toward deployment. He was not waiting for leverage to use against the show. He was using it now, before the Season 3 announcement had even settled, which meant the transaction was not about the show's future. It was about something more immediate. She turned this over. She went to her office. She sat at her desk. She opened her laptop and looked at the blank document that was there from the morning's work and did not type anything into it for 40 minutes. The document stayed blank. She was aware, in the way she was aware of her own physical states without dwelling on them, that she was not writing because something in her writing mechanism had gone offline, the part that took observations and assembled them into structure. The part was offline because the structure she was trying to build kept running into the same wall, which was the wall between the professional problem and the other problem, and she could not maintain the separation between them the way she usually could. The professional problem, a network fixer with a file and a demonstrated intention to use it. The other problem, a woman on a phone 3 nights ago saying I want to give it to you correctly and meaning something Darce had been holding like something breakable for 2 months. The two problems were not separate problems. That was the wall. She had been treating them as separate because treating them as separate was tidier, and because the entanglement had implications she had not fully worked through yet, and she had been waiting to have the full working through before she acted. She was out of time for waiting. The document was blank. The document had been blank for 40 minutes, and she was a person who wrote professionally, constantly, as a function of breathing, and the blankness meant something she was not going to misread, because she was not in the business of misreading things about herself. She was afraid.
She sat with that.
She did not dress it up or minimize it or redirect it into a professional framework she could act on efficiently. She was afraid, and the fear was specific. It was not fear for herself. She was not personally exposed by Garrett's file. She was not in danger. The fear was the specific fear of proximity, the fear of being the person who was close to someone when their worst thing happened, of being present for the detonation and being unable to prevent it. She had spent a decade making sure she was not close enough to anyone for this particular fear to be relevant. She had built her life around it. She had been the observer, the architect, the person behind the monitors who understood everyone's story and was not close enough to anyone to be hurt by what happened to them.
She was close enough now.
This was what the 40 minutes of blankness was, the specific experience of finding out that you had allowed yourself to be close enough to someone that their danger was your danger, not professionally, not instrumentally, but in the simple and inescapable way that closeness worked. She had known this was true since October. She had been managing it since the Greenroom and the finale and the phone calls. She had been treating it, with the methodical competence she brought to all difficult truths, as something that could be managed. It could not be managed. It could only be inhabited. She closed the laptop. She sat in her office in the quiet of a production building in the middle of a Tuesday and looked at the closed laptop and thought about everything she knew and everything she was going to have to do with it. The Season 3 pickup was on the announcement. The show was real. The work was real. The team she'd built over 2 seasons was real. Mina was real. The situation required action. The action required information. The information required resources she had and relationships she had maintained for exactly this kind of emergency. Not because she had anticipated this specific emergency, but because she had always understood that the industry was built on information, and that information unmanaged became other people's leverage, and she had spent 10 years making sure she was never someone else's leverage.
She was not going to be that person now.
She was not going to let Mina be that person either. She sat with the laptop closed and the window showing the October light on the lot, and felt, in the specific and undramatic way she felt things when they arrived past her management systems, the full weight of what was at stake. Not the professional stakes. The other ones. The specific fear was not fear of the situation. She had been in difficult professional situations before, had navigated institutional threats with the competence she brought to everything she was good at. The specific fear was smaller and more central than that. The fear of a woman who had spent 4 years building something survivable from the ground up, who had been moving toward telling the truth on her own terms, on her own timeline, with her own words, and who might not get to do that now because Garrett had decided to do the telling instead. She was not going to let that happen. She was not. She sat with that for a moment, not analyzing it, not building a structure around it. Just sitting with the thing that was true and that had arrived past the place where she usually kept things she hadn't decided about yet. Then she opened the laptop. She did not.
Right.
She opened her contacts. She looked at 3 names: Renata Ibsch, a journalist she'd worked with twice, a lawyer she'd used and trusted. She looked at them for a moment. Then she closed the laptop again and held very still in the quality of stillness that was not the trained kind, not the performing neutrality kind, but the specific stillness of someone who had just understood the shape of the thing they had been walking toward and had decided, with full clarity and without drama, what they were going to do about it. Not tonight. Tonight she needed to hold it, to understand all its edges before she moved. But the deciding had happened. She picked up her coffee, which had gone cold. She drank it cold because it was there, and because some things were simply what they were, and you worked with what was in front of you, and that was fine. The lot was going on outside the window. Ordinary October. The show was being made. The work was being done. She put the coffee down and went to the writer's room for her 4 o'clock meeting and ran it with full attention and knew, walking out at 5:30, exactly what she was going to do when she got home. The deciding had been done. Now came the working. Chapter 19. Everything she built. Darce called the lawyer at 7:15 in the morning. Not the first call she made. The first call she made was to Renata at 6:45, before the city was fully awake, in the gray early light of a Wednesday that was going to be the first day of the working rather than the watching. She called Renata from her kitchen with her coffee and her coat still on because she had been out running and had come in, and called rather than showering first, which was information about her state of mind that she noted and did not examine. Renata answered on the second ring, which was Renata. She had the particular relationship with her phone of someone who understood that the people who called at 6:45 in the morning were usually calling for reasons that warranted answering. "Tell me," Renata said. Darce told her. Not all of it, the shape of it, the structure, the what Garrett had, and the what Garrett intended as best she could read it. She was efficient. She had organized the information the previous night, sitting at her kitchen table with a glass of wine she hadn't touched, building the account into the form that would be most useful when she gave it to someone else. The organization had taken 2 hours. The account took 6 minutes. Renata listened without interrupting, which was also her. She processed information most efficiently in uninterrupted sequence and had never pretended otherwise. When Darce finished, there was a brief silence. "How bad is the file?" Renata said. "I don't know exactly. Bad enough for him to have taken it to legal. Bad enough that he brought in compliance. But not to law enforcement. Not that I can see. Then it's leverage, not criminal exposure." Renata's voice had the particular quality it had when she was thinking rapidly and speaking at the same time, which was a skill Darce had always found mildly extraordinary. "He's not trying to get her arrested. He's trying to get something." "I think so." "What does he want?" "I don't know yet. That's the part one need to understand before I know what to build against it." A silence. "Then, give me the week." Renata said it the way she said all her concrete offers, without ceremony, without elaboration, as a statement of what was going to happen rather than a question about whether it should. "I'll find out what he wants. I have people." "I know you do." And Darce. A pause. The specific pause Renata used when she was going to say something that mattered. The person this is about. Yes. Do they know you're doing this? She thought about the phone call, and I want to give it to you correctly, and the list, and the parenthetical note. Not yet. You're not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell them because they're already doing something. She looked at her coffee. They've been doing something. I found out through channels. They started before I knew about the file. Another silence, shorter.
Good, Renata said.
That changes the architecture. I know. Okay. The sound of Renata moving, a chair, a door, the specific audio quality of a woman who was already in motion before the call ended.
The week.
Then we talk. She hung up. Darce showered. She called the lawyer at 7:15, not for action, not yet, but for the preliminary consultation she had been putting off since October, the one where she asked hypothetically about the legal landscape of a specific kind of situation and received the specific kind of information that told her what the exposure actually was and what the options actually were. The lawyer was direct and precise and gave her the information in the flat and clinical language of someone whose job was to know the law rather than to make it comfortable. The exposure was real. The options were also real. The situation was survivable, given specific conditions, the most important of which was timing. The lawyer said, the person involved needs to know this is happening, and they need to have time to make decisions rather than have them made for them. She thanked him. She hung up. She sat with this for a moment. She had always been good at receiving information. The quality of attention she brought to it, the ability to hold complicated facts without immediately organizing them into action, the patience that allowed her to understand the full shape before she moved. The lawyer's information was clear. The shape was clear. The options were clear. The part that was not clear, the part she had been circling for 2 weeks, was the question of what her role was meant to be. She had a professional instinct, honed over a decade, to build the counter-architecture herself, to find the structure, fill the gaps, control the narrative before it could be controlled for her. It was what she did. It was what she was best at. She had spent a season watching this particular quality in herself and understanding, gradually, that the quality was also a defense. That the person who authored everyone else's story did it in part because authoring was safer than being inside the story herself. That the professional distance she maintained, the behind-the-monitor's position, the note-taking, the shape-finding was the same mechanism as the emotional distance she maintained, and both were useful, and both came at a cost. She was not going to write this one from the outside. She texted Priya, "Coffee before production meeting?" Priya sent back, "Already at the machine. Hurry up." She went to work. Mina did not know what Darce was doing. She knew something had shifted. She had sensed it in the texture of Darce's silence over the past week, the specific quality of not hearing from someone who had been, since October, a reliable presence at the edge of her awareness. A text every few days, brief, angled, the particular warmth of two people maintaining contact across a distance they had agreed to maintain for specific reasons. The silence was different from the usual contact. It was not withdrawal, it was the silence of someone who was occupied, which she recognized because she knew what occupied looked like from the inside. She did not ask. She had her own occupied to attend to. She had told Tomas on a Thursday. Not in a planned location, not with the formal structure she had imagined for the conversations on the list. He had called about the Season 2 callback conversation, a follow-up administrative matter, and she had answered, and they had been talking for 7 minutes about logistics when she had stopped mid-sentence and said, "Can I tell you something?" He had said, "Yes." And she had told him, not the full architecture. That was for Dr. Chen, where it had arrived in installments over 3 sessions and had lost the texture of a confession by the third telling. What she told Tomas was the shape of it, the name that wasn't hers, the situation that had made the name necessary, the 4 years of maintenance, the present moment, and what she was doing about it. She told him in the flat and precise voice that was not distance but its opposite. The voice you used when you had rehearsed something so many times the emotion had been distilled out of the delivery, and what remained was only the truth. Tomas listened. When she finished, there was a pause of maybe 15 seconds. "I know," he said. "I know you know. I've known since the callback. The original one." He said this in the way he said most things, without apology, without drama, simply placing the information in the space between them where it could be looked at. I made a decision. I kept making it. I know. She thought about the parking structure in September. You told me. I wanted to say it in this context too. A pause. With the full version. So I made the decision, knowing the full version. She had not cried in the parking structure when he'd told her he hadn't said anything. She cried now, briefly, in her apartment with her phone against her ear, in the quick and private way she cried when something landed that she had been carrying for a long time without knowing exactly how heavy it was. She did not perform the crying or manage it. She let it arrive, and it did, and then it was done. Okay, she said. Okay, he said. They talked for 20 more minutes about nothing in particular. About the season 2 production, about a restaurant near the lot that had changed their menu, about a show they had both apparently been watching separately. The conversation was exactly what she needed it to be. Ordinary, warm, the specific gift of someone who understood that the most useful thing they could do after a significant disclosure was to make the next 20 minutes feel like any other 20 minutes. She hung up and sat in her apartment for a while. She thought about the weight of it. Not the weight of the telling, which had been lighter than she'd anticipated, but the weight of what the telling revealed, that she had been carrying something she thought was uniquely heavy, and she had told 2 people its full shape now, and neither of them had staggered under it. Tomas had made a choice and kept making it for 8 months before she knew. Sable had listened with both hands. The thing she had been afraid would unseat people had, so far, been received like ordinary gravity, present, acknowledged, not catastrophic. She was revising her understanding of what she'd been carrying. The 3rd therapy session had been the hardest. She arrived with the flat voice already in place. She had been using it for the first 2 sessions, the organized and efficient delivery of a well-rehearsed account, and it had served its purpose. Dr. Chun had let it serve its purpose. And then, in the 3rd session, she had asked a question that the flat voice had no prepared answer for. She had asked, "Who are you, when there's no one watching?" The silence that followed was the longest silence Mina had sat in during the sessions. Longer than the silence after the real name question. Longer than any of the pauses she had managed through the first 2 sessions with the particular skill of someone who had learned, very young, that a pause was not the same as an absence of answer. She thought about the question. She thought about the gold ring that had crossed the line with her. She thought about the real laugh and the way it arrived from further down. She thought about the specific quality of a Tuesday evening in a green room with bad coffee and good light, and someone who didn't perform warmth at her. She thought about the hotel room after the finale shoot, the desk, the list. "Myself," she said finally. "I think I'm myself." Dr. Chin waited. "I don't know if that's a full answer," Mina said. "It's a beginning," Dr. Chin said. "What does yourself feel like right now?" And Mina had said, without entirely planning to, "It feels like something I'm choosing. Every day. Not something I arrived at, and then had. Something I keep deciding to be."
She paused.
"I don't know if that's better or worse than having it just be automatic. What do you think?" "I think," she stopped. Started again. "I think that choosing is the point. I think I've been waiting to arrive somewhere I already am, and the arriving has been the wrong goal." She looked at the bookshelf. "I think the right goal is the choosing." She had not cried in that session. She had sat with the answer she'd arrived at and felt, not triumph, not resolution, but something quieter and more durable, the specific feeling of a thing that was true and that she had found herself rather than been given. She had bought herself a flat white from the coffee shop and sat for 40 minutes not reviewing anything. She had gone home and called her friend and talked for an hour and said, at the end, "I think I'm ready." And her friend had said, "Ready for what?" And she had said, "To stop waiting for it to be safe and do the thing that makes it safe." Her friend had been quiet for a moment. "Yeah," the friend had said. "That sounds right." She was ready to tell Darce. Not immediately. The list had an order, and she was honoring the order, and the order had logic that she was not going to compress because she had been given a timeline by Darce's patience, and she was not going to waste the gift of it by rushing. But she was ready. She had the words. She had been turning them over for 2 weeks, and they were, finally, the right ones. Simple, direct, hers. She would say, There is something I need to tell you, and I have been working up to being able to say it, and I am ready now. She would say, my name is not Mina Vasell. She would say her real name out loud for the first time to someone she had chosen, in the way she had chosen, and she would watch what happened to the room. She had started to believe, had been working session by session and dinner by dinner toward believing that the room would stay. She had not yet called Darce. She was going to in the next few days. The list was almost complete. Sable had the shape of it, Tomas had the full shape, Dr. Chun had everything. Darce was next. The list had always put Darce next. She turned the ring on her finger. Tomorrow, she thought. Or the day after.
Soon.
Chapter 20. How to defuse a story. Renata called back on a Monday, which was 4 days before she'd said the week, which meant she had found what she was looking for faster than either of them had expected. Darce was in the production office when the call came. She stepped out into the corridor and answered. He wants the show, Renata said. Without preamble, without ceremony. This was Renata's version of efficiency, arriving at the substance before the recipient had adjusted their posture for it. Tell me. Not the show itself. The EP credit for Season 3. He's been having conversations with the network about a restructuring of the production role, conversations you haven't been included in, which are apparently a few months old.
A pause.
He wants a producing credit and a seat at the table for Season 3 development. The file is the leverage he's using to ensure he gets it. Darce was very still in the corridor. He's using a private individual's personal information to negotiate his own career advancement, she said. He is. Renata's voice had the quality it had when she had long since moved past the emotional reaction to a thing and was now simply operating on it. It's not illegal in any form he's configured it. The file is assembled from public records, network archives, industry databases. Nothing obtained through illegal means. Another pause. Which means the legal route is expensive and slow and not obviously winnable. So, we don't use the legal route.
No.
A beat. There are other routes. Darce thought about the conversation she'd had with the lawyer. The exposure was real, the options were real, the situation was survivable given specific conditions. She thought about Renata's word. Architecture. What do you have in mind? Darce said. Several things. Some of which require your participation, and some of which I will handle through my own channels, and you will not ask me about. The last clause was delivered in the flat and matter-of-fact tone that Renata reserved for things she had decided and was not opening for debate. The one that requires your participation is the one I want to talk to you about. Talk. The file is valuable because it's a secret. The secret has value because no one knows it and Garrett knows it, and that asymmetry is the weapon. Renata paused. What removes the weapon is removing the asymmetry. Darce waited. If the information is already known by enough people, in the right configurations, in forms that are already contextualized and not primed for detonation, the file stops being a weapon. It becomes just a file. Another pause. The person involved needs to understand this. And they need to make their own decisions about it, not have them made for them. I know. Do they know you've been doing this?
No.
They need to know. Renata's voice was direct, not unkind. Not because you owe them a confession, but because what I'm describing, the process of removing the weapon, is something they have to be part of. You can't do it for them. You can build a framework, but the choosing is theirs. Darce was quiet. You know this, Renata said. I know it. Then what are you waiting for? She thought about the phone call in October, and I want to give it to you correctly. She thought about the list, and the order on the list. She thought about Dr. Chen's bookshelf and 3 sessions, and a woman choosing to stop waiting for it to be safe, and doing the thing that made it safe. She's already doing something, Darce said. I found out this week. She's been, on her own, before she knew about the file, she's been telling people. The shape of it. The people who should know. A silence.
How long? Renata said. Months.
Since September, I think. Maybe before. Another silence.
Shorter.
Well, Renata said. Yes. That changes the arithmetic considerably. The sound of Renata moving, the specific audio of a woman who had been sitting and had stood because the thought required the standing. If she's already been managing the exposure herself, Garrett's file is significantly less dangerous than he thinks it is. The secret has already been partially shared. The audience for the detonation is smaller than he's calculated. And getting smaller. Yes. A pause. That's what she's been doing, whether she knew about the file or not.
Darce thought about this.
She thought about the word Renata had used, architecture. She thought about a woman who had survived something 4 years ago and had built a life from the ground up and was now, piece by piece, choosing to share the real version of it. Not because she had been forced to, not because the threat had left her no options, but because she had decided that the version of herself that was safe was not the version that was alive. She had understood this, in the green room on the night of the finale, in a way she hadn't had language for. She had found the language for it in the 3 months since. And now she was standing in a corridor with a phone to her ear and understanding it in its full structural form. Mina had been doing the only thing that actually worked. Not running, not hiding, not counter-threatening. Telling the truth herself, in her own order, to people she had chosen. Removing the weapon before it could be fired. She figured it out before I did, Darce said. People who have been managing their own survival for a long time often do. Renata said this, without sentiment, in the register of a woman who had been in the industry for 30 years and had seen every version of this equation. Give me the rest of the week.
I'll handle Garrett.
The approach will be quiet and it will be final, and you will not need to know the details. Understood. And Darce. Yes. Tell her. The word landed with the complete directness that was Renata's version of warmth. Not because of the file. Because it's time. She hung up. Darce stood in the corridor for a moment. Then she went back to the production office and opened her laptop and looked at the work she had been doing, which was real work, good work, the kind of work she had always been best at, finding the structure that made the story possible, building the architecture that everything else could hang from. She thought about what Priya had said months ago in the writer's room. Or maybe you just actually like her. She thought about pulling a villain edit and replacing it with something honest. She thought about the 4-second footage from the dinner scene, rewound, in the unlabeled folder. She thought about the moment she had understood, watching 6 hours of dailies in an edit bay at 8:47 on a Thursday evening, that the story she was trying to build kept rearranging itself around a single person, that the architecture kept following rather than leading. She thought about Mina on a phone call saying, "There are things I need to tell you. I want to give them to you correctly. I want to say it right." She thought about the parenthetical note she hadn't seen and would not see until much later, when Mina told her it had been there since September, when the list was explained to her in full. Darce, one of the first. She had been next on the list. She had been next for months. The telling had been coming toward her on its own timeline, with its own words, in the way that Mina did all things that mattered. Correctly, deliberately, with the full weight of having decided. She had almost gotten in the way of it. She had been building counter-architecture, calling lawyers, preparing for the version of events where the secret was ripped open rather than released, where exposure happened as a detonation rather than a choice. The counter-architecture had been correct, had been necessary, had been the right professional instinct. But it had also been, she could see now, the version of the story where she was the author. She was not the author of this one. The recognition settled in her with a specific quality of recognitions that were not dramatic, but were permanent, the kind that arrived quietly and changed the furniture of how you understood something without making a noise about it. She had spent 10 years authoring things. She had been good at it. She had used it as a shield and as a skill, and as a way of being close to people while remaining behind the monitors where nothing could reach her. She had pulled the villain edit. She had replaced it with something honest. She was going to do the same thing now. She closed the architecture document. She opened a new one. She thought about what Tomas had said. She hadn't spoken to him about this directly, but she understood, from the shape of what Renata had reported and the timing of what she now knew about Mina's list, that Tomas had been a point on the list before her. That Tomas had received the full version and had continued, in his particular and reliable way, to hold it without agenda, without leverage, without drama. Just held it. She thought about that. About what it meant to hold something someone gave you without turning it into anything other than what it was, a person trusting you with the real version. She picked up her phone. She called Tomas. He answered on the third ring with a slight pause that was his characteristic beat, the half-second of deliberation before the word.
Darce, he said.
I know about the list, she said. I know she's been telling people. I know you were one of them. A pause. Not the deliberative one, the other kind. The kind that meant, I see what you're doing and I'm deciding how much to confirm. Yes, he said. How is she? Another pause. Then she's ready. He said it in the flat and certain register he reserved for things he was completely confident about. She's been ready for a few weeks. She's just finding the right way to say it. Yes. Darce was quiet for a moment. She thought about the list. She thought about being one of the first. Don't tell her I know, she said. Not yet.
Why?
Because she should get to do it the way she planned to. She looked at the window. The lot in the October afternoon. She's been working toward this. She should get to arrive there on her own terms. Tomas was quiet for a moment that she couldn't quite read, and she could almost always read his moments. Okay, he said finally. Thank you.
She paused.
For everything. The whole time. I made a choice, he said. I kept making it.
He paused.
It was the right one. She thanked him again and hung up. She sat at her desk in the quiet production office and looked at the new document. Blank. She thought about the shape of the story she was inside, not writing, not authoring, just inside, as a person rather than a narrator. She thought about the difference between those two things, the gap she had been living in for a decade, the person who saw everyone else's story clearly and had been writing herself as a minor character in her own. The blank document sat in front of her. She was not going to fill it with architecture. She was going to do something she had been getting incrementally better at all year, which was to let the story be the story, to stop narrating it from the outside, and to be inside it instead. She was going to wait for the phone call. It was going to come. She knew it was going to come in the way she knew things that were structurally inevitable, not as a prediction but as a recognition. The list had an order.
She was next on it.
Mina had been working toward it for months, had the words was ready. She was going to answer it when it came. She was going to listen. She was going to say her name back, and mean it. She saved the blank document with no title and closed the laptop. She gathered her jacket. She went to find Priya, who was in the edit bay where she always was, and said, Are you free for ramen? And Priya looked up from the monitor and said, Always, and they went. And outside, the lot went on in its ordinary way, the lights coming on in the parking structure, the crew dispersing for the evening, the Greenroom window going dark as the building settled into its night register. The show was being made. The season was taking shape. The work continued as it always did, with the particular momentum of something that had been built right from the beginning and knew how to keep going. The blank document sat on her desk with no title. It was not nothing. It was where the next chapter started. Chapter 21, The Release. Garrett released the file on a Thursday in November. Darce found out the way she found out most things that mattered on the lot. Early, through the specific network of professional adjacency she had spent a decade building, in the form of a text from the Talent Agreements associate at 6:49 in the morning that said, without greeting or preamble, it's out. Network received the package last night. She read the text in her kitchen with her coffee going cold and thought about the shape of the thing that was now in motion. The waiting was over. The architecture she and Renata had spent 2 weeks building was either sufficient or it wasn't, and she would know within 48 hours, and there was nothing useful to do in this particular moment except understand clearly what she was and wasn't going to do. She was not going to call Mina.
Not yet.
Not in this moment, when the crisis was still assembling itself and the response was still in motion. Mina had a phone. Mina had been watching this approach for months with the focused attention of a woman who had been managing her own survival since before either of them understood the full shape of the threat. She would be watching. She would know by now. And she was, Darce understood from 2 weeks of the particular discipline of staying out of someone else's way, in the process of handling what needed to be handled on her own end. Darce had done her part. The architecture was built. Renata had the rest. She put on her coat and went to work. The morning had the hyper-clarity she recognized from the period after difficult professional failures, the specific quality of a person moving through routine tasks while a louder process ran in the background. She reviewed the episode 3 cuts with full attention. She ran the writer's room at 10 with the precise focus of someone whose muscle memory was more reliable than her conscious mind. She ate lunch at her desk. At 12:47, her email notified her that an industry blog had published a story. She read it once. It was careful in the specific way industry blogs were careful when they had something that might be real and were unsure of the exposure. The details were partial: the name discrepancy, the flag documentation, the fact that the information had been brought to network attention by a third party. Mina's working name appeared in the second paragraph. The piece was 180 words, sourced to a single unnamed industry contact, and had all the hallmarks of something assembled quickly from a partial brief rather than from careful reporting. She forwarded it to Renata with 3 words: "It's live."
Proceeding.
Renata responded in 4 minutes, handled. "Watch your phone." She put the phone face down on her desk and went back to the episode, 3 notes. The 48 hours had a texture she would not have predicted. Not dramatic. That was the first surprise, and then it stopped being a surprise, because she had spent 2 weeks thinking through what was structurally likely to happen, and dramatic had never been the highest probability outcome. What happened instead? The industry blog piece was picked up by 2 other industry blogs, the way these things moved, with a particular rolling quality of a stone that was too small to cause an avalanche, but too large to stay still. Her phone buzzed with professional contacts, not many, fewer than she'd expected, asking, in the careful oblique language of people who wanted information but didn't want to appear to want it, whether she knew anything about the situation. She told each of them the same thing: the network is aware and is handling it. She delivered this with the specific flatness of someone who had finished discussing the topic, and she had enough professional standing for the flatness to be received as a door closing rather than an evasion. Most of them accepted it. One of them pushed, gently, and she said the same sentence again with a marginally quieter voice, which communicated something she had never needed to say aloud. "I am not discussing this further, and I suggest you don't either." The network released a statement on Friday morning. She read it and thought, Renata. 3 sentences, confident, structured to decline feeding the story rather than engage with it. It acknowledged the reports. It noted that production had conducted its due diligence in casting. It said the matter had been reviewed and was resolved. That was it. Nothing else offered, nothing else available. The story had found its ceiling. She had understood from the moment she learned what Mina had been doing, what the ceiling was and why. The detonation Garrett had assembled required a secret, required the specific explosive structure of a gap between what an audience knew and what they were suddenly being shown. He had built the mechanism with the careful precision of someone who had done this before, who understood the power of kept information and the leverage of disclosure. What he had not had, what he had no way of knowing because it had happened in parking structures and therapy offices and dinner tables, in the specific small and human way of things that happen when someone decides to stop waiting for it to be safe and does the thing that makes it safe, was the audience the detonation required. The casting associate who had known since the beginning and had kept the knowing for 8 months, without agenda. The friend on the phone who had been receiving pieces of the before for years had always known the shape of the thing even without the specifics. Sable, who had listened with both hands in a warm restaurant in October and had asked, "Are you safe?" Tomas, who had the full shape now, who had received it in the flat, precise voice of a woman who had rehearsed the telling so many times the emotion had been distilled out of the delivery, and what remained was only the truth. The people who might have been the audience for Garrett's detonation had already been given a different story. Not the same story, not the whole story, not yet, but enough of it, and from the right source, that the thing Garrett was trying to create had nowhere to land. The industry blogs moved on to something else by Saturday morning. Renata called on Saturday. Her voice had the quality it carried in finality. Direct, complete, nothing extra. Garrett will be transitioning off the show. The network has accepted his reassignment request. A pause. He requested it. The paperwork will be clean. And the file? The file will not be an issue going forward. Another pause, and then the specific sentence that was Renata's version of closing a door and locking it. You don't need to know the rest. Darce didn't ask for the rest. She had known when she called Renata 2 weeks ago that the resolution would look like this: quiet, bureaucratic, final in the way that institutional resolutions were final when someone with 30 years of industry leverage decided to apply it. The ethics were pragmatic. The outcome was the right one. Both things were true, and she was done requiring them to be reconcilable.
Thank you, she said.
She meant it with the full weight of everything it represented. You handled it well, Renata said. I mostly stayed out of the way. A brief silence, and then something in Renata's voice that was not quite warmth, but was the closest register to it she typically produced. That was the correct call. Not everyone would have made it. She understood this. Understood it as the thing Renata was actually saying, which was, I know what it cost you to hold still when someone you cared about was in the path of something, and you could have moved faster, done more, inserted yourself into the architecture of her story because you knew how to build architecture, and because staying out was the harder discipline. She heard the acknowledgement in it. She received it. How is she? Renata said. She was watching the whole time, Darce said. She's been watching since it started. Good. Renata said it in the flat and complete register that meant, that is the correct behavior for that situation, and I respect it.
Tell her.
A pause. Not as a debrief. When you're ready. She hung up. Darce sat at her kitchen table with the phone in her hands, and the Saturday morning light coming in at the specific angle it had in November, which was lower and more particular than October's, and she thought about the shape of what had just ended. Not the threat, the period of waiting. The 2 months of discipline she had imposed on herself, of staying out of Mina's way while Mina was doing the work she had been doing, of honoring the timeline and the order of the list, and the fact that some things had to be done in the specific way a person had decided to do them rather than in the way it was convenient for the people who cared about them. She had stayed out of the way. It had been the correct thing. It had been the hardest professional discipline she'd maintained since she'd rebuilt the season 1 edit from scratch in the wrong direction. The story was over. The external one, the file, the threat, the weapon that had been built and then defused by the person it had been built against before it could ever be used. That story was resolved in the anticlimactic and thoroughly satisfying way of a threat that dissolves rather than detonates, not with the catharsis of a confrontation, but with the quiet structural satisfaction of a mechanism that found no purchase. She thought about the other story, the one that was still moving, that had been moving since the Greenroom in Season 1, since 4 seconds of unguarded footage, and a villain edit she'd pulled apart, and a phone call on a Wednesday evening in a parking structure, and a year of Greenroom conversations that had never been about anything except what they'd been about. The story that was not over. The story that had, in fact, just cleared the obstacle that had been standing between it and whatever came next. She picked up her phone. She texted, "It's over." The story went nowhere. She put the phone on the table and got up to make more coffee. She was back at the counter with the mug when the response came in, and she picked up the phone and read it. I know, Mina had sent. I've been watching. I have a lot of tabs open. Darce read it again. She thought about Mina in her apartment, phone in her lap, tracking the industry blogs with the focused efficiency of someone who had spent 4 years developing an excellent instinct for when she was safe and when she was not, and who had apparently spent the last 48 hours running surveillance on her own situation with the composure of a woman who had learned, somewhere in the months between the Greenroom finale and now, how to be afraid without being controlled by it. She typed, "How many tabs?" An embarrassing number. "I'm closing them now." She set the phone down and stood in her kitchen with her coffee and the November light and the specific quality of a Saturday morning that had nowhere to be and something real in it. The weeks of waiting had a shape she could look at now that they were done. The discipline, the cost, the thing she had been working toward without letting herself work toward it. The before was finishing. Something else was beginning. She could feel the seam of it. She typed, "When you're ready. The Greenroom will be there." The response took a few minutes. "I know where to find it," Mina sent back. And then, a moment later, "Soon." Darce looked at that word for a moment. Then she put the phone in her pocket and went about her Saturday, the run she'd been putting off, the groceries, the episode 3 notes she carried home in her bag with every intention of reading, and that stayed in the bag until Sunday, untouched. The city was cold and specific and entirely itself, and she moved through it with the quality she had been developing all year, present in it, inside it, rather than behind the glass of her own professional distance. She thought about the words soon the way she thought about words that were doing more than they appeared to. She let it mean what it meant. Chapter 22. What Rapping Feels Like. The Season 2 finale aired on a Tuesday in late November. Mina watched it from her apartment, which was the right place to watch it, not the production lot, not a viewing party with people whose reaction she would have had to monitor along with her own, but alone in the apartment that was hers, with the city going on outside the window in its ordinary night way, and the television doing what televisions did when you had been inside the thing it was showing. She had ordered food she didn't particularly want and eaten half of it. She had the gold ring on her right index finger, and the throw from the couch, and the specific quality of evening that arrived when you were about to do something you were not sure how to feel about doing. The show began. She had watched dailies during production, had seen the early cuts, had a general understanding of how the season had been assembled. But assembled footage and finished episode were different things. She knew this the way anyone knew it who had been on the other side of the camera, who understood that the edit was not a documentation of what happened but an argument about what it meant. Someone had made decisions about what the season said. Someone had built a through line from the raw material of 12 people in proximity and chosen, out of every possible version of that material, this one. She knew who had done the building. She watched carefully. Not the way she had watched things during production, not with the assessment running, not with the read of what was useful and what needed to be managed. She watched the way she had been learning to watch things this year. From the inside, as a person receiving something rather than analyzing it, allowing the analysis to happen after rather than during. The edit was honest. That was the first thing she thought, watching the first act of the finale. The show had built stories out of the 12 people in it that were fair to them, not flattering, not dramatic in the manipulated sense, but specific. It had found the real things in the footage rather than the convenient ones. She had known this about the show from the Season 1 edit. She had seen it in the way her own footage had been treated, in the way the show had chosen, in the moment that mattered, to be accurate rather than easy. The Season 2 finale found its shape in the second act, a moment between two of the contestants that was not what the show's format had predicted for them, that arrived sideways and specifically real, that the edit let breathe rather than packaging it neatly. She watched it with the full attention she brought to things that were doing something genuinely. She thought about the person who had pulled her villain edit in Season 1 and built something honest instead. She thought about the 4 seconds of unguarded footage that she had not known was being kept until Darce had told her, in October, in the Greenroom after the finale shoot, in the specific way Darce told things that mattered, briefly, directly, without ceremony, as though the telling was simply placing an object between them and allowing her to look at it at her own pace. The finale ended. She sat with the end of it for a while. The grief arrived after, which was how she had known it would arrive. She had been waiting for it, the way you waited for something you knew was coming and could not preempt. It was not grief for the show. It was not grief for the production or the people in it or the particular shape of those 9 weeks. It was the grief specific to transformation, the recognition that the version of herself who had walked onto that set in the spring of last year was not the version sitting on this couch now, watching the final credits of the season, and that the first version was gone in the way that completed things were gone, not destroyed but finished.
Past.
No longer the operative version. She had arrived on set with a borrowed name, a sealed history, and a plan to exit cleanly. She had arrived with the armor she had built so carefully over 4 years that it had stopped feeling like armor and had started feeling like skin, the performance of ease, the construction of warmth, the talent for being exactly what a room required that she had developed young and had been using, in various forms and registers, for so long that she no longer had clear access to what she would have been without it. She had been, in those 9 weeks and in the months since, in the process of finding out. It was not as frightening as she had expected. This was the thing she would not have believed a year ago, the discovery that the real version, the one underneath the maintenance, underneath the 4 years of borrowed name and careful biography, was not a diminished thing. It was not less than the performance. It was, in the specific ways that mattered, more funnier, more curious, less careful with the things that didn't require care, and more deliberate with the things that did. The real laugh arrived from further down and lasted longer. The real opinions were sharper. The real preferences were more specific, more hers, assembled from actual history rather than assembled biography. She was becoming better acquainted with herself. This was a strange sentence to apply to a 31-year-old woman, but She had spent 4 years at some remove from herself, and the reacquaintance had its own learning curve. She thought about Dr. Chen's question, "Who are you?" when there's no one watching. She thought about her answer, and that the answer was still changing, still being revised, still more provisional than she would have liked, and that provisional was not the same as incomplete. She was herself, in process, in revision, genuinely curious about what the next draft would say. She had spent 4 years waiting for the version of herself she was going to be. She was beginning to understand that the version she was going to be was the one choosing to be something, now in the actual present, rather than waiting for the conditions to stabilize. The conditions were not going to stabilize. She was going to choose anyway. She texted Sable at 11:15. "Just watched the finale. It was good." "I know," Sable sent back. "I've been watching it with half my contacts and a glass of something too nice for a Tuesday." "How are you?" Mina thought about this. She was aware of the question's double register, the social one and the actual one, which was a thing Sable had gotten very good at encoding into simple sentences. "Changed," she typed. And then, before she could decide not to, "In the right direction, I think." There was a pause, not long, maybe 2 minutes, and then her phone buzzed not with a text, but with an audio notification. A voice note. She looked at it. Then she put the phone face down on the coffee table and breathed for a moment. She had not expected a voice note. She had expected a text, the quick and specific warmth that was Sable's characteristic register, the sentence that landed right and moved on before you had finished reacting to it. A voice note was different. A voice note was Sable deciding something warranted more than text. She picked the phone back up. She played it. Sable's voice came through warm and clear and slightly lower than her performance voice, the register she used in private, in the actual conversations rather than the performed ones. She said, "You've done something really hard this year. I know you know that, but I wanted to say it out loud in a way that you can't dismiss as quickly as you can dismiss a text. You came onto that show with every wall you had up, and you're different. I watched you get different. It was one of the most, I don't have the right word. It was something I feel lucky to have watched." A pause, brief, the kind that meant the next thing was arriving from somewhere closer than the others. "Whatever comes next. I'm rooting for it. All of it." She played it twice. She sat with the phone in her hand and the November dark outside the window and felt the thing that arrived when people you hadn't planned to love told you things you hadn't planned to need to hear. It was not comfortable, exactly. Comfort was not the right word for it. It was closer to the feeling of a thing being set down, something you had been carrying and had stopped noticing the weight of and had now put on the floor, and the floor held it, and your arms were lighter. She did not have words for it that would survive the sending. She texted back, "Thank you. That's the voice note I'll listen to when I'm having a bad week." And then, "You're one of the people who made this year survivable. I want you to know I know that." Sable sent back, "I know you know. Now, go to sleep. It's a Tuesday." She put the phone face down on the table. She sat in the quiet of her apartment for a while after that, not the anxious quiet, not the vigilant quiet she had lived in for 4 years, the constant low-level hum of monitoring. Just the quiet of her own space at the end of a significant day, with the television off now, and the food containers on the counter, and the gold ring warm on her finger. She thought about the year. She thought about arriving on set in the spring with the armor fully on, and the plan fully set, and the assessment of the situation running the same way it always ran. What is the room? What does the room need? Who are the people? And what are they building toward? How do I move through this without losing anything? She had been excellent at the assessment. She had been excellent at all of it. She thought about the first time she had understood she couldn't read Darce. She had been trying to understand the room, the way she always understood rooms, and Darce had been in the room, and she had turned the assessment on her, and had found, not emptiness, not opacity, but something else. Something that didn't resolve into the expected form. A person who was not performing warmth at her, and was also not hostile, and was also not indifferent, who was simply doing something she had not encountered in a long time, which was being entirely herself, in full, and not managing the effect of it on anyone. She had found that more disorienting than threat had ever been. She thought about the Greenroom evenings, the conversations that went longer than they should have, the specific quality of being in a room with someone who saw things clearly and chose not to use what they saw. The 4 seconds of footage she didn't know about, and the villain edit she'd been given instead, and the moment in the finale green room when she had understood, with full clarity and without performance, what the year had been, and what she was going to do about it. She thought about the phone call last week, the one where Darce had said, with the specific economy of a woman who did not say things she did not mean, "I'm glad you're okay." She thought about the word soon. She was almost ready. The list was almost complete. She had one more conversation ahead of her, the one that had been on the list since September, the parenthetical note, the name she'd been circling toward for months and had now arrived at in the specific way she arrived at things that mattered. Not because she was forced to, not because the conditions were finally perfect, but because she had decided that the choosing was the point, and she was going to choose. Soon was almost now. She turned the ring on her finger once. She got up from the couch and put the food containers in the recycling and turned off the lights in the kitchen and got ready for bed in the ordinary way. The teeth, the face, the specific small rituals that were hers and had been hers through all of it. The ring came off last, as always, and was set on the edge of the sink, as always, and she looked at it in the dim bathroom light and thought about the things that had crossed the line with her into the after. The ring, the real laugh, the particular quality of her own curiosity. The intelligence she had hidden for 4 years and had been slowly, in green rooms and at dinner tables and in a therapist's office, allowing back into the available light. These were hers. She had always been hers. She turned off the light and went to bed, and the November outside her window did its November thing. Cold, specific, the trees already bare, the kind of season that committed rather than threatened, and she lay in the dark and was quiet in the way she had been learning to be quiet, not monitored, not assessed, not preparing for the next thing. Just present in the room, just there. She slept well for the first time in a week. Chapter 23, 90 Days. December was quiet in the way Darce had not quite anticipated. She had been through quiet Decembers before, the particular lull between a rap season and the next production cycle, the city settling into its winter register, the lot emptying of its specific urgency and refilling with a different kind. She knew what a quiet December felt like. She had lived in them for a decade. This one was different in ways she did not fully have language for, which was itself unusual because she generally had language for things. The difference was not absence. Absence was a thing she had managed for years, efficiently, the specific discipline of not thinking about what was not in front of her. This was something else. Something more like the particular texture of a room that had been rearranged. The familiar dimensions were the same, but the furniture was in different positions, and she kept reaching for things that were not quite where she expected them to be. She had rearranged the furniture herself. That was the thing she was still adjusting to. She took the meeting about the new project on a Tuesday in the second week of December. It was at a different network. Not a competitor, exactly, a different sector of the same general industry, the kind of meeting that happened between projects when you had enough standing to be approached before you decided what you wanted next. She went with the specific and slightly unusual quality of genuine interest she did not often bring to exploratory meetings. The format was something she found actually compelling, which was rare enough to be notable. She sat across the conference table from 2 development executives and a showrunner she'd met once at a festival and had thought clearly at the time. This person knows what they're doing, and listened and found herself engaged not in the strategic way of someone who is deciding whether to commit resources, but in the simpler and more useful way of someone who is just interested. She took notes. The notes were real notes, not the kind that existed to demonstrate engagement. She told them she'd think about it, which she meant. She thought about it. On the drive back to the lot, in the compressed and efficient way she thought about things that required a decision. What was the work? What did it need? What was she currently capable of giving it? She thought about the new format and the specific formal problem it posed, and the 2 or 3 approaches she could see that might actually be worth trying. She thought about the pilot pitch she'd been rewriting. The 3rd draft was better than the 2nd had been, more honest somehow, less interested in making the architecture visible and more interested in the story it was trying to tell. She thought about what she wanted to make next. This was, she had come to understand over the months since the finale, a question she had always answered in the professional sense. What should I make? What is the right career move? What serves the work? And had never quite answered in the personal one. What did she want? Not what was smart. What did she actually want from the next several years of her professional life? If she let the want be the operative question instead of the strategic assessment, she was finding the answer less difficult than she'd expected. She wanted to make things that were honest. She wanted to find the real story in the raw material rather than building a preferred one on top of it. She had always wanted this, she understood now. It had been there from the first season, in the decision to build the show with a self-awareness the network hadn't fully understood, in the villain edit she'd pulled, and the honest one she'd built in its place. The wanting had been there. She had just been in the habit of justifying it strategically rather than claiming it as desire. She could claim it as desire. She was getting better at that. She had dinner with Priya twice and with Renata once, and did not either time bring up the only subject she was actually thinking about. This was not suppression exactly. It was the particular discipline of a woman who had decided that the subject in question belonged to its own timeline and its own shape, and that filling the space between its moments with talk was not the same as having the moments. She had enough of a tendency to narrate, to build the structure of a thing from the outside before she was inside it, that she had been working, with some degree of conscious effort, against the tendency. The December dinners were good dinners. She was present in them. She let them be what they were rather than managing them into rehearsal for something else. Priya said, at the second dinner, over noodles in the ramen place 3 blocks west of the lot that had become their standing end-of-day location, "You're different."
How?
Less like you're building something while we're talking. She picked up her chopsticks. Usually with you there's this quality of you're in a conversation and also slightly outside it at the same time, like you're the camera and the scene. You're just in the scene now.
Darce thought about this.
Is that better? She asked. Priya considered it with the genuine seriousness she brought to questions she had been asked in good faith. It's different, she said. It's good. It suits you. I've been practicing, Darce said. I know. Priya loaded her chopsticks with the focus of someone with strong opinions about noodle-to-broth ratio. It shows. They ate. Priya talked about the edit she was finishing. Darce talked about the new project meeting, which she had not planned to discuss, and found herself discussing with the specific ease of a person who no longer needed to manage the information about their own life quite so carefully. Priya asked good questions. They sat in the ramen place until 9:15, which was later than either of them had intended, and parted at the corner with the specific warmth of a friendship that had been tested by a decade of shared exhaustion and was durable for it. Darce walked to her car and thought, this is a good life. Not the life she had been building, exactly. Not the architecture she constructed with the specific intent of controlling the emotional temperature of every room she was in. A different kind of good. Less controlled. More actual. She did not look Mina up. This was harder than it sounded, and she was privately proud of it in a way that felt disproportionate to the accomplishment, which was itself information about how often and how thoroughly she had been not looking. She had an instinct for research that was professional in origin and had long since become a habit she didn't always choose to exercise. The thing she did when she couldn't be near something, which was to know everything about it from a distance. She had done this with people, with situations, with the contestants she was building arcs for. She had done it with Mina's casting file in Season 1, noting the smoothness and setting it aside, and she had been doing it with the impulse to research ever since and choosing, every time, not to follow it. The not looking was a choice she kept making. She ran every morning. The runs were the same route she had run for 3 years, through the neighborhood adjacent to the lot and back, and she had been doing this long enough that the run was less about the running than about the specific time between leaving the apartment and returning to it, in which she could not be at a screen or a phone or in a professional conversation, and her mind did what it did when it was not being directed. It found the thing she had been trying not to attend to. She thought about Mina every morning. This was not a problem she was trying to solve. It was just the thing that was true. She thought about the text exchange from November. Soon. She thought about what soon meant coming from a person who measured their decisions in months rather than impulses, who had been building toward the right moment and the right words since before the summer. She thought about the Greenroom, the specific room, with the couch that was too soft and the coffee machine and the window that faced the parking structure, and what it would be when Mina walked into it again. Not the first time. Not the production context. Something else. She thought about this without trying to build anything from it. Without narrating it into a shape she could manage. She let it be the thing it was, A feeling she had decided to allow herself, running its natural course through her, and it did not hurt in the way she had spent a decade arranging her life to avoid. It was not the numb version of safe. It was the alive version.
She ran.
In the last week of December, she was in the edit bay reviewing the Season 2 finale footage, not for production purposes but for the archive package, the internal documentation of the season that she assembled every year as a record of what had been built and how, when she came to the section of dailies from the Season 1 production. The material had been stored in the archive since the season wrapped. She had flagged it correctly at the time and had not accessed it since, and she found herself moving through it now with the specific attention she brought to material she had made and was looking at with distance. The dinner scene footage, the confessional sessions, the greenroom incidentals, the B-roll, the ambient coverage from the location shoots. She found the 4 seconds. It was where she remembered it. The dinner scene, the corner of the frame, the specific moment when Mina had not known she was being watched and had been, in complete and unperformed fullness, herself. She played it. She watched it. She rewound it and watched it again. She did not include it in the archive package. She saved it in the folder she had made for it. The one with no label, the one that existed in the production archive in the specific location that only she had access to. The folder had been there since Season 1. She had never given it a name because the name would have meant something she had been, until recently, unwilling to mean. She looked at the unnamed folder for a moment. Then she gave it a name. Not Mina's working name. Just the word hers, lowercase, which was the closest she could get in a file label to the thing she meant by it. She saved and closed the archive. She sat in the edit bay in the late December afternoon, with the lot going quiet outside and the season complete around her, and felt, in the specific and undramatic way she had come to feel things this year, that something had changed in the furniture again. The same room, the same dimensions, but a different arrangement, and this time she did not reach for anything. She simply sat in it and let it be the room it was. Third season prep began the second week of January. She was on set for the early casting days, the first round of callbacks, the preliminary interviews, the particular organized chaos of a production that hadn't yet found its shape. She moved through the days with the focused attention of someone building something from the foundation, making the early decisions, doing the work she had been doing for 3 seasons, and that still, in the best moments, felt like genuine interest rather than competent maintenance. The greenroom on the third day. She was in it for no particular reason. The specific liminal quality of the space was the reason, the way it was between things, neither control room nor production office nor casting suite, a room that belonged to the logistics of the production, and to no one. She had spent a significant percentage of her working life in this room, and she was aware of the particular way it had shifted in her perception over 2 seasons, from infrastructure to place. From somewhere she passed through to somewhere she arrived. She was at the window when she heard the door. She didn't turn around immediately. She had trained herself, over years, not to turn toward things too quickly. It communicated want, and want was something she had always considered expensive. But then, the specific quality of the silence. The way a room's temperature changed when a particular person entered it, not by degree, but by some other measure she had never had a word for, and had stopped needing a word for because the measure was specific to this, and she knew exactly what she was measuring. She turned around. Chapter 24, The Greenroom.
Darce.
She turned around. Mina was not in costume. This was the first thing Darce registered because she had never actually seen Mina in clothes that were not either production mandated or character adjacent, the specific wardrobe of a contestant who understood that being on camera required a version of yourself that was real but polished, dressed for being looked at. What Mina was wearing now bore no relationship to any of those things.
Jeans.
A jacket that looked like it belonged to someone with a smaller frame, borrowed or bought secondhand, or kept for reasons that had nothing to do with fit. Her hair was different, shorter. The locks cut back from their season 1 length, worn loose rather than half up. She looked like a person who had decided, at some point in the months since the last time Darce had seen her in this room, that the public presentation could relax into something closer to the private one. She was holding a coffee cup from the place 2 blocks from the lot. She had clearly not brought it for anyone other than herself, and she was clearly now uncertain what to do with that fact. She was looking at Darce with the expression she got when she was trying to figure out what a room needed, and was gradually understanding that she did not want to perform it. The coffee machine made its intermittent sound. The parking structure outside the window was bright in the January light. Darce had been standing at this window for she didn't know how long. Long enough to have stopped registering the parking structure as a specific place and to have started registering it as the place where certain things had happened and certain other things had been waiting. I'm not, Mina started. I know, Darce said. Mina looked at her. You don't know what I was going to say. You were going to say you're not here for the show. She kept her voice level, not the performing neutrality level, the other kind. The kind that arrived when you were saying something true and wanted the truth to land without the delivery getting in the way. And then you were going to say something about how you didn't plan this, you were just in the area, which is true, but not the whole truth. Another pause. And then you were going to let me fill in the rest, Darce said, because you're still deciding how much to just say. The silence stretched between them. Outside, someone in the parking structure was having a loud conversation into a phone, the specific, unintelligible quality of one side of someone else's exchange. Mina looked down at her coffee cup. When she looked up, something in her face had changed, not dramatically, not in the way that would read on camera, but in the small and specific way that Darce had spent 2 seasons learning to see. The expression that meant, I have stopped calculating. I am going to say the actual thing.
Mina.
She had not planned this exactly. She had planned to come back to the lot. She had planned, in the loose and deliberate way she planned the things that mattered, to find a reason to be in this part of the building on a day when the 3rd season prep was underway and the production offices were in their early days organized chaos. She had planned to walk down the corridor that ran between the casting suite and the production offices and to look through the Greenroom window and to understand, from whatever she found, whether the moment had arrived. She had not planned to walk through the door and find Darce already there, at the window, in the specific quality of presence that meant she had been standing there for a while and was not going to pretend otherwise. She had not planned for Darce to turn around. She had not planned any of what happened in the 2 seconds after the door opened, in which she understood, with the full and immediate clarity she brought to readings of rooms, that this was the moment. Not almost the moment, not the approach to the moment, the actual one. She had spent 4 months working towards saying this correctly. She had the words. Dr. Chen had helped her find the words, not directly, not in the clinical way of being coached toward disclosure, but in the way the sessions worked. The questions that arrived before the prepared answers were ready, the flat voice she'd been using since the 2nd session giving way, by the 3rd and 4th, to something closer to her actual voice. The sessions where she had said the thing wrong twice and found the right version on the 3rd attempt. She had her words. She was ready to say them. And then Darce had said, You're still deciding how much to just say. Mina felt the thing in her chest that arrived when something was more accurate than she had prepared for. I've been telling people, she said. My name. The real one. I know. She hadn't known that Darce knew. She had suspected, from the texture of their phone calls since November, the specific quality of Darce's listening, the way she had said I'll be here with a weight that carried more than waiting, but she had not known, had not confirmed it. She received the I know in the way she received things that arrived faster than the management system, completely without managing. Not everyone, she said. Not publicly, but the people who. She stopped. She was not going to fill the pause with extra words. She had spent 4 years filling pauses with extra words, with the performance of having said enough rather than the actual having said it. The people who should know. Darce waited. She had the quality she always had in the moments that mattered, entirely present, not filling the space, not preparing her response while Mina spoke. Just listening. Just here. I wanted to tell you, Mina said, before I figured out I should, which is different from the way I usually do things. Darce looked at her for a long moment. The coffee machine made its sound. The parking lot conversation continued, audible and meaningless, the specific sound of someone else's ordinary day. What's your name?
Darce asked.
Not what's your real name. Not what were you called before. Just the question, flat and present and direct, the question asked of a person rather than about a situation.
Mina.
The question arrived like something she had been waiting for without knowing she was waiting for it. Not the question she had been afraid of, the question asked as exposure, as investigation, as the specific way questions about names were used against people who had reasons for the names they used. That was the question that had lived in the margins of her accounting for 4 years, the one she had been building against and managing against and quietly dismantling the conditions for over the past several months. That question she had prepared for. This was different. This was, "What's your name?" Asked in the present tense. Asked to her, not about her. Asked by someone who had spent 2 seasons learning to see the difference between the performance and the person underneath it, and who was asking very clearly about the person. She opened her mouth.
Darce.
She heard it. She heard it the way she heard things that were going to be permanent, completely, in the specific register of something that would not pass through her but would stay, that would join the inventory of things she held and did not set down. She heard the shape of it, the sound of it, the specific way it landed different from the name she had been using in her head for Mina for 2 seasons, the borrowed name, the performance name, which had never quite fit even when it was the only one available. This one fit. She held it for a moment the way she held things before she spoke them back, the half-second of testing its weight, making sure the saying would do justice to the receiving. Then she said it back.
Once.
Quietly, testing the shape of it in her own mouth. Mina closed her eyes. 1 second, maybe 2. The specific expression of a person receiving something they had stopped expecting to be given, not dramatically, not with the visible architecture of feeling that ended up in confessionals and on-camera moments, but in the small and interior way that the real things arrived. A breath. The eyes closing, then open. The coffee machine went quiet. The parking lot conversation ended. The green room was very quiet. Neither of them moved.
Both.
Neither of them moved for a moment that had no particular length. It was not the stillness of uncertainty. It was not the stillness of performance or of preparation or of 2 people deciding what they were going to do. It was the specific stillness of 2 people who had arrived somewhere they had been traveling toward for a long time by different routes, through different kinds of difficulty, and were simply in the room with it, present in it, not analyzing it, not building anything from it yet. Just there in the green room, with the coffee machine and the window and the parking structure outside, and the name in the air between them like something that had always belonged there and had been waiting to be placed. Then Darce said, "I have a meeting in 40 minutes. Something in Mina's face shifted. Not surprise, the other thing. The thing closer to relief. "I know. I checked your calendar."
A beat.
"You checked my..." "Priya has her calendar open on her desktop, and I had a clear sight line from the hall." Darce looked at her. A sound escaped, the low exhale, the specific compressed exhale that was her version of laughing when she didn't want to be caught laughing. It arrived before she could stop it, and she did not stop it because she had gotten, this year, considerably better at not stopping the things that arrived honestly. 40 minutes is enough time for coffee, she said. It was not a question. It was barely an offer. It was Darce, being as direct as she knew how to be, which was sideways and coded and entirely legible to the only person in the room who had spent 2 seasons learning to read it. Mina looked at her coffee cup. "I have coffee. The machine is working today." A pause. "Probably."
Mina.
She looked at Darce. Darce looked back at her. Neither of them was performing anything. This was, she understood, the thing she had been working toward without being able to name it until now. A room where she did not have to perform anything. Where the version of herself that had crossed the line with her, the real laugh, the specific opinions, the intelligence she'd been letting back into available light, was the version that the room knew and was not surprised by. Where the name that had just been spoken and received was not a revelation requiring management, but simply the name, said and heard, belonging to the person standing here with a coffee cup from 2 blocks away, in jeans and a borrowed jacket, in a production green room on a January morning. She had been waiting 4 years to be in a room like this. She was in it now. "Okay," she said. "We don't hear what Darce says when she says the name back. We don't need to. What we have instead, the specific way Mina's face changes when she hears it, not dramatically, not in the way that would read on camera, but in the small and real way that a rival looks when it comes after a long journey. The way her eyes close for exactly 1 second, like a person receiving something they had stopped expecting. The way she opens them and finds Darce still there, still looking at her, still exactly where she was. The coffee machine goes quiet. The parking lot conversation ends. The green room is very quiet. Then, the exhale that is Darce's version of laughing. The calendar. The 40 minutes. The machine working today, probably. And Mina, picking up her coffee cup, looking at the woman who had seen her first in 4 seconds of unguarded footage and had been holding the scene privately ever since. Okay. Epilogue. 2 years unremarkable. 2 years later. The apartment is in the part of the city where the light comes in sideways in the mornings and wakes one of them up before the other, which is a persistent low-level argument they have never resolved because neither of them actually wants to resolve it. One of them is a person who has strong opinions about alarms, and the other is a person who has strong opinions about light, and the apartment has a lot of windows, and the argument is not really an argument but the language they have developed for the thing that is not a problem, the ordinary daily small friction of two lives occupying the same space and choosing each morning to keep doing that. There is a plant. One of them kills it with reliability and the other revives it with equal reliability, and the plant has become something like a household institution, a living record of the ongoing negotiation between the person who wants things to flourish and forgets to water them and the person who notices when things are failing and does something about it without commenting on the failure. The plant is currently alive. It has been alive for 6 months, which is its longest consecutive run, and they have not discussed this, because discussing it would require discussing the nature of the record, and neither of them particularly wants to establish who is currently winning. There is a coffee situation. The coffee situation involves 2 different methods and a long-standing territorial dispute over the counter space, and the specific daily negotiation of who gets the counter first, which is determined by who woke up first, which is determined by the light, which is the alarm argument again at a different angle. The coffee situation has produced, over 2 years, a working détente. The counter space is shared in the way that space is shared when 2 people with incompatible systems decide that the incompatibility is worth tolerating for the sake of what they get in return. The coffee from either method is good. On the refrigerator there is a cast photo from a show that neither of them works on anymore. It is from the Season 1 company wrap, the whole cast and crew, assembled on the lot in the particular way of production photos, everyone in the specific state of exhaustion and accomplishment that exists in the 48 hours after season completes. The photo has been on the refrigerator since the apartment became an apartment they shared rather than 2 apartments they kept. Neither of them put it there deliberately. Neither of them has moved it. It is not a spectacular life. There are no sustained dramas in it, no enemies with folders, no crises requiring architecture. There are bad weeks. The specific bad weeks of 2 people who work in a difficult industry and carry the industry home with them in ways they're getting better, slowly, at identifying and setting down. There are disagreements that go on too long, not because either of them is unreasonable, but because both of them are people who have strong internal models of how things should work and are still, 2 years in, learning when to hold the model and when to put it down and inhabit the actual situation instead. There are silences that are comfortable and silences that are not. They have, over 2 years, learned to tell the difference. There are also less narratable, the particular quality of a Tuesday evening that has no agenda, the specific warmth of a kitchen in the early hours of a Sunday, the coffee situation already resolved, the city still slow outside the windows. The way they have learned, slowly and with effort, and without it ever quite becoming automatic, to be legible to each other, not because it came naturally, which it did not always, but because both of them, at various moments over the 2 years, decided that it was worth the work. They decided this more than once. They keep deciding it. Darce is, these days, the kind of writer who writes under her own name. This is newer than it sounds. She had, for the first decade of her career, been a head writer, a showrunner, a producer, roles defined by the work they produced for other people's names, for the show's name, for the format's name. She had been excellent at this. She is still excellent at this. But there is, on the desk in the room they designated as a shared office in the first week of the apartment, a manuscript that exists under her name rather than a project's, rather than a network's, rather than the institutional entity that had been her primary authorial identity for 10 years. She has not finished it. She has been not finishing it, in the honest and slightly undignified way of writers who are working on things that require them to be more present in the material than they are accustomed to being. It is harder to write the story you are inside than the story you are behind. She is learning. The person she shares the apartment with is named. She knows. That's enough. The apartment knows. The plant that gets killed and revived. The coffee machine territorial dispute. The cast photo on the refrigerator. The Tuesday evenings. The morning light that comes in sideways and starts the same low-level argument they never resolve because they never want to. All of it knows. The novel on the desk has a title. It is not, as the first draft was titled, Notes Toward a Story About Architecture. It is not, as the second draft was titled, The Mechanism. The third title, which is the current one and which has the specific feeling of a title that will stay, arrived on a Tuesday evening in the ordinary way that correct things arrived when she was not forcing them, without announcement, without architecture, without the particular deliberate construction she had spent a decade mistaking for instinct. She wrote it at the top of the page and looked at it for a while. Then she wrote the first sentence. Then the second. She is still writing it.